The moment this guy drew his sword, every student and even the instructor were left completely speechless. His skill was already leagues beyond any trainee. Facing 5 notorious criminals on death row, he took them all down in just 10 seconds flat. Anyone watching would think he came from some high and mighty noble family, trained by the absolute best. But the truth is, he's just a commoner who followed his young master, someone whose potential was noticed by chance. To survive in this world, he was willing to trade away absolutely anything. He even sacrificed his own left eye, all because his commander claimed it was slowing down his reaction speed. Little did he know, the so-called noble cause of the empire was just a twisted scheme to turn children into military weapons for a tyrant. This whole story really begins 100 years ago, on a future Earth where technology had made unbelievable leaps forward. But all that progress didn't bring humanity happiness. It only brought endless, devastating wars. And then, the inevitable happened. Earth was destroyed, forcing humanity to wander the vast emptiness of space. After a long journey, mankind finally discovered a new planet to replace their old home, naming it Novus. Thanks to this discovery, the scattered remnants of humanity across the galaxy were finally able to gather in one place again. 3 nations were quickly established on Novus. First, the Beato Federation, a melting pot of countless alien species living alongside humans. Second was the Atan Empire, boasting a powerful military force filled with mechanically enhanced super soldiers. And finally, the Holy Land Alliance, led by priests who wielded sacred energy and possessed unbreakable spiritual strength. But even on a new planet, resources are finite, and that, of course, became the new reason for war. Luca, a fresh-faced rookie in the Atan Empire's Royal Guard, now faces a brutal and demanding evaluation test. Following the instructions of Himiliat, the commander of the Royal Guard, he not only passed the test with flying colors, but unlocked a new level of his own potential. Shortly after, old Himiliat decided to give Luca a special reward. He did this by suddenly gouging out one of the boy's eyes. In its place, he gives Luca a new eye with the ability to predict trajectories. While resting in the lab, Luca meets another trainee his age, a guy named Ye who looks every bit the pampered rich kid. After a long talk, they decide to become partners, both aiming for the same grand objective. Burning in Luca's eyes is a fiery ambition, a desperate hope for a future where he stands at the absolute pinnacle of power. This is the story of a boy trained to be a living weapon for an empire that wants to share democracy with the planet using heavy firepower. In the training room, Luca, Ye, and the rest of the Royal Guard are running through firearms drills. Luca raises his gun, his stance perfect, his sharp eyes fixed on the target before he coolly opens fire again and again. The eye he had lost in a previous battle has now been replaced with a cybernetic one, designed specifically for combat. The target in front of him is quickly shot to pieces, smoking from the impacts. Luca lowers his weapon, taking a brief moment to rest. As a gifted marksman, every single one of his shots lands squarely on the target's head. Ye peeks over, amazed by his talent. You hit every single one of them in the head. The top-ranked student is really on a whole different level, huh? Luca completely ignores Ye's compliment. But Ye is a cheerful guy. He turns and asks, "So, have you gotten used to the new prosthetic eye yet? Isn't it a little unfair that you specialize in close combat, but you're still this good with a gun?" Luca closes his eyes and casually replies to Ye. It's normal for a member of the guard to be skilled with all types of weapons. Then, with a hint of annoyance, Luca mutters, "And I don't want to hear that from the guy who puts every shot through the exact same hole." Hearing Luca's critique, Ye just laughs awkwardly and says, "Well, guns are my specialty, after all." Now, Luca seems to be warming up to Ye a bit. He says, "If you keep being so laid back, I'm eventually going to surpass you." Ye replies with a grin, "I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, I'll always be rooting for you." The air between them then falls into a familiar silence. After a moment, Ye suddenly speaks up. "The Empire needs people like you." His words make Luca freeze. He looks over at Ye, who holds out his own hands. He stares at them, a sad smile on his face. In this empire, real ability and talent are starting to mean less and less. As long as you have status, even a nobody can be called a genius. After a short pause, Ye continues, "But if more true geniuses like you start showing up, maybe people will talk more about what's real and what's fake, right?" Hearing Ye's half-joking question, Luca's voice turns cold. "Ye, are you serious right now? You're criticizing the Empire's entire system. If I were to report what you just said to headquarters, not even your status as a Kathika would be enough to save you." Hearing Luca's threats, Ye just smirked, turning away with a confident remark. He tells Luca that if he was serious, he wouldn't have warned him first. He knows Luca is a good person. Seeing Ye's casual dismissal left Luca completely speechless. Before leaving, Ye made sure to thank him. Thanks for worrying. Luca heard him but said nothing. He just racked his gun, ready to keep training, annoyed by the whole thing. We cut to the Atan Empire. It's the second year of training, third quarter, and an armored tank convoy is on the move. The Royal Guard's commander, Himiliat, announces that Luca and Ye will be this training's platoon leaders. He stood before the guards, his voice filled with authority, ordering any new recruits with a problem to stand and leave. When Himiliat finished, the ranks remained in perfect formation, with Ye and Luca sitting at the very front. He cleared his throat and continued, beginning to lay out the details of the recruits' upcoming mission. Their target, a Coit outpost illegally stationed across the canyon, deep inside their territory. This training exercise was designed to test their combat skills on a live battlefield. The armored convoy halted before the base. Before the new recruits deployed, Himiliat gave one final, chilling order. Take no prisoners. Eliminate them all. The recruits quickly set foot in the mission area, with Ye and Luca leading the charge. With his hands on his hips, Ye remarked this was their first real combat mission. Luca teased him. What? You nervous? You've killed in training before. Unlike Luca, Ye actually seemed worried. But this is the first time we're facing an outside force. The Bellado Federation, the Holy Site Alliance, and even the Aceton Empire all shared the same ancestors, humans from planet Earth. Luca knew exactly what was on Ye's mind. Don't let your emotions get in the way, Ye. He glanced over at the guards with their high-end weapons. You really think those elite guards are here to protect us? The elite guards Luca mentioned were a unit decked out in full-body mechanical armor. Luca seemed to grasp the Empire's true motive, whispering to Ye, they're definitely here to watch us, and they'll kill us if we take any prisoners. Fools who don't know their place don't belong in the Royal Guard. Luca understood the law of survival on this planet all too well. Though he was young, his eyes held the weight of someone who'd seen it all. On the planet Novus, to the Empire, all other forces were just flies. We've learned one thing, he continued. Everyone out there just uses and deceives the Empire for their own personal gain. Ye listened to him, silent for a moment. Then, his mechanical eyes whirred to life. I know, Ye said softly. His mechanical eyes could pinpoint the coordinates of the people below another thing he had been taught. The mechanical army had already swept through this place, leaving it a sea of fire and blood as alarm sirens blared everywhere. The Mechanical Legion had massacred the entire region. Clad in full armor, Luca scouted ahead with his sword, thinking that none of the Coit people seemed to be armed. Just as Luca thought this training mission would end smoothly, something suddenly caught his attention. Right there, at the tip of his sharp blade, a small child was cowering. The terrified child covered its face, crying out for its mother through sobs. Luca froze, his heart softening. A kid. He watched the child tremble, crying silently. It was so scared it couldn't move a person with no combat ability, no way to resist. Luca stared at the terrified child, its face streaked with dirt and tears. In his mind, one thought echoed, I wish I had a gun. As much as it pained him, Luca was still human, and he had witnessed this kind of bloody carnage before. Looking at the terrified child, he cursed under his breath. Damn it! But Himiliat's words haunted him like a mantra. Take no prisoners. Eliminate them all. Luca took off his helmet, his eyes a bloody crimson as he raised his sword, steeling his resolve. Don't hesitate, he told himself. They're just insects, a drain on the Empire's resources. Luca slammed his longsword straight into the cliff face, shattering the rock. The child froze solid as the blade missed its ear by a mere inch. Luca leaned in and whispered softly to the child, Pretend you're dead. If you do that, you can live. He knew this was a direct violation of orders, but his conscience just wouldn't let him do it. I shouldn't be doing this. If headquarters found out about this, who knew what would happen? Luca turned and walked away, leaving the child behind. As he left, he hesitated, wondering if he should go back. Just then, a shot whizzed right past him, aimed straight for the child's head. Startled, Luca looked up. On a nearby tower, a mech was taking aim, and he realized it was Ye. Luca's blood ran cold. A wave of panic hit him. Ye, when did he even get there? Did he see everything? Ye narrowed his eyes at Luca, sweat rolling down his cheek. Fear gripped Luca, but he struggled to remain calm. Calm down, he told himself. Ye won't report my hesitation. But if any other recruits saw, Luca decided he had to keep a close eye on Ye. And just like that, the tower where Ye was standing explodes. Luca is stunned, screaming his name as a man radiating immense power appears beside him. The man attacks, aiming right for Luca. Go to hell, you heretics. Luca spins to face him, shocked. Did he cause that explosion? He recognizes the source of that power, realizing who this man must be. If he could create a blast that massive, without any weapons. Just then, Ye dives from the ruined tower, attacking the man head-on. But suddenly, a flash of blue light engulfs Ye's entire body. The man turns, unleashing a counter. Ye is instantly blown apart. Luca's eyes widen in horror, completely speechless. A fake ability. The man roars in absolute fury. His power surges around him. This isn't a military base, it's a neighborhood. The people you're slaughtering are just trying to survive. Luca and his mech unit face him, bracing for a fight. But panic sets in. Did the captain know? If he had warned them, Ye's body lies shattered among the debris, his arm blown clean off, resting far away. He whispers to Luca, "My fault. I was careless." Luca reassures him, "I'll handle this guy. You just rest now." Luca is drowning in self-blame, convinced his own hesitation caused this whole disaster. Gasping for breath, he remembers his training. He knows exactly how to fight a fake. He has to atone for this. "I'll handle him," he commands, his voice strained. "Everyone else, secure the base." At his command, the other soldiers disperse. Now it's just Luca versus the fake. The fake roars, enraged that they're leaving. Power gathers in his hands. "Where do you think you're going?" Luca frowns, seeing the truth. This man is just a decoy, buying time for his allies to escape. He recalls a critical lesson from his training to use their power. A fake always needs a preparatory motion. Luca sees the man's strategy instantly. He's going to use hand signs, as long as he can spot that brief pause. But with his speed and agility, Luca knows he can easily dodge the explosions. He can react in time. The superpowered man growls in frustration, blood dripping from his nose from overexerting his power. Luca is also pushing his limits. He'd much prefer a battle of attrition, but there's no other choice. He knows his body will collapse first if he keeps moving this fast. Just then, Luca faces another direct blast. He has to attack now. He pushes his spirit to its limit. Go faster. He charges headfirst into the explosion, bursting through the flames, sword raised as he closes in on the man. The man's eyes widen, teeth clenched. Luca closes the distance in an instant. Just as he thinks he's won, a hand glowing with power flashes right before his face. The man unleashes a final, desperate attack at Luca's head. In that same instant, Luca lands a fatal blow. Luca's helmet cracks apart. His eyes fly open in terror. Is this how he dies? He waits for the pain, but the man suddenly gasps. How? Tears well up in his eyes. Though he's been stabbed, his gaze is filled with pity. You're just a kid. Luca grits his teeth and forces the sword down deeper. He pins the man to the ground, driving the sword home with all his strength. The fake lies defeated. Luca gasps for air, completely exhausted from the brutal fight, and looks at his half-shattered helmet. He realizes if the man had finished that attack, he'd be dead. His breathing is ragged, refusing to steady. The JT organization is made up of fanatics that defy all human understanding. So why didn't that man kill him? Even so, his faith in the Empire remains absolute. He steels himself. No emotion on the battlefield. Everything is for the Empire. Luca looks over the battlefield at the bodies piled high, muttering to reinforce his belief. Slaughter those who threaten the Emperor and the people. He struggles to steady his breathing and his faith. This is the entire reason the Royal Guard exists. Amidst the raging fires, desperate cries for help echo all around. The pleading chips away at Luca's conviction, piece by piece. Help us, please, spare us. But he tells himself their execution is necessary. It's for the Empire, nothing more. At the Akan hospital, the recovery room is filled with strange incubation pods full of liquid. Ye's voice drifts into Luca's ear. So, Luca, what's it like to nearly die? He shows no emotion, replying calmly. You tell me. You're the one who actually almost died. Ye glances at him, his voice teasing. This time, I got a new arm and leg. What about you? Luca just stares at the ceiling in silence. His back was shot, so he replaced it with titanium bones and artificial skin. He figured in a few years, he'd get a whole new body anyway. So why not just start the upgrade a little early? After a long silence, Ye glanced over and asked in a low voice. The higher-ups had to know a power user was there, right? He continued in a calm, measured tone. The reason we never heard anything about it is because this was a test. Hearing this, it all clicked into place for Luca. The seniors never stepped in to help because they knew the cadets could handle it. After all, not a single one of them died in the fight. Remembering the incident, doubt started to creep in. It was strange he and another cadet took a direct hit, and yet they both survived. It was far too weird to be a coincidence. A flash of understanding crossed his cold, calculating eyes. Maybe that power user never actually intended to slaughter them in the first place. The pathetic image of the enemy soldier replayed in Luca's mind, along with his choked final words. You're You're just a kid? All these thoughts crashed down on him at once, making him grit his teeth as his eyes widened in fury. He was a soldier now, a warrior. Letting him live was that man's fatal mistake. That kind of pity is why people like him will always die. He can rot in hell, regretting it as he watches his comrades fall one by one. Suddenly, Ye's gentle voice snapped him out of his dark train of thought. Luca, why did you let that man live? A thoughtful look crossed Ye's deep sea-blue eyes. Can you tell me the reason? Luca kept his back to Ye, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You talk too much. Did you get a new tongue installed or something? Luca hid his scowl, muttering, it was a mistake. One that won't happen again. The scene cuts to the company commander standing in a room, his voice stern as he makes a new announcement. As of today, you have all completed 2 of your 4 years of Royal Guard training. There will be younger classes coming up behind you, so you must set an example for the new recruits. His eyes focused on the 2 cadets in the front row, adding with emphasis, especially you two, Luca and Ye, as rank 1 and rank 2. A knowing smile appeared on the commander's serious face. You two can even aim for the position of captain. Continue to fight for the glory of the Emperor and his people. The 2 shouted in unison as soon as he finished. Yes, sir. Luca's eyes stayed locked on the commander. Next, a diagram of the Royal Guard force was shown. The Royal Guard has a simple structure. 1,000 soldiers, all divided into 10 different squads. All of them are commanded by a single company commander, the ultimate leader of the Guard force. The company commander also serves as the captain of the first squad. His stern voice rang out, that's all. Continue with your training. Thoughts began to form in Luca's mind. Cadets like him, after undergoing full mechanization, would be sent to the lowest-ranking squad, the 10th. An intense, fierce determination began to show on his young face. And if he became the captain of the 10th squad, he could forge it into the strongest team. The scene changes once again, this time to a training floor. We can see Luca and Ye locked in combat. In a sudden burst of movement, Ye clenched his fist and lunged straight for him, but Luca dodged with ease, casually deflecting the attack. The 2 of them went back and forth for over a dozen moves. Sweat trickled down his cheek as Luca silently assessed his opponent. Ye, he's gotten much stronger with that new arm. Luca poured power into his leg, swinging with a decisive kick. It caught Ye by surprise, completely shattering his forward momentum. Ye's eyes flew open as he lost his balance, stumbling sideways. Luca seized the chance, throwing a punch right at Ye, but his fist stopped just inches from his nose. Luca flashed a confident grin and made his declaration. That makes 124 matches and 124 wins, yay. Later, the 2 sat talking on a rooftop overlooking the city. Ye spoke up first. I honestly thought I was going to win this time. Luca's calm voice replied, if just getting new parts automatically makes you stronger, then what's the point of training? Ye tilted his head slightly, glancing at Luca's profile. Seems like you've gotten even more intense since then. That whole situation with the captain really affected you, didn't it? Luca just kept his gaze fixed forward and simply replied, of course it did. His voice was steady as he explained his reasoning to Ye. If I have experience serving in the Royal Guard, I'll be welcomed anywhere. But Ye just wasn't getting the bigger picture. You're already in a position where your background doesn't matter anymore. Why not just relax a little? Luca's cold eyes swept over him as he explained flatly, I'm not like you. I have nowhere to return to. I have to keep climbing. Otherwise, this is the end for me. Luca suddenly grew curious about Wile's motives. Wile, you're talented but lack drive. So why become a guard? A faint smile appeared on his face as he asked in a soft voice. You feel it too, right? He then tilted his head back, the sky instantly brightening his pale blue eyes. I once wanted to be a scholar, an archaeologist, to study the great Xuanyi civilization. Luca didn't even look at him, casually asking, if you wanted that, then why didn't you? A crisp laugh slowly filled the air. Studying ancient civilizations is forbidden in the Empire. Besides, my family has produced countless commanders. They would never allow me to do anything else. Luca's brows knitted slightly, intrigued by the world of a noble heir. You mean you're sad because you can't do what you want? How spoiled. Countless people in the slums don't even know if they'll survive the day. Many are just grateful to have food in their stomachs. Wile's laugh and tone became even softer. I thought you might say that. I'm just telling my friend a secret. Luca. Yet Luca found himself genuinely worried for this friend of his. Someone could twist your words into an insult against the Empire. If you get reported, you're done for. He gently closed his eyes, enjoying the cool night breeze on his skin. But you won't do that, just like how I kept your secret. Luca's entire face was now lost in shadow, his expression unreadable. I only hesitated because my opponent isn't a warrior. Even without you, I'd go back for the slaughter. His pupils turned red, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. I'm loyal to the Empire for discovering my talent. An enemy of the Empire is an enemy of mine. At these words, Lei simply remained silent. You are no exception, Lei. Suddenly, the corners of Lei's lips curved into a confident and satisfied smile. He unexpectedly leaped from the rooftop to the ground, leaving behind a single taunting phrase. Liar. Lei pointed to himself, speaking to Luca with absolute confidence. If your obedience to the Empire was true loyalty, you would have tried to kill me. He walked forward calmly, not forgetting to offer a piece of advice before he left. Don't push yourself too hard, Luca. Luca grit his teeth, muttering a single word. Idiot. A bit of worry and fear crept into Luca's heart, watching Lei's display. You're going to die like this. During Training Mission 53, on a recon mission in the uninhabited neutral zone, the sunset painted the sky and landscape red. Lei's mechanical hand touched a stone monument, his excitement impossible to hide. This is a mystical relic. Small, intermittent electrical currents appeared, making him even more joyful. There's an energy reaction. Though this place was millions of years old, Lei's pale blue eyes shone with a brilliant, unconcealable light. He glanced toward Luca and the others, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Isn't this incredible? Luca, civilizations existed that explored planets long before humanity was even around. He stared at Lei's complete loss of composure, thinking to himself, I drew a line, and he just crossed it without hesitation. Finally, he had to step in and stop Lei. Don't be careless, Lei. This recon mission is part of our training. If we encounter another force after leaving here, we will have to fight a battle. But Lei paid no mind to the consequences, carelessly rubbing his cheek on the monument. Even if we can't win, the guard forces will definitely come help us. Luca bit his lower lip, too frustrated to even get angry at this point. About that, suddenly, another voice from the team spoke up. The present can only exist because of the past, and those traces allow us to predict the future. The silver-haired teen speaking was a Royal Guard rookie, Lao Dian. If you think about it that way, it's perfectly reasonable for people to be interested in history. Luca glanced over at him, silently sizing him up. Lao Dian's clan wasn't as big as the Cathis, but he was still from a respected family. Lao Dian smiled and spoke up. Can I ask you something? Luca. He paused for a moment before dropping a bombshell. I think I like you. Are you seeing anyone? Goosebumps crawled up his skin as Luca instantly snapped into a combat stance. If you come any closer, I'll consider you a threat. Lao Dian just laughed it off, his tone reassuring. There's no need to be so scared. He stood up straight and scratched his head, laughing at Luca's defensive posture. If you're single, I was planning to introduce you to my sister. He immediately brought up his own background, telling the guy he's an orphan, but that didn't seem to faze the other man at all. Orphan or noble, he said. You could still end up as my superior. Seeing his words had no effect, Luca tried to push his point even harder. Just think about it, my sister's pretty cute. But then Ye suddenly pops up beside Luca, looking intrigued. You're pretty popular, huh, Luca? Luca's face darkened as he hissed. Shut up. Suddenly, his electronic eye flared to life, and not just his Ye's did the exact same thing. In an instant, their helmets materialized. Luca calmly began issuing orders to the team. We've got a biosignature. Y group, find cover and provide support. Laude and I will take the front. A soft blue light glowed from a spot not far away, reflecting off his jet-black mechanical mask. The bizarre scene, complete with a mysterious figure, piqued his curiosity. There's something up ahead. A cube floating in midair suddenly lit up with a blinding flash. The figure, clad in black armor, looked up at it, deep in thought. Luca's pupils instantly turned blood red. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! The light glinted off the stranger's brilliant white armor, and Luca knew immediately who he was dealing with. A Kodite knight. The knight suddenly turned his head, and a flash of light reflected off his visor. This move startled both Luca and Laude, who were hiding in the shadows. This knight raised his arm, revealing a sharp, pointed sickle attached to it. Luca reacted instantly, pure panic in his voice as he screamed, "Run!" He was trying desperately to protect his teammate, Laude, but in that exact moment, a brilliant beam of light flashed. In a split second, the sickle left the knight's hand and flew straight toward Laude, ending his life. Fresh blood sprayed from the wound, a scene playing out in slow motion before Luca's eyes. A single, heavy heartbeat thudded in his chest. His face went completely pale. The knight just stood there, unmoving, radiating an aura of terrifying power. A shining spear suddenly appeared, embedding itself in the stone tablet behind them. A pure, powerful blue light emanated from its shaft. A faint trail of light from the spear's path slowly dissipated in the air, right in front of Luca. The Kodite knight's hand still seemed to crackle with the remnants of that holy power. Suddenly, the spear flew back into his hand. Luca glanced down at Lauday's trembling body, remembering just moments ago. He was still cheerfully talking to him. I was even going to introduce you to my sister if you didn't have anyone. Behind his helmet, Luca's face was now slick with cold sweat. He couldn't process it. One moment there's a flash, and the next, Lauday's entire upper body is just gone. Cold, robotic error messages blared non-stop, making, "Damn it, work! Come on, mechanical eye, just work!" Despite the cascade of system error notifications, he refused to give up, trying to calculate the trajectory of the knight's attack at any cost. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the forest. The knight swiftly raised a shield, blocking the incoming bullets. Ye and two others ran in from behind, calling out a reminder as they provided support. "Luca, focus." Ye's voice cut through his panic. "Don't just stand there, buy us some time." A single bead of sweat rolled down Luca's cheek. He took a deep breath, telling himself, "No, that's right, running is pointless. There's only one way out of this." Finally, Luca drew the sword from his hip. He decided to fight, to hold this position until the royal guard arrived. He remembered the people who had been watching his squad before they left. "Just have to hold on a little longer. I'm sure the royal forces who were tailing us will show up." A countdown timer started, and the tension in the forest ratcheted up. As time ticked by, the spear in the knight's hand began to hum with power once again. As the spear hurtled toward Luca, a jolt of fear shot through his heart. But no, the spear just powerfully grazed past his helmet, past his sword's path. He tried to block it? Completely useless. He barely managed to dodge a fatal blow. The spear shattered half his mask before tearing through his hair and cheek, drawing blood. As the timer climbed, the tension doubled. The knight's hand lit up once more. The spear suddenly changed direction, looping back to attack Luca from behind. By the time he realized what was happening, the spear tip was already at his neck. The brilliant light of the spear was the only thing reflected in his eyes. His thoughts dissolved into chaos. Am I going to die? There's no way he could survive a fight with this monster, not for a few seconds. Luca's mind flashed back, remembering the warnings Hemelius had given him. "Rookie, you look like a pig that just realized it's standing in front of the slaughterhouse." His eyes were bloodshot, his tone severe as he drilled the lesson in. "Turn your back on the enemy, and you get a bullet in the head. If the enemy swings his sword, you swing yours. The royal guard has no place for the weak." But right now, Luca gritted his teeth, determined to survive this hell. He pivoted on his feet in an instant, his thoughts racing faster than light itself just before he made his move. This time, he didn't hesitate for a second, raising his sword with every ounce of strength he had left. At last, Luca managed to completely deflect the spear, rocketing toward him. He knew he had to attack first. The spearhead shuddered violently, its power shattering. As the timer hit 4 minutes, a massive explosion sent him reeling in shock. For a moment, Luca's spear just spun wildly through the air, completely out of his control. It finally slammed into the ground after 5 minutes and 30 seconds had passed. His cloak was shredded. His helmet was gone. Staring down at his unnaturally bent fingers, Luca realized his hand was broken, but he'd managed to block the attack. He clenched his jaw, eyes locked on the enemy, bracing for the next assault. The knight gripped his own sword, preparing to strike. In a flash, the sword was drawn, and 1,000 identical slashes exploded from the sheath all at once. Luca barely managed to dodge the fatal attack, but his teammates behind him weren't nearly as fortunate. The 2 men who followed him were cut down mercilessly by the storm of blades. Even Luca lost an arm, unable to evade the attack completely. Pure, unfiltered panic flashed in his eyes. Luca was stunned. The knight had completely ignored him. Then, the knight shot forward like a blur, closing the distance to finish him off. A cold sweat drenched his body. He couldn't hide the absolute terror rising within him. Then, something inside him snapped. His eyes blazed red as he ground his teeth together. Luca summoned his last reserves of energy, activating the launchers in his boots to meet the knight head-on. A brief silence fell over the vast forest. A mysterious figure shifted, the soft sound of a boot against grass. And then the energy in the leg launchers finished charging, erupting and blasting the figure forward at blinding speed. The armor's energy boosters roared at full power, sending his cape whipping wildly in the wind. This person rocketed through the forest, purpose unknown. The figure tracking Luca's team shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. He kept going until he finally saw a flicker of light at the end of his path. He pushed himself even faster, the energy boosters flaring brighter as he weaved between the massive tree trunks. Upon seeing Luca and the knight CJT about to clash, the observer didn't say a word, he just launched himself directly at them. And not a moment too soon. Both combatants were about to unleash their final, deadly attacks. The observer's huge mechanical hand suddenly clamped down on the knight's head. Luca froze, watching in utter disbelief. Like a living missile, the observer held tight to the knight's skull, refusing to let go. He slammed the knight's face into the ground with a sickening crunch, then ignited his boosters and launched himself forward again. The knight's face was dragged through the dirt, carving a long trench. The observer then pulled a gun from within his armor. Just as the observer was about to fire, the knight grabbed for his own sword, attempting a counterattack. Without missing a beat, the observer slapped the sword away, grabbed the knight's neck, and aimed him toward a nearby stone slab. The observer unleashed his power, his eyes glowing with an intense, menacing red light. With a deafening boom and a brilliant flash, he threw the knight, smashing him directly into the stone monument. From his spot, Luca could only stare into the forest in complete and utter silence, gasping for breath. Thick dust and smoke rolled through the trees like a dense fog. Then, a dark silhouette with piercing red eyes emerged. The observer stepped forward slowly, his presence radiating pure authority. The evening sun glinted off his jet-black helmet. Luca finally let out a ragged, echoing shout of pure relief. He was saved. A light wind blew past, rustling the observer's brilliant red cape. The knight, CJT, slowly used his sword to push himself up. The observer calmly turned his head, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Visible cracks now spiderwebbed across the knight's helmet. The only sound was the fierce wind blowing between the two warriors. Leaning heavily on his sword for support, the knight struggled back to his feet. In sharp contrast, the observer stood perfectly straight, powerful and undaunted. He reached behind his back, slowly drawing another weapon. A massive shield materialized on the observer's arm, followed by a deadly-looking black axe. Luca watched them from a distance, trying to steady his frantic breathing as he watched the tense standoff unfold. A royal guard armed with imperial weapons versus a holy knight of Sit, a being who possessed incredible power. Finally, the knight raises his sword to strike. They both charge with terrifying speed as a red light flashes within the supervisor's eyes. A blinding light and a piercing sound erupt from the impact, making Luca wonder which one of them is truly stronger. Shards of armor shatter from the sheer force of their blows. In their eyes, only their opponent exists. Suddenly, an overwhelming force slams down, crushing the knight. But he wasn't the only one. The supervisor felt the same immense pressure, and just like that, they both vanish, leaving nothing but a faint breeze behind. Only for a moment. Seconds later, the two figures reappear, sparks from their relentless battle flying in every direction. They clash without pause, their fight taking them from the ground straight into the sky. A massive pillar of light explodes in the forest, followed by a series of earth-shattering booms. The supervisor and the knight battle their way out from the trees, ending up right where they started. He swings his axe, sending a fresh shower of sparks erupting from the knight's blade. Luca can only watch, gritting his teeth. They were moving so fast his eyes couldn't even track their weapons. This was the true power of a royal guard. Seeing the knight block the supervisor's attack, Luca prays the royal guard has to win this. Abruptly, the axe head launches from its handle, propelled by a jet of pure energy, and then it detonates. The explosion staggers the knight, and in that opening, the supervisor once again has him by the head. The powerful mechanical grip shoves him backward, leaving the knight no time to react. In a split second, a nuclear power source engages, massively increasing the crushing force on his helmet. Terrifying heat radiates outward, thick with raw killing intent. The supervisor's eyes glow red as the sunset glints off his black armor. His hand squeezes just a little tighter, and a faint crack echoes from the knight's neck. But then a twitch. The knight's finger moves. Behind Luca, the spear embedded in the ground begins to glow. He turns in absolute horror as fear grips his heart. In that exact moment, a chilling thought hit Luca. The royal guard had no idea of the spear's true speed and power. He'd never be able to react in time. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, if the royal guard dies, I'm dead too. He slams his foot down, determined to do something, anything. The spear begins to hum, vibrating as tiny particles of light dance around its frame. In less than a blink, it shoots from the ground. The spear moved like a bolt of lightning as Luca desperately swung his leg to kick it away. Even as his mechanical leg is torn apart by the impact, he prayed for a miracle. Please. His eyes lock onto the supervisor, silently begging for the spear to go off course. The supervisor finally sees the glowing spearhead just inches away, but a hand suddenly shoots out, stopping it cold. It's the knight. Even while being crushed, he holds the weapon in a death grip. The light from the spear grows blindingly brilliant. The supervisor funnels all his power into his arm, then swings his free fist with everything he has. The knight takes the blow head on, collapsing directly to the ground. A shockwave and a deafening boom rock the entire forest, throwing Luca to the ground as debris rains down around him. Gasping for air, he could only wonder what the outcome of his desperate intervention would be. What happened? Who won? He tries to open his eyes, but a deep exhaustion crashes over him, forcing them shut. If that knight survived, he was finished. Through the thick dust, slow, deliberate footsteps drew closer. His mind kept racing long after the footsteps stopped. Please, please, please. A calm, almost gentle voice cut through the silence. Well done, rookie, the supervisor said, his tone surprisingly caring. I defeated the knight thanks to you. Is your stomach injured? Without opening his eyes, Luca just sighed. I got hurt dodging his slash. The mechanical hand slowly reaches out toward him with care. I will assist you back to the base. Suddenly, Luca's eyes fly open, cold sweat dripping down the young man's face. The supervisor's silhouette reminded Luca of something he knew about this particular combat suit. The full-body mechanical armor Legion, a gift from the Empire to the Royal Guard, created by removing all frail body parts not essential for battle. It was an artifact that transformed a man into the ultimate weapon. Its magnificent form was now reflected in his eyes. Every rookie dreams of joining the Legion. It's the ultimate proof of becoming a true Royal Guard. But that beautiful sight in the sunset would have been perfect if the armor still had its head. After a long moment, he finally stammered out a few shaky words. You're alive, but you don't have a brain? His question hangs in the air, met with absolute deafening silence. Machine or human? The question came haltingly from the surveillance unit, or rather, the talking machine. My brain! The man panicked, reaching for his neck only to find nothing. His head was gone. A horrifying, pained scream ripped through the air before he finally collapsed, his arms falling limp. Amid the rustling leaves, Luca's frustrated voice cut through. Damn it. His eyes were locked on the machine, panic creeping onto his face. Have I been fighting all this time just to become a monster like this? Through the thick black armor, a chilling sensation he hadn't felt in ages slowly seeped into his mind. So cold, his body couldn't stop trembling. Even if he made it back, could he truly live? He gave himself a few final seconds of silence. This was it, the last thing he would ever see. But then, a pair of mechanical legs appeared before him, followed by a relieved voice. Luca, you're still alive. His own voice came out, drenched in exhaustion. Yay, you survived. Ye offered a weak smile, clutching his wounded arm. Not in the best shape, he admitted, but still. He paused, glancing over at the dead knight's body before asking, what about the others? Besides us, everyone's dead, Luca answered calmly. Ye finally sat beside him, sighing deeply. How bad are your injuries? I'll be dead soon, he replied honestly. Then, a question that felt completely out of place escaped his lips. Ye, what are you going to do now? Every word from Luca seemed to push Ye deeper into thought. Look, the life you've always dreamed of is right in front of you. Ye asked, a little surprised by Luca's question. Isn't it with Miss Jit and Bel Lotto? Luca stated it plainly. Yeah, what you want isn't in the Empire. Despite the pain worsening, he pushed himself to speak. I'm fine. If you want to go, then go. Every word was genuine, coming from a place of truly wanting his friend to find happiness. Reinforcements will be here soon. Once we meet them, we have to go back. Go. Ye. But Ye just sat there, silent and motionless. Finally, he slowly pushed himself up from the ground. Luca watched him, his own body about to succumb to unconsciousness. Seeing Ye's figure fade into the sunset, a quiet joy filled his heart. He came from a rich, famous family, and he had the skills to back it up. The people of the Empire would have been jealous of him. The memory of them sitting together, watching the night sky, made his heart ache. I could never understand you, Ye. Luca had turned to look at him then, really studying his friend. But your eyes. They sparkled like they held 1,000 stars. When you talked about your dream, that was when you shined the brightest. As his final thoughts faded, Luca slipped into a deep coma. So I hope you get to live the way you want. From the bottom of my heart. Suddenly, a familiar feeling, a small cloth pressed against his cheek. Luca struggled to open his eyes. Ye was right there beside him again. What are you doing, you idiot? He managed a grin, his tone laced with their old teasing banter. Seeing you like this, I was worried you were actually going to die. Ye's face was filled with relief, while Luca just sighed. There's no way I could live without guilt if I just watched you die here. Ye's clear voice mingled with the sound of the approaching reinforcement aircraft. What is it, you fool? Under the bright, sterile lights of a room, a hand slowly opened a book titled Spaceship Infiltration. Luca, now fitted with new mechanical limbs, stared intently at the book. a storm of thoughts and worries brewing inside him. Suddenly, Ye appeared behind him with a cheerful tone. Checking out the new parts? He pointed to a model in the book, explaining enthusiastically. I'd recommend the F-24 JUS model. It has a high adaptation rate, so you'll be back on the battlefield soon. Quality is way better than your old gear. Luca set the book aside, glancing at his friend with a slight complaint. Ye, don't just pop out of nowhere. Ye just scratched his head and grinned. Did I startle you? The two of them sat on a bench, waiting for their turn. After returning to the Empire and finishing treatment, he'd been summoned for questioning by multiple departments. The memory of the 4 who died during the recon mission weighed heavily on him. They wanted to investigate the slaughter of 3 rookies and a royal guard. The encounter with the Space Knight. Luca was quiet for a long moment, curious about his current situation. I thought so at first, but I was actually called for a different reason. Suddenly, Ye spoke up, breaking the silence. Oh right, did you hear? They found a relic in the area we were just in. He paused, then continued. Now there's a huge argument over who gets ownership of it. The thought of that mysterious cube made him break out in a cold sweat. I knew it. That floating cube was the cause of all this. He glanced over at Ye and asked quietly, so which side is collecting the item? He cut straight to the point, mentioning a specialized recovery team being formed for this exact purpose. He paused, his voice dropping lower. If the Holy Alliance refused to hand over the artifacts, war was almost certain. These heavy thoughts began to overwhelm his young, developing mind. If the Empire decided to attack Sit, Bato stood to gain everything just by watching from the sidelines. He bowed his head, slowly explaining that the recent small-scale battles were just a way to minimize casualties. But Luca couldn't care less about any of that. Politics wasn't his game, he was a soldier who followed orders and fought. A cold thought crossed his mind, this was just the reality of being a part of the royal forces. His mind flashed back to that headless, jet-black suit of armor. The royal forces. He vividly recalled Himiliat's icy gaze, feeling as if it had happened only yesterday. After one member was executed, the commander's official report chalked it up to an illusion caused by the remnant signal. But Luca had his doubts. Was it really just the remnant signal? No, that man had reacted to his words even after death. That was no illusion. He looked up, feeling strangely relieved, yet so many questions still remained unanswered. His gaze fell upon a book sitting on a chair, and he was lost in thought for a moment. Still, he wasn't stupid enough to go digging for information that headquarters obviously wanted to keep buried. The scene shifts to a lush green lawn bathed in sunlight, a lavish location that felt completely out of place at a rookie training facility. In the visitation room, where rookies met their families, Luca sat across from a young woman, observing her in complete silence. Having grown up in an orphanage, he never imagined anyone would ever come to see him here. His eyes focused on Lianamon, Lao's younger sister. He'd never expected a visitor, and curiosity about her appearance began to stir within him. Lianamon? Why would Lao's sister want to see him? A cold sweat broke out on Luca's forehead as he considered the reason for her visit. He panicked. Was she here to ask about Lao's death, since he was the team leader at the time? Suddenly, her soft voice cut through the tense silence. If you think I'm here with ill will, you don't have to worry. The moment my brother joined the royal forces, our family knew this day might come. She gently lifted a warm cup of coffee, her tone measured. I came here today to see you. Lianamon paused, her composure unshakable. My brother spoke of you often. He said you were a remarkably talented friend. He even asked if I'd be interested in meeting you. She lowered her head, letting the steam from the cup obscure her expression. So, you probably understand, she continued. I don't want to be overly formal about what happened. Luca stared at her, confusion clouding his eyes. You really wanted to meet me, didn't you? Lianamon's hands gently clasped together. Don't you want to? His reply was instant and sharp. I don't know anything about you, but Lianamon didn't seem fazed. Then why don't we start getting to know each other now? He had to ask, why me? Lianamon's reply was calm and direct. Isn't my late brother's wish reason enough? What she said next held a weight that seemed far too great for her small frame. I believe you'll gain so much from this. Others will be envious. Her words definitely caught Luca's full attention. It was an offer that was hard to refuse. For someone like him, marrying a woman from a powerful family was like striking gold. He found himself hesitating, carefully weighing his next move. He'd fought for everything he had. Marrying into nobility would be a massive leap forward. It was a perfect opportunity. His brow furrowed with unease. Nothing in this life was ever this easy. There had to be a catch. To Luca, the temptation behind her offer felt like demonic hands trying to pull him into an abyss, and he was wary. And so, he slowly gave his answer. I must refuse. Her eyes widened in genuine surprise. What? But before she could react, Luca was already on his feet. Goodbye. His mind filled with a strange sadness. He used to think Wile was a fool for abandoning a powerful family to escape the Empire, yet he never thought he'd be the one making a choice based on pure emotion. Still, he walked away without looking back. A noble like Lianamon would surely see this as a deep insult. He could only hope this wouldn't cause more trouble. Suddenly, Lianamon's small hand shot out. To Luca's complete surprise, she grabbed his arm with a firm grip. Her voice was soft and hesitant. I was too hasty. A blush colored her cheeks, but her tone was filled with determination. So, let's start by being friends. Model. He frowned slightly, glancing over at Lian Gaiman, clearly confused about matters of the heart. That wasn't what he meant at all. Suddenly, she spun around and ran, leaving Luca with a completely bewildered look. Wait, hold on a sec. I'll be right back. He looked down at the hand she had just held, lost in thought. Watching Lian Gaiman's small figure run off, he let out a sigh. This was going to be tough. At Aceratan, the training room was deserted, save for two lone figures. Luca and Kinnan stood facing each other on a small platform in total silence. Kinnan was part of the Royal Guard, and also a combat instructor. The older man let out a soft chuckle. I didn't expect you to actually come see me. Luca warmed up his arms and legs, replying in a serious tone. Yes, sir. I want to learn from you. Kinnan calmly spoke, giving his students some advice. When it comes to fighting, I have nothing left to teach you. Among all the rookies I've trained, almost none of them can surpass you. Hearing those words, Luca's mind immediately latched onto the core issue. That meant there were still people out there stronger than him. He frowned, not backing down from his goal. I'm still not satisfied with my current abilities. Kinnan scratched his neck and let out a laugh. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Luca studied him, trying to get a feel for his teacher, the rookie combat instructor, Kinnan. He was strong, but he wasn't overwhelming like the other instructors here. He looked down at his own cybernetic arm, a thought crossing his mind. Unlike the other instructors and guards, his teacher used low-power civilian parts. His own new equipment was probably way stronger than anything he was using. However, his one critical weakness was that his body wasn't fully equipped yet, which made him much weaker overall. At that thought, Luca's determination hardened. If he couldn't even handle his instructor, he stood zero chance against a powerful opponent like a space knight. He clenched his fist and spoke calmly. Thank you for giving me this chance. The instructor closed his eyes and heaved a heavy sigh. It's not like you gave me any other choice. The second Kinnan finished his sentence, Luca shot forward like a machine fresh out of maintenance. Here I come. The instructor gracefully dodged and blocked his attack with ease. Are you trying out your new parts? Luca didn't answer, just kept up the relentless assault. Even for a retired royal guard, he knew these attacks were nothing his teacher would even blink at. Luca unleashed a non-stop flurry of punches at Kinnan, moving at a blistering, insane speed. His feet shifted slightly as he carefully calculated his next move. He would leap forward to close the distance. He gritted his teeth, pure determination filling his eyes, and quickly unleashed his finishing blow. Luca's hand shot towards his instructor's arm. In a flash, his fingers slipped inside the cuff of Kinnan's sleeve. Then he suddenly gripped it, twisting and pulling to lock his opponent's arm. Before he could react, Luca threw his next decisive punch. Even with a fist rocketing toward him, Kinnan just watched calmly, not moving an inch. I've won. The instructor's gaze was calm, showing absolutely no intention of dodging the attack. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in his gentle, reddish-brown eyes. And just like that, Luca was ripped from the floor and hurled into the air. His eyes flew open, completely unable to understand the situation. Even while airborne, he stared intently at his teacher. How am I flying through the air? Luca reacted instantly to the sudden turn of events, planting a hand on the ground to regain his balance. And once again, he charged Kinnan at a terrifying speed. Don't think that's enough to stop my attack. He raised his leg, aiming a kick straight for Kinnan's face. But the instructor was one step ahead, completely catching Luca's ankle. And just like that, Kinnan threw him across the room once again. His back slammed against the ground several times as he was tossed almost to the edge of the platform. A look of pure, lingering shock was painted on Luca's young face. What the hell was that? Kinnan slowly walked closer, his voice soft. Not only did you misjudge your opponent's strength, but you dared to lose focus in the middle of a fight? The instructor's stern figure was reflected in his vision, his words a sharp reprimand. What's the rush, Luca? He didn't even notice the question, still trying to process the fall. What just happened? Luca replayed the moment right before he threw the punch. From his angle, the first attack should have landed squarely on Kinnan's chin. Luca remembered the feeling as his fist was about to connect. However, the instant Kinan touched his arm, the very moment his hand made contact, his entire body just stopped cold. What followed was an illogical collapse, his body thrown completely out of his control. Luca wondered if the kinetic energy he'd aimed at Kinan had somehow been reflected back into his own body. Unable to find any logical reason, Luca asked him directly, "What was that just now?" Kinan simply nodded. "It's a self-defense technique." He suddenly shot up, his eyes filled with determination as he told the old man he could probably learn it, but he trailed off, seeing something that made him freeze. It turned out that after blocking that attack, Kim An's hand was swollen and trembling uncontrollably. He held up his hands, taunting him. "Even after seeing me like this?" Immediately, drops of blood began to splatter on the floor. Kim An's philosophy was clear: every path demands a price. Only 2 people remained in the training room now, Luca and Kim, and sat facing each other on the mat. Out of nowhere, the master asked, "Luca, what did you learn from that fight?" He answered honestly, "It felt like I got swept up in it. My body just moved on its own." Realizing the kid's instincts were correct, Kim An finally began to explain the technique. It's called Aki Victima, often referred to as the Aki combat method. Hearing this name, Luca couldn't hide his surprise. He asked curiously, "Isn't that a name street thugs use? What you showed me was impressive, almost military grade." Kim An continued his lecture, explaining they had considered it. "But Aki Victima has 3 major problems." Luca guessed. "Is it because it's hard to learn?" Hearing that answer, the old man offered some praise. "You're as smart as people say," he remarked, still wanting to push Luca's reasoning skills. Kim An probed him further. "Then what about the other 2 problems?" Luca thought for a moment before answering, "What my brain just went through, that has to be a side effect." Kim An was thoroughly pleased with his deduction. "Exactly," he confirmed, then added with certainty, "But the final reason is something you could never figure out." Unwilling to give up, Luca tried to persuade him. "If it can make me stronger, then I'm more than willing to accept those risks." Kim An didn't stay seated. He pushed himself up, rejecting the offer as he rose. "That's not a decision you're allowed to make. You are an asset of the Empire. Do you have any idea how much they've invested in you?" But Luca wasn't satisfied with that, scrambling to his feet to follow Kim An. He tried to speak urgently, but Kim An didn't want to hear it, turning away and cutting him off with a cold tone. He laid down a challenge. "Training the Aki combat method will absolutely cause problems with your brain. Do you dare swear that you'll stop if that happens?" Hearing those words, Luca froze, his mind racing in confusion. Looking at Kim An's retreating back, he knew that if he lied, the master would see right through him. Desperate to learn this secret art, he made his case. "I can't guarantee it, but I'll do my absolute best to avoid using it." When Kim An heard this, he stopped walking. A moment later, he turned back, clapped Luca on the shoulder, and said cheerfully, "I like your honesty." Luca was stunned by the sudden change in his demeanor. But then, Kim An suddenly drove a kick straight into his leg. He was so shocked by the move that he had no time to defend himself, watching in stunned disbelief. Before he could even process it, Kim An threw him toward the corner of the arena. He smirked. "From now on, you will predict every single one of my attacks." By doing that, he would always be in a state of readiness for any situation. Luca understood the message in his words, awkwardly rubbing his head and stammering. Seeing his dazed look, the old master turned back. He said, "Get up. I'm fond of fast learners." The scene changes. Wai suddenly finds him, asking with curiosity, "Luca, aren't you sleeping?" It turned out the Luca before him had dark circles under his eyes and was completely drenched in sweat. He didn't want too many people to know about his training and tried to hide it. "I've just been a little busy." Luca thought to himself, "I've been sparring with Kim An every day for a month now." He remembered the warning from his master. "If you can't learn from observation, then no matter what I say, you still won't understand." Luca got lost in his thoughts, realizing his master hadn't taught him a single specific technique. Kim An wanted him to observe and learn entirely on his own. Recalling the exhausting sessions, Luca couldn't help but marvel. The Aki combat method is so different from everything I've learned. Most other methods focus on learning one specific skill until it's been completely mastered. The Aki combat method, however, seeks to maximize the potential of skills one already has. After those training sessions, Luca reached a conclusion: it was a truly superior form of martial art. It was a mental discipline using any weapon available to create the most effective fighting style in just seconds. Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to ask Wai Lei a question. "Wai Lei, how did your mission go?" The boy whined that it was boring, just eliminating a defective Ano. He continued to complain as they walked. "All the recent missions I've gotten have been like jobs for kids." Luca then asked Wai Lei a curious question. JT must be being extra careful because of the last incident. So is that why the commander isn't here? At the mention of this, Y seemed a bit hesitant. That's not it, he finally admitted. I've heard a few things through my family. Luca immediately sensed this wasn't simple. If the commander gets involved, wouldn't that be a rebellion? Y confirmed his suspicion. That's right. Luca was shocked, his eyes wide with alarm. Y nervously brought up the topic. I don't know the details, but a group has been plotting a rebellion, he explained. As Luca listened intently, Luca was furious, hissing with resentment. But we're currently at war with the Co-Alliance. More idiots trying to start a civil war? So foolish. But then Ye drops a bombshell, saying if he only sees the problem as stupidity, then Luca's the one who's rotten inside. Luca is completely blindsided by the accusation. Unable to stomach the insult, he violently shoves Ye against the wall, ready to deliver a blow that would leave him speechless with pain. He grabs Ye by the collar, eyes blazing with fury, and growls out a final warning. I'm warning you, Ye. I can overlook you wanting to leave the Empire, but if you make yourself my enemy, I will not let you go. Faced with Luca's pure rage, Ye goes pale and stammers out an explanation. I passed the aptitude test to become a royal guard too. I just think this idea could be important for the Empire, he says, looking him dead in the eye with a defiant tone. Calm down, Luca. He lets Ye go, turning his back sharply with a cold warning. Don't say things that could raise suspicion. I don't want to see your name on a list of rebels. As soon as he's released, Ye collapses in pain, rushing to placate Luca. I know. I'd only ever say this to you. Luca's cold silence is his only reply. Flustered, Ye tries to change the subject. Come on, cheer up, Luca. I'll get you some good food this weekend. How about it? Not wanting to deal with Ye anymore, he makes an excuse to leave. I've got something to do, so just drop it. You're so annoying. Seeing him walk away, Ye scrambles to follow. Is your something a girl? Luca asks, disgusted. Aren't you leaving? The scene shifts outside to Astana, the lower district. Kim An is strolling with Luca when he suddenly speaks up. It's been a while, hasn't it? This place is familiar to the both of us, two guys who crawled out of the slums. Luca stares straight ahead, admitting to Kim An. The day I became a rookie, I thought I'd never have to set foot in the lower district again. I didn't want to breathe the same air as these idiots. Kim An teases him with a smile. Well, you're the type who always wants to climb higher, aren't you? On the sidewalk, two thugs are starting to cause trouble with each other. The blonde one starts screaming, "Hey, get out of the way!" The other one, not backing down, yells back, "You're the one in the way, you blockhead." As Luca walks past, he thinks to himself, I can't believe he brought me here. He scans the area, unable to hide his disdain. The air of the lower district, it's absolutely foul. The city above is powered by mana from beneath. All the unfiltered waste and gas gets pumped straight down into the lower levels. As a kid, this is the air he had to breathe, every single day. Luca remembers his one and only goal back then. I have to get out of here, or I'll die a failure for the rest of my life. But suddenly, his eyes land on something, and his face darkens as he curses. Damn it, Kim An leads the way into a narrow alley, telling him, "This way, Luca." He's surprised to see him enter. Passing through it, they step into another, hidden world. Luca looks around, asking, "Is this the black market?" Kim An is surprised he knows, but Luca tells him about the rumors he'd heard. Some kids got curious and came to this place. They never came back. Seeing how confidently Kim An moves, Luca realizes something. Teacher Kim An really knows the layout of the lower district inside and out. A man who's been on the Royal Guard for decades knows this place better than he does. He recalls Kim An's instructions. He told me to use low-energy prosthetic limbs here. He instinctively raises a hand to look at it, wondering, what is he planning? Suddenly, Kim An signals from ahead for them to move, catching Luca by surprise. In front of them is a brightly lit door, with two guards posted outside. As they approach, one of the guards steps in their way. Halt. The audience entrance is that way. Kim An just smiles and says, I need to speak with the manager of this facility. The guard is suspicious. You know our boss, Ale? Kim An stays perfectly calm. Not exactly. I just want a meeting. What the hell? Are you crazy? But Kim An just stares back, his eyes deep and a cunning smile on his face. In a flash, Luca rushes forward and attacks the guard. The man grits his teeth in anger, but he's completely powerless to stop him. The second guard tries to make a move, but he's already too late. A flash of light makes him clench his jaw in fear. The first guard, taken down by Luca in an instant, is now groaning on the ground. Luca has him in an arm lock while pointing a gun at the second guard, his face cold as he gives the order. Don't move. The standing guard, though furious, has no choice but to surrender to the gun. Seeing this, Kim-an just laughs from the side. You get the picture now, don't you? So, can you bring Ale to see us? Two guns are thrown to the ground with a clatter as the guards are forced to surrender. The guards help each other into the staff room. Luca turns to Kim-an and asks, "What would you have done if I wasn't fast enough?" Kim-an gives a vague reply. "Well, I would have found another way." Luca looks around curiously. "So what is this place?" "It's the hottest place in the entire empire," Kim-an says mysteriously. Luca's curiosity is piqued. "What?" His teacher turns back with a grin. "The Colosseum." After securing the meeting with Ale, the two of them enter a secret room, and guarding it are the same two men from before. Inside the room, Ale and Kim-an sat facing each other. Ale held himself with an arrogant air, a cigarette in hand, while his two thuggish henchmen glared at Luca and Kim-an. Shattering the heavy silence, Kim-an pointed right at Luca and made a suggestion. "Let this kid fight in the first match." He even made concessions, adding that no entry fee was needed and it didn't matter if the kid died in the process. Hearing this, it all clicked for Luca. So this was the real reason his mentor told him to wear the low-performance prosthetics. Ale took a long drag from his cigarette, then immediately flicked the still-burning butt right towards Kim-an. Neither of them were surprised by this aggressive move. Luca's hand shot out, snatching the cigarette from the air. Ale's men instantly pointed their guns as Ale sneered. "Looks like you've misunderstood something. I didn't bring you here to do as you please. You came here to fight, not to cause trouble." The words grated on Luca, who sneered inwardly. It was all just an empty bluff. If he was going to shoot, he'd have done it by now. Luca scanned the room. 3 gunmen were aimed right at them, and that wasn't all. He also remembered the 2 armed guards stationed just outside the door. He finalized his next move, running a series of rapid-fire combat simulations through his mind. He would use the power in his legs, kicking the table hard and sending it flying toward Ale's group. The move would catch them by surprise. As the henchmen went on the offensive, he'd immediately take one of them out. When the others rushed him, he would seize the advantage by taking Ale as a human shield. With Ale in a chokehold, he'd turn his gun on the others and eliminate the 2 remaining henchmen. Hearing the noise, the 2 guards from outside would then burst into the room. Luca would attack from the ceiling, finishing them off in a single strike. With that, his mental simulation was complete. Kim-an, unimpressed by Ale's cocky attitude, cut in. "Where's the previous owner?" Surprised, Ale shot back. "You know Tora?" He explained that Tora was dealt with for rigging matches. Kim-an remained calm, pressing him. "So you murdered Tora and seized this arena, is that it? This must be a very profitable operation." He continued, "Tora and I were friends, but I can't exactly blame you for what happened. After all, he did the exact same thing to get control of this place. In this part of town, that kind of hostile takeover was considered normal." Hearing this, Ale snapped, rising to his feet and pointing his gun straight at Kim-an's head. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What the hell do you know?" Kim-an simply replied, "Calm down." He looked up, his eyes completely void of fear. "If you don't want to follow in Tora's footsteps, I suggest you cooperate." Seeing Kim-an's absolute defiance, Ale gritted his teeth in fury, but sat back down, cursing. "Damn it." He then waved his hand, signaling his men to lower their weapons. Ale adjusted his glasses, his voice softening as he probed. "So if I just let the kid fight, everything will be fine?" As it turned out, Ale's glasses weren't normal. They were scanning Luca, analyzing his combat abilities. The data came back. His limbs weren't combat grade, and his body was just ordinary flesh and blood. Ale's assessment was simple. The kid would be dead within seconds of the match starting. A sly grin spread across Ale's face as he negotiated. "Fine, I can let him fight. But what do I get in return?" Of course, Kim-an was ready for this. "I know where Tora hid his assets. You know how rich he was, don't you?" That got Ale's full attention. He leaned forward, peering at Kim-an. "So what is it that you know? I get more curious about you by the second." Kim-an just smirked, saying, "I'm just a ghost from a forgotten past. Nothing worth mentioning." Ale's mood shifted entirely as he extended a warm invitation. "If you plan on watching this fight, we have a VIP section with all kinds of services." But Kim-an had no interest in such things, cutting straight to his purpose. "That's fine, just bring the drinks. As for the kid, find him your strongest opponent. Don't you dare hold back." Luca was in complete awe of his mentor's power play. He realized he would learn a lot from this upcoming fight. Kim-an's skills were on another level entirely. With nothing but mental pressure, he had completely controlled the entire situation and bent it to his will. This was a skill Luca knew he couldn't easily learn. A while later in the fighter's waiting room, an announcement came over the speaker. 2 hours until the battle begins. Prepare yourselves." Kim-an and Luca were inside the room, waiting. He had to ask what kind of treasure could the organization possibly have that would make Aleb so damn compliant. Kinan, busy researching the opponent, told him the honest truth. It's a massive fortune, enough to completely change a man's life. Luca looked at him, confused. So what's the point of you letting me join this fight? Kinan just gave him a mysterious smile. All right, just go win first and we can talk later. He then handed over a device, saying, "This is your opponent." The screen displayed GM Steel Fist. Luca took the device and started scrolling through Gaji's information. Meanwhile, Kinan stood beside him, breaking down the intel. The arena is filled with fools who modify their bodies for fame and fortune. This guy, he looks exactly like one of them. And he's pretty strong. Of course, with body modifications like that, he probably doesn't have long to live. As Luca listened, he couldn't help but be amazed by the info on the screen. Yeah, this guy's body was heavily modified. Kinan warned him. But you need to be careful. Taking a single hit from him could be the end of you. He stressed the point one more time. Remember what I told you, understand? This is the single most important principle for fighting in this arena. Luca heard this and questioned. A fighting principle? The old man raised his prosthetic hand. You have to know how to use everything you've got. Luca immediately understood what Kinan was implying. Okay, I get it. Kinan explained that if you can master what you have, you can achieve some truly unexpected results. Kinan, remembering his students' previous battles, offered some rare praise. You have a lot of potential for combat. I noticed you the moment you predicted a bullet's trajectory to block it. When you came to me for training, I was genuinely surprised. With a student like you, there's so much I can teach. Luca felt a bit awkward hearing Kinan's praise. I'm not really used to being complimented by you, sir. The old man just clapped him on the shoulder. He offered some final encouragement. Just fight well. The tough battle ahead is going to require all your focus. Luca was a mess of nerves, unable to even look his master in the eye. Suddenly, the world went black, until a single beam of light illuminated the fighting ring. The announcer's voice boomed, introducing the first fight of the day, Steel Fist Gaji versus some new rookie on the block. The crowd in the stands went absolutely wild at the announcement. To ramp up the drama, the announcer started mocking Luca. I have to wonder, can this kid even survive for 1 second? Let's just hope this rookie made the right choice. Otherwise, today is going to be the anniversary of his death. The match hadn't even started, and he was already hearing this crap. Luca's expression turned cold. This is going to be difficult. All at once, the spectators started screaming down at Luca. What's wrong with him? He wants to die instead of live? The crowd was a demonic chorus, chanting for his death. If you're looking to die, you came to the right place. This is going to be an easy one to call. I'm so excited. But Luca tuned it all out, his focus unwavering. He knew it. The lust for combat, the craving to see blood spilled, it's all just basic human instinct, isn't it? In this arena, nothing is ever certain. And that fact got Luca's blood pumping, eager to put on a show. Everyone here probably wants to see my limbs get torn to shreds. Fine by me. I'll show every last one of you what a real fight looks like. He shrugged off his coat, thinking, it's been a while since I felt this rush. Luca glared up at the stands with pure contempt. How could I possibly lose to this pathetic scum? The scene shifts to a young boy, holding a food tray and looking completely neglected. A voice echoes. From a young age, I never once knew what it felt like to have a full stomach. It was the voice of a young Luca. His face was vacant, his eyes hollow and filled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Luca's narration explains that officials brought supplies to the orphanage twice a month, but the corrupt staff sold half of it for their own profit. And so, hunger was their constant companion. He was just another one of those unlucky children, forced to accept his miserable fate. Old books and tools are scattered across the floor as his voiceover continues. Even on an empty stomach, we were forced to do hard labor. Still, we devoured every book we could get our hands on at that orphanage. Despite how tough things were, training to get stronger was the one thing I always aimed for. As he was lost in thought, a rock suddenly hit him in the head. He turned to see a group of other kids. They taunted him. What's wrong with you? Why are you wasting your time on useless things like that? Luca just answered calmly, this place is just a miniature version of society. If you're hungry, you can steal to eat. Hearing that, the kids clutched their bags tightly. In a flash, he had already taken down the entire group. It was simple, he thought. The big fish eats the small fish. I've always understood the rules of this world. The strong get to eat, and the weak get crushed. The kids just broke down and cried. Model, he sneered that Luca was just another weakling from a second-rate orphanage, that if he were stronger, he'd be in a first-class facility. The kid then shouted that Luca was just a commoner and shouldn't act so tough before running off. Luca simply shot them a glare before turning back to his work, chewing on a piece of rock-hard bread. He never let the words of failures get to him. The scene shifts, showing him in a sharp, dignified uniform. At just 12 years old, he had already passed the difficult examination to become a reserve candidate for the Guard. By the time he was 15, he was an official academy trainee. Luca then asked the kids, "Still don't get it?" He told them if they didn't fight for it, they would never escape this prison. Hearing that, the kids stared back in absolute awe. He continued, telling them to watch his actions and work hard if they truly wanted to change their own destinies. His sharp eyes were fixed forward, ignoring everyone else's stares. During his time as a trainee, he had buried all the painful memories of the orphanage. He had sworn to himself he would never return to that hellish place again. Now, the Luca of the past has matured, his resolve hardened. The scene changes. He stands with his hands in his pockets, facing his next opponent. Gaji approaches step by step, chanting his own name over and over. Gaji, Gaji, Gaji. The man flashed a contemptuous grin, his voice dripping with mockery. A little kid is my opponent? Fun. Let's see how many seconds you last. He mused that an easy win isn't fun, but hey, money is money. In stark contrast to Gaji's arrogance, Luca quietly observed, analyzing his foe. This guy looked tough, his face radiating absolute confidence. Gaji slammed his fists together, ready to attack, but Luca was still deep in his analysis. He noted that although Gaji's prosthetic limbs were from different manufacturers, they were perfectly synchronized and suited his body well. However, Luca realized the man had a critical flaw. He relied on them far too much in combat. All the extra modifications and add-ons had become a massive burden on his skeletal frame. That constant strain was causing his body to break down. His joints and bones were on the verge of total collapse. Luca deduced that if the man skipped his painkillers for even a single day, the agony would be unbearable. His body was literally about to shatter. Gaji leaned in close, his face inches from Luca's. "What are you looking at, kid? Scared to die?" But Luca remained perfectly calm. Still, a body reinforced with that much combat gear was something most fighters could only dream of having. Gaji made him an offer. If Luca agreed to surrender now, he could become the man's personal servant. Hearing that, Luca couldn't help but crack a smile. He shot back that after today, Gaji would be the one needing a caretaker, since he was about to become a cripple. The insult hit home. Gaji's pupils dilated in pure rage, his face twisting into a mask of fury. He turned his back. "All right, big talk. Let's see who's left standing." Up in the booth, the announcer had seen it all. Grabbing the mic, he declared that with the fighters on the stage, it was time to cut the chatter and get to the action. The fight would begin immediately to see if the young challenger would triumph or just become another meal for Gaji. But while the crowd roared with anticipation, Kinan watched the arena with a worried expression. The announcement echoed through the stadium. The bloody battle would begin now. The entire crowd erupted in cheers. Luca knew he had to be careful. Gaji's punches were strong enough to crush him in one hit, but his movements were slow. All he had to do was watch closely. Gaji lunged forward, swinging a powerful fist, but Luca just stood his ground, observing the attack without flinching. The man slammed his fist into the ground for leverage, but Luca managed to dodge just in time. Gaji followed up with a nearly fatal punch from his other hand, but Luca's reflexes were faster. He swung his leg up, kicking him square in the head. Despite taking a direct hit, Gaji seemed completely unfazed. He just laughed. "What's wrong? You scared yet? Was that little punch supposed to hurt me?" Luca smirked, intrigued by his opponent's reaction. Luca knew that without that super heavy armor, a kick like that would have been lethal. He immediately jumped back, creating distance. Annoyed, he scanned the small arena, realizing it limited his movement. Just then, Gaji rushed in, unleashing a furious combo. Luca gracefully evaded the onslaught, but he knew he was in trouble. Every single one of Gaji's attacks was a potential kill shot. Meanwhile, his own attacks weren't leaving a single scratch. To make matters worse, the crowd was cheering Gaji on. Seeing Luca still standing only made the audience angrier. They screamed that his running was fast but ultimately useless. "Just die already so we can see the next fight. Crush him, Gaji." The pressure was on, and sweat began to bead on Luca's forehead. He felt like he was trapped in a dead end. What exactly did his teacher want him to learn from this? He suddenly recalled Kinan's words from before. "Remember everything I told you, understand?" This was the single most important rule of arena combat. Was Luca really remembering a basic principle now? His master's words echoed in his mind, "Use what you have." He whispered it, committing the lesson to heart. Work with your own strengths to win. That meant he first had to understand his advantages, everything he could possibly rely on to achieve victory. He couldn't just sit there wishing for things he didn't possess. Something in his mind finally clicked. Luca leaped into the air, a realization dawning on him. No matter how dangerous it got, All he needed was to believe in himself. His gaze shot forward like a bullet. His teacher had taken his cybernetic limbs but had left him with his enhanced eye. The message was clear. He didn't want him winning with brute force, but by adapting on the fly to spot his opponent's weakness. Snapping back to the present, Luca stared down Gaji's incoming attack with deadly seriousness. Use what you have. Leverage everything you know is effective to seize the win. His eyes blazed with resolve, radiating a cold, killing intent. Instead of launching a counterattack, Luca focused, observing and analyzing his opponent's every move. Each of Gaji's punches landed like a cannonball, shaking the entire arena floor. Every swing was aimed to inflict the absolute maximum damage. That incredible arm length was definitely Gaji's biggest advantage. You could say his arm was basically a massive cannon, but with a trigger that was just a little bit slower to pull. On top of that, the trajectory of his arm was also surprisingly easy to predict. Suddenly, a fist shot past his face, so close it took Luca's breath away, but it missed. He could see it now, he could read his every move. Up in the stands, Kin-an was overjoyed watching his student. He couldn't help but crack a proud smile. That kid was a true genius. Kin-an recalled Luca's past trials. The boy had survived countless life-or-death battles, and he grew stronger from every single one. He connected that experience to the way Luca was now effortlessly dodging these lethal blows. Kin-an knew the greater the challenge, the more Luca's talent would shine. Just then, Gaji let out a furious roar. He poured all his strength into a new assault. The crowd went wild, screaming, "What are you doing fumbling around with a little kid? Just finish him off, Gaji." But despite their jeers, Luca continued to use his mind, analyzing everything. His focus was already at its absolute peak for this fight. He could see almost all of Gaji's attacks before they even landed. So, he wondered, could he actually apply the combat principles he'd learned to this exact situation? Luca suddenly remembered the image of his teacher, Kin-an, effortlessly throwing him to the ground during training. And just like that, it all clicked into place. He understood Gaji's movements completely. Luca easily grabbed an arm and flipped him over. The move left Gaji's jaw hanging open in pure shock. Before he could react, Luca followed up with a vicious kick straight to the face. His opponent looked horrified as Luca landed a critical blow, dislocating his jaw and sending him flying. He watched with a grin. Now this is an exciting fight. It's been a while since I felt this alive. Gaji staggered back to his feet, every nerve on edge with rage. I don't know what kind of trick you just pulled on me. He charged forward, swinging his fist. But all your little moves are useless. He aimed right for Luca as a light flashed. I told you before, you're only strong enough to scratch me. The punch left a deep cut on Luca's face, but the excitement never faded. Luca ducked low to evade the strike, causing his opponent's fist to slam right into the wall. He grabbed Gaji's chin with one hand. You really think my attacks have no effect on you? Luca lifted his leg to build momentum, saying, at first glance, maybe you're right, but I have other ways to compensate for that. As the words left his mouth, he flipped into the air, yanking his opponent's neck and spinning him around. The force left Gaji completely dazed and unsteady. The moment Luca landed, his massive opponent finally collapsed to the ground, out cold. The audience that was screaming for Gaji just moments ago was now completely silent, absolutely stunned. Luca just thought they'd all seen this as a one-sided fight. He shot them a look of pure contempt. They were all hoping for him to fail, but he would win and disappoint every last one of them. The match was over. Gaji was beaten so badly he couldn't stand up, but Luca barely looked winded. He casually put his hat back on, glancing down at the opponent, collapsed on the ground. On a real battlefield with a million variables, he never could have focused like this. Only in a controlled arena could his concentration become nearly infinite. In the stands, the audience was still in shock, their eyes following Luca's every step as he walked away. He approached a large door, and it slid open automatically before him. Luca looked inside and had to admit it. Well, I guess Kin-an really is an amazing teacher. Ahead of him, Kin-an was waiting with his arms crossed. He offered a rare smile. Well done, kid. He continued. Congratulations on passing your entry exam to this battlefield, Luca replied. Losing doesn't mean failure, sir. Suddenly, his teacher pulled out an item, holding it out to him. Take it. The item Kin-an handed him was a chip, shimmering with a blue light. Luca asked, a credit chip? Is this a reward, teacher? His master replied flatly, not a chance. Kin-an explained this was for Gaji's hospital bills, telling Luca to deliver it and show a decent amount of kindness. Confused, Luca shot back, I want to be a warrior, a soldier, not some kind of... Hearing this, the old man simply patted Luca's head. You're still so naive, especially when it comes to relationships between people, Luca. Those words made the young man's eyes widen in absolute surprise. With a serious gaze, Kinan advised him, "The kindness I'm talking about isn't about doing good deeds. It's an investment. Slowly build up relationships, and one day you'll need them. Today, I'm just collecting my investment in him." He then turned to leave, but not without one final reminder. Don't forget that creating a favorable environment for yourself is also the mark of a great soldier. Luca watched his teachers retreating back, deep in thought. He had completely misunderstood Kinan. He thought Kinan recognized his talent and was teaching him out of sympathy for their similar backgrounds. But that was clearly a huge mistake. One day, Kinan would definitely come to collect on whatever he had just invested in him. And for some reason, Luca knew he wouldn't be able to refuse his teacher's request. Even as his figure grew distant, a sharp aura lingered in the air. The scene changes to a doctor examining vertebrae on a screen. On the bed, Gaji lies trembling as he glances at the display. The doctor announced, "This signal frequency is too narrow. I'm afraid it's incompatible with your cybernetic prosthetics. With the current output of these parts, you'll eventually experience malfunctions, or even paralysis. I'd personally recommend the Hyperin Z9 from Zenith." Hearing this, Gaji exploded. "That's the newest model. How could I possibly afford that? Are you trying to squeeze me dry? Other guys use cheap parts and they get by just fine." The doctor calmly adjusted his glasses, replying, "They don't have modifications as extreme as yours. If you'd paid attention to compatibility, even old products would have worked." Gaji shot back that he had no money and had to install whatever he could find. The doctor tried to negotiate. "How about this? I'll buy your current limbs, and we'll use that money to install compatible parts for you." Gaji hesitated. At least combat-grade models." The doctor immediately shut him down. "No can do. With this money, you can only afford a used, everyday model." Hearing that, the man tensed up, bolting upright in his bed. "Damn it, do you have any idea what these are worth?" Just then, someone else walked into the room. It was Luca. Hands in his pockets, he calmly said, "I came to visit, Gaji. Glad to see you're still in one piece." Seeing his opponent, Gaji's pupils dilated in pure rage as he started screaming his head off. "You bastard! I'll kill you. I swear to God I'm going to kill you." Luca calmly leaned down close to Gaji's face and reminded him, "I warned you before the match, didn't I? That I would leave you crippled." Gaji's face filled with absolute terror. And just then, Kinan's words echoed in Luca's head. "Creating a favorable environment for yourself is the mark of a great soldier." Luca froze, realizing, "Oh no, I just provoked him by mistake." Gaji groaned in fury, while Luca walked over to the doctor. "That Hyperin Z9 you mentioned earlier." He held out the credit chip, asking, "Is this enough to buy it?" The doctor nodded. "Yes, this is sufficient." Gaji saw this and roared, "You! What the hell do you think you're doing?" Luca replied, "Isn't it obvious? I'm paying your hospital bill." Stunned, he asked, "Why would you pay my hospital bills for me?" Luca just shrugged. "Just a spur-of-the-moment thing." Gaji was flabbergasted. Are you for real a good kid?" He gritted his teeth. "Is this some kind of victor's pity?" Gaji suddenly asked, "Good kid, what's your name?" "Luca," he answered. Compared to his rage from moments ago, his expression had softened completely. "If you ever need help, just find me. I will definitely repay this debt to you, Luca." Hearing this, Luca felt a strange feeling well up inside him, and he let out a sigh. This feeling isn't so bad." We cut to the Acker Empire's training room, where a battle is raging so fiercely that the air is thick with dust. Ye leaped, throwing a kick right at Luca's head, but he easily blocked the attack with a single arm before his fingers twitched for a counter. Feeling the immense power behind the block, Ye's eyes widened in shock. He was left hanging in the air, right in front of Luca. Luca was already winding up, preparing to slam his fist directly into Ye's face. A massive explosion of orange-red light erupted with incredible force. Ye grimaced, clutching his injured arm in pain. With the battle over, the two sat down next to each other. Ye asked, "I heard you learned the Aki combat style from Coach Kinan." Luca nodded. Hearing this, Ye thought back on the moves. Aki. That's just a street fighting style used by thugs. Things like wrapping glass shards in his fist or grinding sand in someone's face, he agreed to it all. He thought it was unbelievable, but his master called it Aki combat, so he had no choice but to trust it. Luca sighed, admitting he couldn't even imagine beating him in a straight-up fight anymore. But among all the trainees, Luca was still his only true rival. He knew the arena had completely shattered and rebuilt his entire fighting style from the ground up. It felt like every skill he'd ever learned had been condensed down into a single, perfect drop. He glanced over at Luca, thinking he looked pretty happy today. He then asked Luca if he could help him out with something real quick. Luca agreed instantly. "Of course," he said. The scene then shifts to the Aquardetan Empire, inside a reception room at the guard training facility. And now Luca's face was twisted in an ugly scowl, pure annoyance written all over it. Meanwhile, Y looked away, flustered with beads of sweat on his forehead. Seated next was Lianamon, her gaze fixed intently on something just ahead of her. Luca's voice trembled as he broke the heavy silence. "Why?" he asked. Across from him, Y just stammered out an explanation. "Sorry, Luca. My family has ties to the Gaiman household, so it was hard to refuse." Lianamon then spoke up. "It seems you've received my request to meet many times now. Why do you keep avoiding me?" Luca replied, completely fed up. "Because I'm not interested. I was hoping ignoring the requests would be a clear enough rejection." Y tried to intervene. "Luca, maybe try to be a little gentler about it." But Luca snapped back. "Y, you stay out of this. This situation is already annoying enough." Lian's brow furrowed, her own patience obviously wearing thin. She asked him bluntly, "Is there something about me you don't like?" He took a sip of tea and answered, "I don't have time for dating. Unlike you, I'm an orphan. I can't afford to slip up even once." Lian shot back, "Then that's even more reason to get close to me." But Luca remained stern. "You don't understand," he said. In Lian's mind, the idea that her family's status could control him was something he found deeply insulting. He stated, "Relying on a noble's power means everything could collapse on your whim. I want to rise on my own." "Oh?" Lian challenged. "You don't want to rely on nobles, yet you're best friends with Y. Isn't that a contradiction?" Caught in the crossfire of their tense argument, Y could only sit there in flustered silence. Luca clarified, "My friendship with Y has nothing to do with him being from the Kathika family. He's a comrade, a friend I'd trust with my life." Hearing this, she hesitated before asking, "So you won't give me even the smallest chance?" Luca fell silent, thinking it over, but then he stood up decisively, his refusal absolute. "Unfortunately, that's right. So please, don't come looking for me again." Luca stormed out, leaving the two of them in stunned silence. But then Y ran after him, calling out, "Did you really have to be so harsh?" He simply said that if he wasn't, she would never have given up. But Y pushed back. "I get that, but why refuse Lianamon so completely? You could have at least met with her as a courtesy." He mentioned the Gammon family but thought to himself, "I don't get why Lianamon is so fixated on me just because of a recommendation from Old Man to See. Why would she approach someone like him, who had nothing to offer?" He was sure there had to be some kind of scheme involved, but Y kept trying to persuade him. "So you're just scared because you don't know her. If you took the time to get to know her, it would be fine." Luca suddenly stopped and asked Y, "You like her, don't you?" The question left Y completely speechless. He stammered, What makes you think that?" Luca laid out his reasoning. "I can tell just by your breathing, your eyes, and that flustered look on your face." He thought to himself that ever since learning the Aki technique, he could see through almost anything. His voice turned cold. "Whatever, I don't care. If you like her, stop being sneaky and do something about it." Y gritted his teeth, then turned back toward the room's door. On the table sat 3 untouched cups of tea. The room was now empty. Y sadly admitted to himself that he couldn't do it. High above, through the thick dust, 2 silent figures appeared. Luca sat cross-legged, his face serious as his mind raced. This was meditation training. To stay calm in every moment, he had to focus. A second later, he spoke coldly. "If a battle broke out in an office, or anywhere really, how would you handle it? Would you be able to answer that question for me?" Kin, with his eyes closed, coolly threw the question back at him. "I told you I'd answer if you won the arena battle, didn't I?" The memory flooded Luca's mind, a vision of that day. Gunmen were waiting both inside and outside the room, ready for him. A moment later, he opened his eyes, a storm of emotions within them. "With no weapons, I can't think of a way to escape unharmed," he admitted. "If it were you, Master, how would you have escaped that situation?" At that, Kin actually chuckled. "If a fight broke out, I'd probably just sit down calmly and hide under the table." His master's answer left Luca completely baffled. Alex and his goons all had guns. It was an extremely dangerous situation. If his first move was to run and cause a scene, wouldn't he lose any chance to attack and just get riddled with bullets? They sat perched high above it all, watching columns of black smoke curl up towards them. In the silence, Kinan laid out the plan. Luca would create the opening. He would get shot, but with a bit of luck, he might just subdue them. But Luca hit him with a sharp question. What if he just ran instead? What would his master do in that situation? Kin-an, ever the strategist, shot back a cold reply. "Weren't you planning to take Alep hostage and grab his gun anyway?" he continued, saying with Luca's training and killer instinct, he must have already simulated taking down the whole gang right then and there. Kinnan explained that sure, that plan could work, but it would get both him and Alep turned into a beehive in an instant. Besides, a new boss taking over in the new district? That kind of thing happens all the time. It's nothing difficult. Luca's actions would only give Alep's own men the perfect excuse to get rid of him. That's just how these gangs operate. Just then, Kinnan opened his eyes, giving Luca a look filled with hidden meaning. He revealed the real plan. The moment Luca was truly in danger, he would step in and crush the gang with his own methods. And if Luca got hurt, he'd get him out through a secret escape route to guarantee his safety. Hearing this, Luca looked at his master with nothing short of pure admiration, his mind reeling. He not only predicted his moves in the face of danger, but he also knew of secret paths. This was a level of skill beyond imagination. Luca realized he needed to pay closer attention to grasp everything. Suddenly, Kinnan stood up and began to speak without being asked. In the ancient tongue, he said, Atho means demon-slaying eye and represents all things terrible. Remember, Atho Modi begins by using all of your brain's resources, pushing it to the absolute limit to see through everything. Luca got to his feet as well, unable to contain his curiosity as he questioned his master. Is your nerve damage a side effect from using your brain to its limit? Then, as he said it, his eyes widened in absolute shock. He shouted towards Kinnan, but if that's true, does that mean you can't use the Atho fighting style with Zon gear on? Kinnan just smirked in response. You're a smart one. You figured out the catch just from that little hint. He admitted he thought it would take Luca at least another 3 months to put that piece of the puzzle together. Luca's mind raced. Once he officially joined the Guard, he'd be issued his own Zon gear. Zon was the Empire's most advanced technology, a state-of-the-art suit, but no one could wear it all the time. It's a high-bandwidth system. It needs all of the brain's resources plus computational support just to run smoothly. The brain connects directly to the gear for peak performance. In other words, when using Zon, there's no power left to use Atho. Under those conditions, it would be incredibly difficult just to control his own actions. Luca's fists clenched, his jaw tightening in suspicion. His master knew this from the start but never told him. What was he playing at? He finally voiced his frustration. If I knew I couldn't use Atho with Zon, I never would have started learning it. It's my own fault for being so stupid. Kinnan just let out a sigh. Every piece of tech has its limits. So, is this it then? Luca turned and walked away without any hesitation, offering one last word before he left. Thank you for everything you've told me today. Kinnan coolly watched him go. If you change your mind, find me anytime. Luca's expression was pure rage. He wanted to curse the man's entire family, a storm of fury brewing inside him. 3 months later, Luca walked into an office. It's been a while, hasn't it? Kuthodi, the guard captain, spoke coolly. I've been too busy for the trainees. Standing across from him, Luca wondered silently. Was this because of the rebellion his master mentioned? Noticing Luca's guarded expression, the captain pressed him. How have you been? The situation seems a bit complicated, doesn't it? Luca quickly made up an excuse, saying he'd spent his time training since he had no long-term missions. He added, it's always good to be prepared. Kuthodi simply steepled his fingers, propping his chin up. You won't be getting any more basic missions. From now on, you've reached the level of a true warrior. Hearing that, Luca couldn't help but feel grateful. Thank you, Commander. But then, the captain suddenly changed the topic. He asked, I've heard that you've been meeting with Master Kinnan. Is that true? Anxiety twisted in Luca's gut. So this was the real reason for the meeting. He put all the pieces together in his head. The higher-ups probably knew everything about his trips to the black market, about the fighting arenas he'd joined. Kuthodi's voice sliced through his thoughts. Are you learning combat techniques from Master Kinnan? Luca calmly replied, I'm not anymore. The commander guessed shrewdly. My guess is, he didn't give up. You did. Luca was completely stunned. How did you know? A sinister smile spread across Kuthodi's face. Because you can't use the Aki Victima technique with Zon gear, can you? This was something anyone could have probably guessed. So, did Luca think that was meaningless for a future guardsman who would face enemies on the battlefield? He'd figured it out that fast? The man then brought up Kinnan, saying anyone without talent would be cut loose. Kinnan has no need for the useless. But the truly talented quickly realize they don't need his techniques, since they're as difficult to master as they are to use in a real fight. And that's exactly why, besides Kinnan himself, no one has ever mastered that fighting style. Luca looked at him, his question loaded with meaning. Do you want me to continue learning this technique and master it? Kuthodi smirked. To be precise, I expect you to maintain a very close relationship with Kinnan. This was something Luca would need in the future. And to make it happen, learning the technique was essential. This was an order. Hearing this, Luca's mind flooded with suspicion. Is the guard captain wary of Kin An? Why focus so much on a single veteran? But he knew not to ask. Learning the truth could get him killed, and that was the last thing he wanted. So he spoke up. Understood. I'll continue learning the technique and do my best to master it. Getting the answer he wanted, Kutho D smiled, then added a chilling warning. Remember, I'm always watching you. Inside the room, Luca's tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. The captain's voice echoed, saying Luca had the potential to go far. Meanwhile, outside the base, Kin An held something in his hand. Didn't expect you back so soon. He set the object down. Anyway, I told you to come back if you changed your mind, so I won't ask any questions. Only then did Luca finally speak. Thank you, coach. He watched his master's back, thinking he never expected to be taken back so easily. He thought for sure he'd be rejected. A moment later he asked, By the way, coach, why are you in the lower district today? Kin An looked over a pile of goods. Do kids even like this stuff anymore? When I was young, I used to just stare at this place for hours. He stepped inside a shop. Shopkeep. The man just glared at his newspaper. If you want something, find it yourself. Don't ask me. Kin An just laughed it off. I'll take every toy in here. Can you arrange delivery for me? The shopkeeper's voice cracked in shock. All of them? Luca, meanwhile, was sweating bullets. Why toys? What was this all about? He just bowed his head in silence. Later, as they arrived at the gate of an orphanage, Luca finally spoke up. Wait, isn't this an orphanage? Kin An, walking ahead, just gave a simple command. Put the boxes inside, then you can rest. Luca nodded. I understand. But just as he started to move, a voice called out, Hey, Luca! It was Gaji, struggling with a huge stack of boxes. You called me all the way out here just for this? Do I look like your personal errand boy? The much smaller Luca just stared him down. You're the one who told me to call if I needed help. Besides, this area didn't even have a delivery service. He was genuinely stumped on who else to call. Gaji gritted his teeth in frustration. No, I was expecting something cool. Like, a brawl with another gang or something. Luca just closed his eyes, his voice flat. I wouldn't call you to help me with a simple fight. Idiot. Gaji's voice sputtered after hearing that. Well, yeah, that's true, but still. Luca just watched him, a thought crossing his mind. Seeing how Gaji effortlessly balanced that load, it was clear the money he spent on him wasn't a waste. Over on the other side, Kin An was silently following his guide. Gaji had to ask, So, what kind of guy is he? If he's got you on edge, Luca, I figure I should at least know. Luca's reply was ice cold. If you want to keep your head attached to your neck, you'll stay out of it. He then started to wonder. Maybe this was the orphanage where Kin An grew up. Did he make it big and now he's back to donate? A group of excited children ran out, their eyes wide at the boxes. Thank you, handsome big brother. And thank you, ugly uncle. Hearing that, Gaji looked personally offended. Seriously? What is with these kids and their brutal honesty? Suddenly, an argument between two of the kids caught Luca's attention. Give it back, that's mine, one shouted. The other retorted, I saw it first. Luca just watched them, his mind turning. The stronger one gets to keep it. That's a lesson they needed to learn. After all, not everyone gets to have things handed to them fairly. If you want something, you have to be strong enough to take it. The world isn't rich enough to make everyone happy. A voice suddenly cut through his dark thoughts. It was Kin An, gesturing for him to come over. Let's talk for a minute. The sky had turned a golden yellow. Under the trees, Kin An and Luca leaned against a railing. Kin An was the first to speak. I still visit this place sometimes. The supplies they get aren't much, but the director, he knows how to make every bit of aid count. Luca turns and asks the man, Coach, did you grow up around here? Kin An gives a faint smile and replies, I've forgotten everything about my past. There's nothing to discuss. I just visit these orphanages sometimes, as a sort of memory. He then bows his head slightly, adding, I might have even visited the one you were at. Luca watches him in silence. From this angle, Kin An just looks like any other ordinary veteran. His nerves were damaged, unable to handle the overload from modern combat gear. Severe brain trauma had extinguished the light of the soldier he once was. Luca realized this might be a glimpse into his own distant future. Luca couldn't stop staring at the slight tremble in Kin An's hands. That is, if he was even lucky enough to survive the brutal battles to come. Suddenly, Kin An spoke. Let's get straight to the point, he continued. Who was it that ordered you to find me? The question sent a jolt of pure anxiety through Luca. Kin An's eyes were sharp, his voice dropping low. It was an order from the colonel, wasn't it? The air between them crackled with tension. Luca turned his head, pretending not to understand, telling himself one thing. Do not look him in the eyes. He knew that with Kinan's clairvoyance, his every action became another clue, another piece of information. Standing perfectly still, Luca wondered how he could possibly know it was an order from the guard commander. How much did he know? If Kinan was truly a threat, it was one serious enough for the commander to be on high alert. Luca's hand loosened slightly. He realized Kinan could just eliminate him right here, right now. Suddenly, Kinan's voice cut in. If you don't want to die, calm down. Luca, he continued. If you actually attacked, I doubt I could restrain you without hurting you. Hearing this, Luca's face turned pale, but he managed to reply calmly. I am a soldier of the Empire. That is all I can say. Kinan turned away. You know nothing, so you can't even figure out how to respond. I don't blame you, he continued. A soldier following orders is only natural. You're the perfect soldier the Empire desires. The statement left Luca absolutely stunned. He lowered his gaze. Kinan coldly explained. When you first came to find me, did you really think that was your own decision? He then mentioned an attack, a lone figure fighting back with bare hands. The moment you used ballistic control without computational aid, your superiors started making their preparations, because another gifted Aki Victima user just like me had finally appeared. The scene shifts. Luca is now standing alone in a strange place. Kinan's voice echoes, You think you came to me for power after the ancient descent incident? At this, Luca's eyes go wide, but they are completely empty. He felt like a cornered animal trying to calm himself. Don't let him manipulate me. I'm facing strong enemies on this recon mission, and I decided I needed more power. So I searched the instructor's files to find someone who could train me, but then Kinan's voice cut in. It was all my own decision. I chose this myself. Luca. Everyone in this world is a slave to someone. After a moment, he fell silent, turning to the boy with a look of strange hope. There are only those who know they are slaves, and those who do not. Yes, right now you want to run from the truth. Kinan started to leave, a slight smile on his face. Because you're still so young. The tension left Luca's face, his mind going completely blank. Kinan added, Go back. Report to Hemelius if you want. The words made Luca remember Hemelius's smile. He told himself he didn't believe Kinan, but, just as the man said, it was Guard Commander Hemelius. Luca stood there, frozen, his expression unreadable. He still wanted to continue learning Aki Victima. Don't doubt the Empire, Luca. All I want is success. Don't let him manipulate me. Stop thinking. No more doubts. But what if? What if even this burning desire for success wasn't actually his own? A single drop of crimson blood fell, dissolving into the water below. Luca's faltering voice echoed in his own mind. Back in the Atron Empire simulation room, Luca sat alone in a corner while everyone else was busy with their tasks. He held his head, face twisted in frustration. In the end, he couldn't bring himself to report what happened to Guard Commander Hemelius. He was afraid that one report would get him sent straight to a psychological evaluation. They would assume he'd been infected with dangerous ideas. In his current state of turmoil, he knew his evaluation score would be far lower than before. Luca thought of the Empire's symbol. The Empire never forgives those with treacherous thoughts. Worst case scenario, he could be kicked out of the Royal Guard and sent away to a hard labor camp. Kinan's words haunted him. Go back. Report to Hemelius if you want. And then the terrifying thought struck him. Kinan must have known he would worry himself into this corner. To prepare for a psychological test from his commander, Luca knew he needed an edge, and for that, he had to find him. Just then, a chamber door hissed open, releasing a blast of heat. Ye stumbled out, his face twisted in pain, his body covered in a web of strange equipment. He was completely drained, sweat pouring from his body as he gasped for air. Suddenly, a water bottle flew through the air, and Ye instinctively snatched it. Luca's voice followed. Training by yourself? Ye? Still not over it. Ye smirked back. After you mopped the floor with me last time, I've got a score to settle. He stepped closer to Luca. Came to cheer on your hard-working rival? A surprise gift would have been even better, Luca replied. Of course I'm here for a reason. Hearing that, Ye just clicked his tongue. The two found a place to sit, and Luca's expression turned serious. Last time, you said the noble families rigged the aptitude tests, didn't you? With his ripped physique, Ye sat and looked at him. Yeah, everyone knows that. The unqualified wash out because they can't handle the training. Luca suddenly turned to him. Ye, how did you pass the psych evaluation during the aptitude test? Ye cracked open his water, glancing over. Luca's voice had a desperate edge to it, practically begging him for the secret. Ye's tone turned serious. Do you have any idea how dangerous that question is for me? Luca sat down beside him. I checked. We're alone. And what I plan on doing will benefit the Empire. Ye replied cryptically. I already checked. We're alone. And yeah, you're right, I know how. Luca pressed him. So what's the method? Ye closed his eyes, hesitating before saying, there is no method. The answer left Luca completely stunned. Ye began to explain. You create an external version of yourself to show the world, and place your true consciousness inside, like an observer. It's like sealing the part of you that you want to protect deep down. That's how you beat the psychological evaluation. Luca stared, struggling to process it. What in the hell are you even talking about? Ye gave him a twisted smile. Some people get amnesia or multiple personalities from trauma. This is just doing it on purpose. Luca was floored. Is that even possible? Damn it, of course it is, or you wouldn't say it. Ye just stared back. Our brains live in illusion. The two personas inside Luca were like a perfect match for this method. Ye continued. Keep playing the part of a loyal soldier, and eventually, that loyal soldier persona will take over your surface consciousness. For months before the test, I prayed to the Emperor every morning. I just copied exactly what my father did. He added a cold warning. But be careful. Do it for too long, and your real self will start to crumble. You won't be able to tell who you really are anymore. Luca looked up, stunned. Where did you even learn this stuff? A moment later, Luca was lost in thought, his head bowed. If this method worked, he wouldn't have to imitate anyone else. He just had to become his past self again, the one who aced the psych test. The person he was before he ever met Ye and Kinnon. Suddenly, Ye broke the silence. I don't know what you're planning to do, but be careful. You look worried, Luca. Rigging a psych evaluation is incredibly dangerous. Luca shot him a fiery glare. Never thought I'd hear a warning like that from you. Just then, a call came through from Kinnan. Damn it, Luca cursed under his breath. A little later, he and Kinnan stood before a towering building. Kinnan looked up. The slums, Luca. Today's training is live combat. He kept his gaze fixed ahead, explaining that the training mission was brutally simple. Luca glanced at him, thinking to himself that it looked surprisingly clean for a gang hideout. Kinnan was treating him normally, like nothing had happened. And as Luca watched him, he realized that somehow made things even worse. Kinnan then held up 2 fingers. Luca, he said, you have 20 seconds. They stood before a door as Kinnan gave the order. Subdue every criminal inside. Luca didn't hesitate for a second. A moment later, his hand was on the lock. He crushed the digital keypad completely. Inside, a group of criminals were lounging around. One of the thugs on the sofa spotted the intruder, shooting Luca an unfriendly glare. He got up, blocking Luca's path. Who's the kid? He sneered. You don't look like a customer. Luca sized him up in silence, thinking to himself, what kind of moron greets someone at the door with a gun? He scanned the room. 3 armed men playing cards. His eyes then landed on a scarred man across from him. He looked like the leader. The bathroom door was slightly ajar. And I sense one more, Luca thought, in the bathroom. The bald goon aimed his gun at Luca. Great. Get to smash some kid's head in. What a way to start the day. He didn't even finish the sentence. Luca launched a kick so powerful it sent the man flying backwards, shocking the 3 guys at the table. Their jaws dropped. Luca raised a fist, a cold look in his eyes. My head's a mess right now. This is perfect. Time to play dead. He was even plastered against the wall, looking completely out of it. Unconscious, he holds a loaded gun in his hand, the cold, dark muzzle aimed down at the people below. The criminals below are stunned, their jaws hitting the floor. They scramble for their weapons, but they're no match for Luca's speed. He points the dark barrel of the gun right at them. A searing pain shoots through the 3 thugs as Luca, with impossible speed, shatters each of their wrists. This isn't a gunfight, it's a one-sided slaughter. With Luca on the field, no one else stands a chance. But just then, a shadow in the corner makes its move. A desperate criminal goes for a sneak attack, firing his gun and screaming, "Die!" Luca calmly dodges every single bullet, muttering, "You missed everything. How can people who live by violence be so incompetent?" The dark muzzle of his gun is silent and still, just like its owner. But then, a side door quietly creaks open. A heavily tattooed criminal steps out, taser in hand, looking completely disheveled, like he just woke from a wild party. His pants aren't even fully pulled up as he mumbles something, still half asleep. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, with his allies defeated by Luca, he doesn't seem surprised. He just asks lazily, "So this is what all the noise was about?" Clearly, he's still drunk. Luca turns to face him as if he knew he was there all along. He exhales a cold breath, his words as chilling as the gun aimed at the thug. "Knock yourself out if you want to keep those mismatched limbs." The thug's face instantly drains of all color. Beads of sweat form on his forehead. His cowardly expression is a stark contrast to the bright, crackling taser in his hand. but it seems he knows when he's outmatched. The moment Luca finishes speaking, the doorway flashes with the sizzling sound of the taser. The tattooed man now lies on the cold ground, completely unconscious. Luca calmly puts a hand in his pocket. He trusts his instincts, which tell him there's still a sound coming from the bathroom. In the dead silent room, he slowly pushes open another door. Whatever Luca sees behind it makes his face harden instantly. Bloodshot veins appear in his eyes, revealing the pure frustration, anger, and helplessness he feels at the sight. "You bastards," he snarls, seeing a pair of thin hands tightly bound by rope. But Kinnan just smiles, as if he expected this. After about 12 seconds, he claps his hands, watching Luca carry the victim. He says casually, "Good job, my boy." But unlike his master's calm demeanor, Luca's face is a mask of fury as he practically growls. "Why didn't you finish them all?" Kinnan smiles calmly. "We're outsiders. Interfere too much and we'll break the natural order here. More people could get hurt." His words were also a gentle lesson. There are many people in this world who can't protect themselves. You know what happens when you're powerless, don't you? Of course, Luca understood. The fire in his eyes seemed to cool just a little. He looks down at the weak, unconscious girl in his arms, lost in thought. This woman suffered horrible things because she was weak. He once had a miserable life just like this, which is why he risked everything to get where he is. In the past, when he saw people like this, he'd just think they were fools who didn't seize the chances the Empire gave them. But today, Luca tells himself he can no longer stand the injustice of this society. After that came days of constant fighting under Kinnan's orders. He remembers that after that day, Kinnan often took him to the slums, throwing him into fights with zero warning or information. He was forced to battle countless criminal gangs. The fights were long, but never exhausting. Because, as Luca saw it, the goal of these battles wasn't just to win. The important thing was figuring out how to fight in the most optimal way possible. He had to grasp his opponent's abilities and use the environment around him to create a winning strategy. And of course, he never lost. Luca stands calmly, without a single scratch on him. He knows that since that day, Kinnan has been silently training him. One morning, just like any other, the lights were on at the auto repair shop. Dira wipes sweat from her forehead, covered in grease and dust. A clear voice cuts through the smell of gasoline. "Welcome, valued customer." She says customer, but they're familiar faces. Her regulars, Kinnan and Luca, had come to visit. As usual, Kinnan smiles and asks Dira for a coffee black, with a dash of oil. Dira, however, still treats Luca like a kid. "And for Luca," she asks, "want some milk?" Luca, busy observing his surroundings, replies simply, "I'll have a coffee too, thanks." Luca feels a bit awkward and whispers, "We didn't really need to stop by Dira's workshop, did we?" His master, Kinnan, always calm and composed, replies, "Dira is the woman you saved. Seeing her living so strongly, doesn't that make you proud?" Looking at the resourceful young woman, Luca can't help but remember. Dira was the woman he had rescued from that gang not long ago. Word was she'd been kidnapped and tormented for months, but somehow her spirit never broke, allowing her to return to a normal life. Such a tragic history for this young woman. Luca's mind drifted back to that memory. The reason for Dira's abduction was a so-called friend she had helped, who stole from a gang. The gang tracked the friend down, took Dira instead, and that friend was no longer among the living. Two men sat at a table, waiting for Dira. Luca suddenly asked, "Sir, did you know Dira before all this?" Keenan slowly recounted her story. Dira grew up in an orphanage, but she had a natural gift for mechanics, so he sponsored her education. But she never knew he was her sponsor. That part remains a secret. As they spoke, the door slammed shut with a bang, followed by a gruff voice asking, "What's going on?" And there stood the huge, clumsy figure of Gaji. He pointed a heavy iron arm toward Luca and muttered, "You're here too, kid?" The big guy then turned to Dira. "Dira, get me a beer." She brought a drink while grumbling, "Your nervous system is shot from overtraining. Why aren't you resting?" This strange introduction, Luca explained, happened right after he had rescued Dira. Keenan had arranged for them to meet, assigning Gaji to protect Dira while she became his personal mechanic. Luca chimed in, reminding the big guy, "You should probably listen to your mechanic, Gaji." Gaji gritted his teeth in frustration. "What's all the fuss over one beer?" In the end, 3 steaming hot cups of coffee were brought to the table, and with the coffee came some supposedly secret stories, though with Gaji's booming voice, nothing could stay secret for long. He leaned in close to Luca, practically roaring. "Heard some punk's been stirring up trouble around here, right? What are you going to do about it? The gang bosses are already talking about how to handle you. If they make a move, even I won't be able to protect Dira." Before Luca could even answer, Keenan cut in. "No need to worry about that. We probably won't be coming here for a while." Jira clutched a plate, worriedly asking, "How long is a while?" Keenan calmly sipped his coffee. "Could be a few months, could be a few years," he said casually. Luca's expression turned serious as he thought, "Does he mean I can't come to the slums anymore?" He knew perfectly well he couldn't just visit the slums alone. The higher-ups would never allow a trainee to go out unsupervised. Looking at Jira and Gaji, Luca couldn't name the feeling stirring inside him. He only knew this might be the last time he ever saw them. Seeing Jira's shy smile, he couldn't help but admire her resilience. Despite everything she had been through, Jira faced reality head-on and got right back to work. And Gaji, well, he was still the same rough, blunt guy. Luca knew Gaji was constantly facing danger in his world. He lifted the coffee cup, then set it down heavily. He didn't know if he felt awkward or just full of regret. Looking at this cheerful scene, he told himself, "Don't pity them, Luca. Not coming here anymore might be good news for him right now." He raised the bitter coffee to his lips, a reflection of his own resolve. At that exact moment, in the Royal Guard Command Office, a subordinate reported, "Instructor Keenan's actions remain unpredictable." End of report. Kuthodi just chuckled, a sinister edge to his voice. He began his life as a trainee quite late, so ordinarily, he never would have become a guard. But back then, the Empire had to accept even the most unsavory characters. It was a chaotic era. He recalled Kenan's legendary rampage. He could only sigh, wondering, "Even I don't really know what kind of person Keenan is, and I was a rookie back then." Keenan was already a core member of the Guard. I'm guessing he handled mostly clandestine missions. The subordinate broke into a nervous sweat, shocked. So, even the Guard commander can't access information on Keenan? And this subordinate was none other than Luca. Kuthodi continued, "In any case, Keenan seems to have taken a liking to you. I've sent many trainees his way, but none of them ever lasted long." He spoke while opening up a system interface. "You are exceptionally skilled, but you're also easily influenced right now. I find it necessary to schedule you for a psychological evaluation. Be there on time." Luca bowed his head low, declaring clearly, "I will follow your orders, sir." Inside, he thought, just as I expected. Kuthodi held his face, speaking as if to himself, "Luca, let's be blunt. The outcome for a guard on a mission like this is one of two things. You're either silenced, or you're recognized and promoted into the guard's inner circle." He gestured towards Luca, who was bathed in a ray of sunlight, and continued slowly, "I want you to be the second kind. I am simply fulfilling my duty." Luca gave a flat response, "If all goes well, I trust you will support me, sir." Hearing this, the commander laughed with amusement. Then he said something that stunned Luca. "Indeed, if you achieve remarkable results, I will become your patron. More accurately, I will adopt you as my son." He continued to ramble on. Luca Kuthodi. Sounds good, doesn't it? He didn't notice Luca's face twisting in absolute horror. He bit his lip, refusing to believe it. What? The guard commander wanted to adopt him? The shock was just too much. Even sitting in the psychological evaluation room, he still couldn't quite process it. The commander's name was Hemala Kuti. The Ko family was one of the Empire's most powerful clans. This was insane. A nearby robot spoke up mechanically. "Luca, we will now begin the psychological examination." The robot, however, caught the ghost of a smile on his face and asked with curiosity, "I detect an expression of joy. Has something good happened?" Luca's reply was ice cold. "None of your business. Let's begin." A monstrous punch slammed into the heavy bag, so hard you'd think the bag itself felt the pain. Ye was relentless, attacking it over and over without tiring. It wasn't just his hands, his legs were like weapons, treating the bag as if it were a mortal enemy. His legs suddenly paused to gather power before unleashing an ultimate kick. It utterly shredded the bag, sand exploding outward like shattered agony. Ye gasped for air, looking completely possessed. He frantically grabbed ointment, painfully rubbing it on the wounds he'd inflicted upon himself. Luca watched this from the side and had to speak up. "You're training so hard your joints are literally grinding down. Are you even the Ye I know?" Ye didn't answer, simply smiling as he asked his own question. "Luca, did your psych evaluation go okay?" Luca answered honestly, "It was all thanks to you." "Ye, I don't know what you're dealing with, but if you need my help, don't hesitate to ask." Ye's expression hardened, a flicker of helplessness in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I can't tell you right now, but soon. Just this one time. Can you do something for me?" Luca simply stared at him in silence, before finally saying, "If you're ever in danger on the battlefield, even if the odds are low, I will come save you. Even if it costs me my own life." An unspoken understanding passed between them. Hearing that vow, Ye smiled with pure relief. That's more than enough, Luca. But he couldn't hide the deep worry in his eyes, not even realizing he was sweating profusely. Soon, he thought, you'll know what I need. I just hope I'm overthinking this. Luca stayed quiet, thinking. He was curious, sure, but he wouldn't pry. The psych test was done, he'd won over the guard captain, and now his sole mission was becoming an adopted son of the Ko family. He was absolutely certain that, at that time, this was his one and only goal. That is, until the mission briefing. Commander Kutho D clasped his hands and made a grim announcement. Effective immediately, we are commencing a special operation. The objective is to suppress the rebel forces rising against the Empire. The rebellion is comprised of 3 families, led by House Gamon. His voice boomed over the soldiers, with Luca and Ye at the front. Gamon. Luca's blood ran cold. He shot a worried look at his friend. He knew exactly how much that name would affect Ye, all because of Lian Gamon, someone who held immense power over him. And in that exact moment, Luca understood what Ye was going to ask him to do. Aboard the ships, the soldiers were ready for deployment. Every single person wore a mask of grim determination. The engines roared to life, straining with immense power. The transport ship tore through the sky, a predator in the night, racing toward its destination like a warhorse. Inside one of the ships, Luca introduced himself formally. My name is Luca. I'll be acting as platoon leader for the 21st Platoon. The soldiers below responded with a crisp salute. Sir. Watching them, Luca couldn't help but wonder. He couldn't believe they'd hand a platoon over to a mere cadet. High Command must be treating this rebellion like a simple field test. According to the orders, his platoon was split into 21 squads, 27 men in total. Sergeant Cora was his second in command, Luca's direct subordinate. The man radiated the tough, battle-hardened aura of a true veteran. In Luca's assessment, since the platoon leaders were all fresh-faced cadets, the military had seeded the squads with experienced soldiers to act as a backbone. Luca scanned the proud, stiff faces of the men. He knew they probably saw him as nothing more than a tool for their training. Earning the loyalty of soldiers for an officer who hadn't proven himself, it was going to be a monumental task. He'd have to use everything he had to lead them properly. His gaze fell on the experienced Sergeant Cora, his mind racing. What should he do? He had 2 choices. The first was to delegate everything to Sergeant Cora. Just give a few commands and let the veteran handle it. He knew that was the common choice. The second option. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, to Sergeant Cora's complete astonishment, Luca spoke with pure arrogance. I'm more talented than any of you. He slowly advanced on them, continuing, because of that, you will follow my orders. Disobey, and you will be punished severely. His strategy was clear. Provoke their discontent, then crush it with absolute power. As expected, sparks of anger ignited in the cold eyes of the soldiers. Sergeant Cora sensed the situation was getting dangerous. He stepped forward and put a hand on Luca. Platoon leader Luca. A word. The man was about to speak when Luca's iron grip locked onto his arm. Before he could even react, Luca threw him back like he was flicking away a speck of dust. The soldiers scrambled to catch Cora. Luca's voice boomed over the surprised and wary crowd, touching a commanding officer so casually. Do you look down on me because I'm young, Sergeant Cora? Luca took a slow, deliberate step forward, speaking with an unnerving calm. I came from the lower district just like you, raised in a second-rate orphanage. So why is there such a massive gap between us now? Luca stood above him, looking down like a god passing judgment. He wasn't asking, he was stating a fact. Because I am better than you. An aura of absolute authority rolled off him, each word heavy with pressure. You may not get it now, but you will soon enough. I will be the greatest platoon leader you have ever served. Cora remained silent. He knew this man was not someone to be trifled with. Finally, as his subordinates watched in shock, he spoke. My apologies. I'll be more careful from now on, Platoon Leader Luca. Luca turned away after one last comment. Sergeant Cora is quick to read the room. He gave the man a sidelong glance, thinking, he's already figured out I'm no rookie. The Imperial Army outpost was near the rebel faction. The afternoon sun, a bloody red, stained the base, foreshadowing the bloodshed to come. By now, the soldiers had all gathered, standing in neat, disciplined rows. Ye held his head, muttering, So you couldn't help yourself and had to pick a fight with your own men? He looked completely exasperated. Luca stared straight ahead, his voice low. I made the first move to avoid being treated like a child. If you're always the nice guy, your subordinates will walk all over you. Ye didn't argue, simply stating, in their eyes, we really are just kids. As they spoke, the lights suddenly went out. On the stage, the commander began. I'll skip the formalities and elaborate ceremonies. The commander summarized the terrain. The rebel base was an old Ake civilization fortress ruin. It was surrounded entirely by a massive steel wall. Looking at the map, he explained the rebels had reactivated the fortress, including a high-energy shield under the main dome, and its turrets were considered weapons that could shoot down any approaching aircraft. There were 5 turrets in total. Everyone, including Ye and Luca, was completely focused on the battlefield layout. If the 11th Armored Brigade can break into the fortress and destroy the turrets, the entire army will surround and advance. Luca's mind raced. The Armored Brigade used top-tier combat armor. The Empire was throwing serious firepower at this problem. The commander announced coldly that the operation would begin at 1410 hours, just 1 hour and 30 minutes from now. Complete all preparations before then. Behind a military transport, 2 tall figures were leaning against its side. Luca said sarcastically, "Well, what do you know? We're just the side characters." Ye chuckled in agreement. "Of course, the higher-ups don't want us getting killed." Luca scoffed. "This is no different than a picnic." The words sounded like they came from a battle-hungry maniac. Ye laughed, but then he suddenly went quiet. He bit his lip for a long moment before asking nervously, "Hey, Luca." Luca quickly cut him off. "You're about to mention the Gammon family, aren't you?" Luca was blunt. "I know you're close to them, but there's nothing we can do." "Ye, if you side with the rebels, not even your Catholica family name will keep you safe." Ye bit his lip, helpless. "I'm not hoping for a miracle, but if there's any chance, I just hope I can at least save Lion with everything I have." Luca, annoyed by his friend's stubbornness, poked him in the chest. "Are you so in love with Lion Gaiman that you'd die for her?" he growled. Ye mumbled, "No, she's just my first love, that's all." The argument continued, Luca's tone growing critical. "Did you really try to set me up with the girl you had a crush on?" All because Lion didn't want to marry a noble. Ye tried to explain, but Luca knew he had to get tough with this hopeless romantic. He raised his voice. "Hey, wake up. I've been ignoring your weird behavior until now, but not this time. Saving Lion is incredibly dangerous. If you get caught, you'll be executed on the spot." He turned to leave, tossing one last warning over his shoulder. "Please, don't be a fool, Ye." It was a threat, not advice. "I get it," Ye mumbled, his face an unreadable mask. With that, he turned and walked away too. In that single moment, an invisible line was drawn between the two friends, a line neither of them could see. Luca thought anxiously, "Because of that damned Aki Victima, I can see he's lying, even when I don't want to." That fool was going to try and save Lion no matter what. As a good friend, Luca would always prioritize protecting Ye, no matter how cruel his actions had to be. In that moment, he didn't even realize what kind of thoughts were taking root inside him. For Ye's sake, Lion Gammon had to die. It didn't matter if Ye agreed with it or not. A private jet cut through the skies, carrying all of Luca's desperate hopes. He just hoped Lianen would get lost in the chaos and never meet that man again. As Luca slowly followed the private jet, he knew he'd been longing for this moment. Luca sat in contemplative silence, his expression dead serious as he weighed his options. The most important parts are the head and the heart. Holding the iron helmet, he confirmed his belief, as long as those 2 parts weren't blown away, an Imperial Guardsman wouldn't die. If they're breathing, blood is flowing. The Empire would use Bow Company's tech to save them, no matter the cost. Just then, a man calmly approached, calling for squad leader Luca, who replied coldly, "If you have something to say, say it." But instead, the man suddenly started showering him with praise. "I know you're better than anyone because I always review my superior's records." Luca, unimpressed, gave a curt reply. "And?" In the grim atmosphere of the battlefield, the rumble of combat vehicles began to fill the air. The man offered some sincere advice. "When we get into real combat, I hope you'll listen to my counsel. I've served the Imperial Army for 10 years. I'm not on your level, but I'm no slouch either." Luca paused, his face an unreadable mask. "You don't have to worry. If the advice is useful, I'll listen, no matter who it's from." Hearing that, the man relaxed and bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, sir." The deafening screech of armored vehicles echoed as they rolled over the rough terrain. A convoy of war machines advanced toward a tower, which was protected by a massive, powerful blue magic barrier. Heavy steel doors creaked open, revealing a blinding light. From within that light, steel warriors in imposing mobile combat armor stepped out one by one. The doors slammed down onto the ground, forming a ramp. A brigade clad in black armor marched down with overwhelming presence, their eyes glowing with a menacing light. These were the standard full-body mechs of the armored brigade. He watched intently, slightly impressed. Mass-produced units. Inside his vehicle, he and the other soldiers watched the battle unfold on a 3D screen, ready for their turn. Once the armored brigade's turrets are destroyed, we go in. Outside, an announcement boomed, "Commence bombardment." Instantly, beams of light erupted from the back armor of the entire mech brigade. The beams stabilized into thick, glowing streams of energy, propelling the armored soldiers into the sky at incredible speeds, their bodies blazing. The entire unit flew in a wide arc, converging on a single point, then accelerated straight for the shielded tower. In the blink of an eye, the entire army had nearly reached the protective barrier. Suddenly, a massive blue light flared up from 4 large circles at each corner of the tower's platform. The light seemed to absorb the surrounding magic, forming swirling vortexes that grew larger as they pulled everything inward. It rapidly formed a colossal beam of energy, powerful enough to obliterate anything in its path. That light was now dangerously close, reflecting off every piece of the armored squadron's plating. Moments later, a warrior suddenly lost its balance, its back shaking from a massive impact. And just like that, the lower half of its armor exploded, shattering into burning fragments that flew everywhere. The tower was firing back with powerful magic blasts. Each direct hit obliterated an armored warrior, forcing the others to desperately evade, but they couldn't dodge for long. The beams were too large and could lock onto their targets, blasting them apart. Another brigade, holding back at a safe distance, hovered in the air as the shoulder plates on their armor opened up. Revealing bombs with devastating power, they launched a massive volley that streaked toward the tower like a swarm of missiles. So many bombs hit at once, creating an earth-shattering explosion that kicked up a violent whirlwind. The battlefield was shrouded in a terrifying red smoke, with ash filling the air. Then, a powerful gust of wind swept through. As the wind cleared the smoke, a figure slowly emerged from the dust, 2 red lights glowing brightly within it. Those 2 red glints moved, revealing a pair of terrifying eyes streaked with brilliant red light. When the dust settled, a single, completely unscathed armored warrior stood looking straight ahead. It instantly dodged a massive magic blast fired from the tower the second it was targeted. Pushing its back thrusters to maximum, it shot forward at breakneck speed, wielding a powerful spear with a glowing, razor-sharp tip. In a flash, it reached its destination, plunging the spear with incredible force straight into the blue protective barrier. The immense power caused a small crack to form in the shield, making the magic energy around it fluctuate wildly. Without hesitation, all the other armored warriors dove in, repeating the same attack like meteors crashing down from the sky. Under the simultaneous assault, the shield couldn't hold. It shattered completely, and the armored warriors successfully broke through. Luca watched, his nerves stretched taut, as Mimi successfully breached the fortress. Now for the most critical part, could she actually disable the turret? He watched the brutal fight as warriors swarmed the tower, some getting shot down while others pushed relentlessly on. Luca calculated grimly that if Mimi failed to neutralize that turret, the entire battle would turn against them. According to the strategic computer, the takedown window was just 1 minute after Mimi's infiltration. The soldiers inside were just as tense, their thoughts echoing Luca's own fears. If Mimi couldn't take down that cannon, their forces would suffer massive casualties just trying to advance. Suddenly, the battlefield went silent. The scene faded to black. Then light slowly returned with a low hum. A triumphant announcement cut through the tension. The turret was disabled. Time for the next phase. On screen, the smoking ruins of the fortress towers confirmed their victory. Inside the transport, the soldiers erupted in cheers, celebrating their first major win. Luca watched them, thinking how the battlefield was a place of tragedy and risk, but also an unmatched adrenaline rush. He smirked. He knew he was no exception, just another soul seeking that thrill of achievement right in the middle of this hell. If he didn't, he probably would have gone insane a long time ago. He slammed his helmet on, moving with his team towards the blinding light of the doorway. "Let's go," he said, knowing it was time to prove himself. A 3D model of the tower materialized, with red arrows closing in from every side. The plan was simple. Infantry platoons would push in from all directions at once. Command wanted every single escape route for the rebels sealed tight. Below the tower, the model showed a tunnel system. Luca knew the AK Fortress tunnels were a maze, explored to a depth of at least 100 meters. Even though they had old maps from previous reconnaissance missions, the rebels had modified the interior, so their accuracy was shot. Back on the ground, the soldiers were already moving through hell. Shields up, guns blazing, they dodged and weaved through a storm of explosive artillery fire. Luca sprinted ahead toward a doorway and yelled, "Did they narrow the entrance to the underground to block our armored units?" The plan was working. They had successfully entered the deep, dark basement with zero visibility ahead. Luca and his squad stayed on high alert, scanning the darkness. The path was dusty, with moss and weeds growing everywhere. Up ahead, the tunnel split. One path glowed with a faint light, while the other was a gaping maw of total darkness. Luca lowered his faceplate, his voice ringing out with authority. I'm taking point from here on out. Ko-Ra, right behind him, immediately protested. Taking the lead here was a death sentence. The platoon leader would be the first to hit any traps or ambushes. Luca glanced back coolly. What? Are you worried you'll get punished if I die? Ko-Ra couldn't even deny it. He just admitted it. To be honest, sir, yes. Before he could finish, Luca cut him off, slamming his helmet back on with a look of pure, cold fury. I don't give a damn what happens to any of you after I'm dead. Ko-Ra, whether you or your platoon get demoted or lose pay is not my problem. He then dashed forward, issuing a rapid-fire command that left no room for argument. I'll say it again. I'm taking the lead. Stay right behind me. Ko-Ra gritted his teeth, a knot of fear tightening in his gut. He felt a chill, like an entire squad had their rifles aimed at the back of his neck. But there was no time for that now. Luca had to find Lannon and end this. As Luca pressed forward, his thoughts were consumed by Lannon and the mission. He figured Yile was probably infiltrating from another route, somewhere else in this fortress. He pictured Yile, commanding with cold, serious efficiency. He knew if Yile was willing to sacrifice his own men to push forward, he could shatter the enemy's defense line in no time. I could do the same, he thought, but then he glanced back at his own soldiers. He couldn't sacrifice these loyal men for his own personal goals. He had to be the one to take the biggest risk. He pushed forward, completely focused. So focused he didn't see the massive gun turret mounted on the wall aiming right at him. Ko-Ra saw it, but screamed silently, unable to warn him in time. Platoon leader Luca, Ko-Ra and the others lunged forward, yelling in unison, "Activate Chi combat technique, max out all senses." In that instant, Luca's focus sharpened so intensely his eyes went blank. A colossal wave of power flooded his entire body. He unleashed a flawless sword strike, moving so fast he left afterimages and cleaved the gun barrel clean in two. His eyes shot wide open as he felt every single one of his senses being enhanced: sight, hearing, touch, smell, and even taste. Luca licked his lips with a sly grin. He realized by tasting the chemicals in the air, he could gather an insane amount of information, and just like that, he became a blur of motion, leaping forward so fast he was practically invisible. For him, the walls might as well be the floor, as he leaps across to slice through every obstacle. The entire squad can only stare in absolute shock. As Luca pushes on, he feels his heart pound harder, his blood vessels flaring wide. Blood is constantly pumped to his brain, feeding it glucose, and the pressure sends him into a state of pure euphoria. Drowning in this power, he starts to feel dissatisfied with everything that came before. It all feels so irritating. Even the way his platoon moves is agonizingly slow. He wants nothing more than to punch Ko-Ra in the face. Behind the mask, Luca's expression is both insane and terrifying, his mind racing with pure excitement. He'd only understood the theory before, but now he truly feels it. This is why using Chi combat techniques for too long wrecks the nervous system. In a flash, he's already at the end of the tunnel, right in front of another sealed door. Behind that door, 3 enemy soldiers advance with extreme caution. Suddenly, one of them senses something approaching and panics. An instant later, a black figure kicks the door clean off its hinges, the massive impact sending that soldier flying back with it. His comrades are too stunned to react, only watching as their teammate's body is launched backwards at incredible speed. Before them stands a figure clad in jet black armor with glowing red highlights, radiating pure power and aggression. The moment they see him, the enemy soldiers snap to attention, raising their weapons. Luca calmly lifts his own sword, and they immediately open fire. In this moment, all of Luca's senses are firing at their absolute peak. He grits his teeth, his eyes burning with rage. Brilliant arcs from his sword lash out, moving faster than the bullets themselves, deflecting every single shot with ease. Luca stands amidst the billowing smoke from the gunfire, his crimson blade glowing as he prepares to charge. They keep firing, trying to stop him, but he dodges with impossible grace, leaving behind only an afterimage charging forward with a murderous sword. In a blur, Luca closes the distance on one soldier, raises his sword, and casually takes his head clean off. The man's head tumbles through the air, but his death isn't a peaceful one. Luca immediately kicks the severed head like a cannonball, sending it flying right into the face of a soldier with a white headband. The blow leaves him bloody, hands trembling as he drops his weapon. He seizes the opportunity, lunging forward to claim another head and even the score. The last soldier left starts screaming in panic, firing his cannon wildly. Luca carefully eyes the incoming shell, his focus so intense that time itself seems to slow. That massive, spiraling shell, brimming with power, is just moving way too slow for him now. Luca doesn't hesitate. With a single slash, he splits it in two, cleaving the entire frame. A massive explosion erupts from the two halves, with a terrifying figure at its center. The shockwave from the blast looks like a pair of demonic wings, unleashing a ferocious, swirling wind. The enemy soldier stares blankly as dust obscures everything around him. Suddenly, a pair of terrifying, angry eyes materialize in the smoke. Luca emerges from the blast in his battle armor without a single scratch, charging straight ahead. The soldier screams in pure terror. But his fate is the same as his comrades. He takes a clean slash across the neck from Luca, and blood erupts like a fountain. At that exact moment, the soldiers under his command rush in, witnessing the gruesome scene. Ko-Ra is utterly terrified, frozen in place as beads of sweat cover his face, because before him is a scene of complete carnage, corpses and blood everywhere, all at the feet of a crazed tyrant clutching a blood-soaked sword. Luca turns to Ko-Ra and complains, "What are you just standing there for?" As blood continues to drip from his blade. His voice is calm, completely unwavering. "Move out. Don't fall behind. Stay close to me." Just then, a squad of tense-looking enemy soldiers appears. They unleash a deafening barrage of gunfire. Lined up in a wide, curved space, they unload clip after clip into the wall, where Luca and his team are taking cover. He peeks around the corner of the wall, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He never thought a space this massive existed underground. So this is where the bastards set up their defensive line. He deploys a strange, floating device and thinks to himself, "We've pushed pretty deep into their territory now. It shouldn't be long before they find those runaway nobles." With that, he sends the device flying forward. Its head contains a heavily protected camera. The device flies up high and then stops, emitting a low whirring sound. A red light flashes from the center of the camera lens, beginning to scan A full sensory scan of the area is transmitted directly into Luca's brainwaves, giving him a complete tactical overview and all the intel he needs. He counts about 100 combatants on the defensive line. Behind them are non-combatants who have retreated to provide rear support. He figures that Leon is probably among them. A soldier from behind speaks up, "Sir, it seems our advance has been much faster than the other squads. Should we slow down and wait for them to regroup with us?" Luca considers his words, thinking the soldier has a pretty good point, especially now. His mind was slow, utterly drained after using that last powerful technique. Suddenly, a massive flash of light erupted from behind the wall, grabbing his attention. Then came the sound constant, roaring gunfire. Luca's sharp instincts kicked in. That gunfire, he realized, it wasn't aimed at them. Behind the enemy line, it was pure chaos. Half their soldiers watched his position, while the other half were firing at something else. Luca deduced their formation had been broken from the rear. This could only mean one thing: another squad had pushed past them and was already engaging the enemy. And if it wasn't his squad, then he knew exactly who it had to be. Knowing full well who was attacking, Luca seized the moment, commanding his squad to advance with a roar. The enemy's fire was split. This was their chance to attack. His team instantly moved into a professional formation. 2 soldiers at the front braced their shields, absorbing the thunderous volley of enemy fire. Behind them, Luca and the others waited with their guns ready. But the firepower was relentless and overwhelming. The shields began to fracture, spitting out shrapnel under the blinding barrage. The men in front shouted a warning. "Captain, these shields won't hold much longer." But Luca remained calm, ordering, "Hold your ground. We can't push yet." He ducked behind the shield, his mind racing. They just had too much firepower. A solid defense was critical. One mistake meant casualties. He scanned the frenzied enemy soldiers and their massive cannons. He counted at least 8 enemy weapons with extremely high firepower. Then Luca's keen eyes spotted a slight pause as they pulled back to reload. After the next volley, that would be their opening. This was it. With that thought, he launched himself into the air, shouting his command. "When they focus their fire on me," he roared, "everyone attacks." In an instant, Luca's silhouette was high above the enemy. They spotted him, frantically aiming their guns upward, faces red with shock. "Captain, look out!" A storm of bullets flew right at Luca, but they failed to do any serious damage. Luca blocked them with ease. These rifles in the back were no threat at all. He knew their bullets couldn't pierce his defensive armor. As he thought this, sections of his armor began to shift and unfold. In a flash, he drew a pair of intricately designed guns. They looked absolutely devastating. His eyes filled with killing intent. He had to destroy their high-damage weapons first, and he always kept his word. Immediately, a powerful barrage rained down from above, blowing the enemy's massive cannons to smithereens. He let himself fall, releasing one gun and spinning gracefully through the powerful gravitational pull. Luca slammed down right in the enemy's center. It was a classic "I've got you all surrounded" moment. He brought his weapons together, calculating. Now that he was this close, they couldn't risk firing wildly. Before the stunned soldiers could even move, Luca swung his weapons. They fused into a sharp, red blade, slicing off the legs of two enemies. Seizing the opening, his squad closed in from behind and opened fire. Luca smirked triumphantly. "Now you'll die by my hand." The gunfire roared, then finally faded into an eerie silence. A moment later, a terrified enemy soldier with spiky white hair scrambled forward. He threw his hands up, shouting, "We surrender!" The remaining enemy forces were all on their knees, completely defeated. Luca walked forward calmly, ordering Kojia, "Tie them up." His subordinate simply replied, "Yes, Captain," but then he stopped dead. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with absolute despair as he stared ahead. There, in front of Luca, through the settling smoke and dust, lay the bodies of his countrymen. The scene was tragic. He knelt down, calmly checking a pulse. His fears were confirmed. These were soldiers from Ye's squad, so it really was them. They had advanced too fast, with no regard for defense, leading to so many casualties and sacrifices. Luca's face twisted with anger, his teeth clenched. Why did he have to do it this way? Was Ye so desperate he had to sacrifice his own men? That damn fool. This was a terrible mistake. Luca's mind was in turmoil. He was torn between being a loyal soldier of the Empire and his desire to help Ye. If he chose one path, he knew he would have to completely abandon the other. He thought of their fallen friend, a sharp pain piercing his heart. This impossible, contradictory situation was tearing him apart. Luca's fists clenched with grim resolve. If he ran into Ly Animon now, he would have to take her down instantly. That way, even if Ye ended up hating him for it, he could stop him from becoming a traitor. He could save his life. It was the only option he had left. Luca stood motionless, his back conveying a world of pain and heavy burdens. He ordered Ko-Ra to secure the prisoners and wait for the other teams to arrive for processing, giving him command of the situation there. But instead of a simple "yes, sir," Ko-Ra's serious reply caught Luca completely off guard. He began, "Squad leader, you are an outstanding soldier on the battlefield. Today's battle was not just admirable, it was nothing short of astonishing." But Luca wasn't in the mood and cut him off. "If you're just going to say things like that, then save it." Ko-Ra ignored him. "But as an excellent commander, you still have a shortcoming." Luca turned to face him, immediately retorting that without his decisions, many more comrades would have died. "A result like that seems pretty good to me," he said. "So what exactly do you need to add?" Ko-Ra stated it plainly. "You might fight well, but that's on a personal level. Your tactical skills seem to be lacking." He looked Luca dead in the eye. "An autocratic style that always follows your own whims will never allow you to become a truly great commander." Luca's eyes widened. He absolutely could not let that insult slide. Gritting his teeth, he shot back that his methods were autocratic because his squad wasn't strong enough. "Even if I wanted to launch a fast, powerful assault, none of you could keep up with my actions." He glanced at his weary, slow-moving subordinates and complained, "I also wish everyone could win glory and help me in this campaign. But the reality is, you all lack the strength to do what I want. Personally, I don't want to show off my power and put everyone in danger. Therefore, I have to make risky decisions to give everyone a better chance of survival." He closed his eyes in frustration, turning his back as he continued to speak. "If you want to help me, then you'd better train harder. When you have enough strength, then you'll get your chance to shine on the battlefield. This is what I want most from you all. Remember that." "I'll remember what you said, sir." Just when Ko-Ra thought it was over, Luca spoke again, catching him by surprise. But as his reliable figure walked away, he waved a friendly hand and spoke. "I'll remember your advice too. If I do something wrong in the future, just tell me. I'll think about it and learn my lesson." Ko-Ra closed his eyes and sighed, admitting it to himself. He was right. The kid was arrogant, but he was also flexible enough to adapt to any situation. He placed a hand on his chest and bowed. "Good luck, sir." Luca had already left the area, now speeding through the forward sectors. He swept through every corner of the bunker, judging the aftermath. Walls eroded by gunfire, craters everywhere, and enemy bodies fallen in this fierce battle. He recalled the tunnel layout from before, making his assessment. The paths were treacherous, filled with countless traps laid by the enemy forces. But his soldiers had performed their roles well, pushing deep into the base and wiping out the rebel horde. He painfully recalled a peaceful time, talking with his best friend under a quiet night sky. Luca felt a sad pang of regret. Ye wasn't just a good comrade, he was a friend. He was a true friend, someone he could genuinely connect with, no barriers between them. Returning to reality, seeing fallen soldiers in every corner, Luca desperately called out Ye's name in his mind. But are you now sacrificing your own soldiers for your personal goals? More bodies were piled everywhere. These soldiers didn't deserve to lose their lives like this. He felt a deep disappointment in his friend, wherever he was now. A wise commander is one who will always see the difference between right and wrong. That kind of person would never allow his soldiers to take such risks. He figured Ye was now desperately on the run with Lian. He felt it was all so meaningless. Even if he found Lian, how could he possibly help her escape? Lian would definitely die. Luca's eyes grew sad as he thought. He understood that his friend was attached because he loved her, but he didn't need to die for her like this. Right now, he was just desperate and had lost all control over his own actions. While speeding ahead, he suddenly heard a coughing sound and froze. He glanced down and saw a single human head lying there. It was the head of a machine body, and somehow, the thing was still alive, wires sparking from its neck. The head yelled desperately, "I surrender! I'm from the Gammon clan." Luca's voice was ice cold. "Your surrender has nothing to do with me. Where did Lian Gammon go?" The head glanced away with a sad look, answering, "I have no idea where that person is." Luca's eyes narrowed in anger at the reaction. He'd noticed it in a flash. The head had glanced away. It was the classic sign of a liar. He slammed his heel down hard on the piece of trash's eye, making it scream in agony. The man begged for his life, screaming that he'd already surrendered. "Stop, what are you doing to me?" Luca leaned in, his voice a low threat. "This is your last chance. Tell me where Lai Animan is. Now." The man immediately shrieked, "Probably in the basement." But Luca wasn't easily fooled, questioning him. "Down? If you're trying to hide, you'd go up. Or is there an escape route down there?" The man snapped back in frustration. "I don't know. I'm just a foot soldier. They don't tell me everything." Not satisfied, Luca pressed his foot down harder. "Then have you seen Ile?" The name made the man's pain turn to rage. He couldn't hold back his tears, shouting, "It was him. He's the one who put me in this situation." The more he struggled, the harder Luca pushed. "That man is insane. We were acquaintances, and still, I had already surrendered, but he did this to me anyway." Luca had heard enough. With a final crushing stomp, the man's head burst like a fountain of red. He walked away without a second glance, leaving the pathetic, headless corpse behind. Consider it a mercy, he thought. A quick death is less suffering. A crimson glow flared wildly from behind his armored mask. Beneath the helmet, Luca's face was likely just as cold. He'd always hated the feeling of slaughter, but today, not a single shred of regret or sympathy. This was the nature of a bloody battlefield. He walked deeper, getting closer to the end of the tunnel. Up ahead, a brilliant light marked an exit. As he moved, the sounds of gunfire and screams grew louder. His hand instinctively tightened on the massive, still-smoking gun. Luca's heart clenched as he whispered a name. Ile. Nearing the entrance, a magnificent dining hall appeared, a stark contrast to the armored bodies littering the floor. And in the distance, a single, silent, solitary figure stood. He asked himself a desperate question. If you've gone too far to ever turn back, what am I supposed to do with you? Luca then stepped fully into the grand hall. His eyes locked onto a figure that was both familiar and alien, standing with their back to him on a massive, chaotic dining table. All around that person were the still, cold bodies of countless warriors, scattered across the floor. He'd been through so much with his best friend. On the surface, he was cheerful, but deep down, Luca was always anxious. There was always an unease about Yulei, who held the sacred crest of the Acton Empire so close to his heart. What if he acted against the Empire itself? But now, Luca walked forward with steady, resolute steps. The time had come for him to make his choice. He strode into the brightly lit hall, ignoring the blood and bodies all around him. Luca's face was grim, his gaze sharp and cold as he stared straight ahead. He called out to the lone figure on the table. Yulei! Yulei! The person didn't move, only using a hand to push their helmet's visor down with a click. Yulei turned his head slightly, his voice indifferent. So, you've come, Luca. Luca glanced down at a body at his feet, his own voice full of reprimand. You finally did it. You pushed your own soldiers to their deaths for your personal goals. Then he looked up, noticing a terrified group huddled in the corner. Looking closer, Luca saw a distinguished older man with white hair. He and several others were surrounding a trembling girl with long, silver hair. Luca realized it was Hugo Gamon, head of the Gamon family, with his trusted men, and even Lai Anamon was there. Luca gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with pure fury. You did all of this? For a woman? Yulei didn't answer. He just drew a sword from his thigh armor. I guess you can't let this one slide, can you? The air instantly grew heavy with pressure. Yulei now held a gun and a large sword, clad in black and white full-body armor. His cold gaze was a clear challenge. Draw your weapon. Luca gave no ground, immediately taking a combat stance. He raised his own blade, gripping it tightly, his eyes burning with anger. You need to be taught a lesson. Tension hung thick over the hall of corpses. Both men stood silent, watching each other, ready to strike at any moment. Luca held his sword high, his gaze locked on Ile with deadly seriousness. This was a battle for survival against his friend. He knew there was no room for mercy or hesitation if he wanted to win this. In fights like this, countless variables could change everything in an instant. Luca's brow furrowed as his mechanical eye glanced behind Ile, scanning for information. He could see Lianamon and the Gaiman Patriarch being led away by their guards, trying to escape. He quickly calculated his options. He probably couldn't take Ile down fast enough, which meant the Gammon family would definitely get away. Luca lowered his center of gravity, preparing to fight, his decision made. Logically, I need to take down the Gammons first, even if that meant becoming Yilei's mortal enemy. At least then, his mission would be complete. His face became a mask of cold duty, emotion pushed aside. But then Yilei suddenly spoke, as if reading his very soul, making Luca's eyes fly open in shock. So, you're just going to ignore me and attack the Gaiman family? Just then, Ye fired a shot right where Luca was standing, but he instantly leaped aside to dodge it. Ye gave chase, relentlessly pursuing Luca as he sprinted down the long dining table, firing non-stop but unable to match his incredible speed. Ye gritted his teeth in frustration, keeping his gun trained on him. But Luca wasn't worried, thinking that predicting Ye's attacks was no big deal. But this was merely the prelude to his plan. The truly difficult part was yet to come. As Luca accelerated, his full-body armor lit up with a seamless network of glowing red lines. He did this intentionally, knowing for this fight he had to push his cybernetic signal bandwidth to the absolute limit to achieve max speed. In a flash, he easily dodged the barrage of bullets, closing in on the smug guards of the Gamon clan. This would allow him to bypass Ye's interference and move straight in to eliminate the Gaiman family. The two silver-haired guards aimed their guns at the intruder without a hint of fear. Ye, absolutely furious, screamed, "Stop!" while squeezing the trigger. Luca quickly lowered his center of gravity, raising his sword in a split second before the guards could react. Immediately after, a beautiful crimson slash cut through the air, so fast the bullet was still suspended in space, unable to reach him. In a flash, Luca spun around, his sword poised to deal with the incoming projectile. He calmly and skillfully rotated the blade into the bullet's path. Luca's calculations and reaction time were simply on another level. The bullet slammed directly into the flat of the sword, its powerful force creating a shower of electric sparks on impact. He expertly used the blade's rotation to alter the bullet's trajectory. This entire insane sequence of moves happened in the literal blink of an eye. The bullet suddenly ricocheted at a wild angle, flying into the other guard, who could only gape in shock, completely unable to react in time. The round tore into his body, sending him flying backward as blood erupted from the wound. Luca immediately spun back around, charging straight for his primary target. The head of the Gaiman clan saw the demon approaching and waved his hands in terror. In an instant, the sword shot upward, piercing him directly under the chin and turning his head into a grotesque skewer. The blade was stuck for a moment, pointing straight up through the man's skull. Following the momentum, Luca swung his sword downward, slicing through the old man's jaw and then cleaving the chest of a confidant beside him. A waterfall of blood gushed out, stunning Leon. He withdrew his sword, raising it again with pure killing intent fixed on the final target. At that moment, Ye was desperately charging from behind. Luca paid him no mind, certain that Ye would try anything to stop him, but he was too late. His own movements were far too fast. There was no way Ye could possibly interfere. Finishing off Lian would be simple. Recalling her shy expression when they first met, Luca felt a flash of anger toward this girl who had approached him for her own reasons. But her approach had only been one of good intentions. Even so, at this moment, completing the mission was still the top priority. He lunged forward like a storm, his eyes filled with killing intent, as he aimed his sharp blade at her motionless body with grim determination. He would make it quick, so she wouldn't have to suffer any longer. It was the only mercy he could offer her now. Mid-attack, Luca glanced at her face one last time. He was suddenly stunned, freezing at the strange expression reflected in her wide-open eyes. A smile? Luca was completely bewildered. The look on Lian's face was a chaotic mess of emotions. She was grinning widely, yet tears were streaming down her cheeks, her brows furrowed in a mask of absolute despair. Suddenly, an enraged scream tore through the air. Luca! Ye was right on top of him, his face twisted with fury and helplessness. He threw his entire body forward, slamming with all his strength into Luca's stomach to force him away from Lian. The sheer inertia sent both of them flying back into the wall. Lian watched in terror, fresh tears still clinging to her eyes. Luca and Ye were on the ground, locked in a fierce struggle over the sword. Luca suddenly spoke. Ye, you saw her face, didn't you? Her family was just wiped out, and she was smiling. On top of him, Ye gritted his teeth, remaining silent, but he shot back, defending her to Lauca's utter disbelief. There's nothing strange about it. She's finally been freed from their control. Her family had always intended to force her into a political marriage. To them, she was nothing more than a tool to achieve their own ambitions. Lauca let out a frustrated sigh and slammed his knee hard into Ye's stomach. What the hell are you even talking about? Thrown back, Ye clutched his stomach, trembling from the pain, while Lauca was already back on his feet. He wiped his face and cursed. Stop being so stupid. She's just another one of the rebels. Lian had approached with a mournful expression, helping Ye up. He clutched his stomach and argued, Lauca, you don't know anything at all. Their clan was labeled as rebellious, but they never actually did anything to deserve it. In reality, this was all just a setup, a story fabricated to purge their entire clan. In the hallways, bodies were still scattered everywhere. Ye spoke up. If they truly wanted to rebel, don't these defenses seem a bit too simple? If they were serious about fighting the Empire, they would have sought help from Kojite or Balato, not just used a few regular soldiers. Luca's lips tightened, and he swallowed his response. In his heart, he couldn't deny it. Ye was right. Thinking back on recent events, he knew infiltrating Fort Aiken was supposed to be impossible, yet these rebels made it look effortless. However, for a rebellion backed by 3 major families, the scale of this attack was pitifully small. If they truly intended to revolt, why didn't they ally themselves with powerful external forces like Kojiti or Balato? Those factions could have easily provided support. Luca was torn, his expression grim as he watched Lion gently help Ye to his feet. Now what? Even if it were true, what could he change? If things kept going like this, Ye would just die alongside Lion. Lion, who had been silent, looked up at Luca with an annoyed frown. Suddenly she spoke up. My father. He wasn't entirely innocent. He discovered the Aiken artifact and failed to report it to the Empire. A panicked Ye quickly tried to silence her. Lion, this isn't the time for that. But she simply turned and began searching a corpse, which immediately put Luca on high alert. She explained that this was probably the real reason the Empire had targeted their family and branded them all as traitors. Then, Lion pulled a gorgeous, brightly glowing blue cube from the body. The Aiken artifact, she said. Its power can reactivate the legendary fortress that has been dormant for 1,000 years. Luca frowned suspiciously. Why are you telling me this? Lion's response was firm. Because you still haven't killed me. It isn't because you feel guilty. It's because you're afraid that killing me would create a rift with Ye, right? Her words hit their mark. Luca froze, silenced by the truth. Nearby, Ye lowered his head, deep in thought. She pressed on. You also know that after this, Ye can never return to his old life in the Empire. Lion stood her ground before the fearsome man. Right here, right now, we all have a choice to make. She powerfully held the Aiken cube out in front of her and spoke with total confidence. Using this artifact, we can teleport inside the legendary fortress. Ye and I can both escape the Empire safely. You have to help us. Lion's gaze was sharp and profound, as if she could see straight into Luca's soul. Luca stared at the artifact in her hand, completely stunned. Her story sent his thoughts into chaos, and he had no idea what to do. Luca's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the cube. After a moment, he finally asked, There's a teleportation device? Lion calmly replied, That's right. Deep beneath the fortress, there is a teleporter. It's likely an escape device, built in case the fortress ever fell. If you don't believe me, you can just kill me. I really don't want to see Ye die trying to protect me. But if we use this Aiken relic to activate the device, we can leave this empire. All you have to do is report you never saw us. Hearing that, Luca shot back. You think the Imperial Army would just leave a device like that alone? Lion calmly answered. Only direct members of the Gammon family know the tunnel exists. If we go deep underground, we'll be safe. Luca frowned, lost in thought. To be honest, he was tempted. He didn't care about Lion's fate, but he had to consider what was best for Ye, who had already admitted he wanted to leave the Empire. With his kind of thinking, it was only a matter of time before he was executed anyway. Luckily, on a chaotic battlefield like this, it would be much easier to fake a disappearance or a death. His mind made up, Luca nodded toward Ye and sheathed his sword. When Ye started to speak, Luca cut him off sharply. Quiet. Ye, promise me one thing. If there's no teleporter like Lion said, or if it doesn't work, you won't stop me again. Luca stared him straight in the eyes. You heard her, he added gently. Lion doesn't want you to get hurt, either. Ye fell silent, his lips parting slightly as his gaze shifted towards her. Lion's face was a mixture of pitiful, adorable, and strong as she looked at him. Ye felt a deep sadness, but bit his lip and agreed. Okay, Luca, I promise. The three of them cautiously started down the stairs to the tunnel entrance, with Luca taking point and Ye guarding the rear. As Luca gave hand signals while scouting the path, he thought to himself that he had to be going crazy. Not only was he not stopping Ye, he was actively escorting Lion. If another suppression squad saw them, they were all dead. Luca turned to Leon, starting to ask, "Is that a teleporter or but?" She cut him off with a single phrase. "Hold on." He looked back to see Lian gently dabbing blood from Ye's face with a handkerchief, telling her, "Come on, let's clean this up before it dries." Model. Seeing this, Luca grumbled, Hey, are you two planning on getting married the second we get out of here?" Hearing that, Ye grabbed Lian's hand, stopping her. With tears in her eyes, she said, "I'm sorry, Ye. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." But Ye quickly comforted her. "Don't worry about it. You're the one who taught me about the outside world." Lian asked in shock. "Is that the only reason?" Ye continued. "To me, that's not just some normal reason. My whole worldview has changed. Thanks to you, I finally understand the cause of all the dissatisfaction and chaos I felt inside. Without you, I would have gone crazy a long time ago. I'm not a freak. I'm just different." Both Lian and Luca were stunned by Ye's sudden confession. Luca glanced at Ye, just now realizing Lian was the one who had infected him with these dangerous ideas that spread like a plague, eating the empire from within. If these thoughts were allowed to spread, the empire would collapse. It would be weakened, just waiting for the Baolao Federation or the Holy Sid Alliance to invade and destroy it. Luca refused to see his empire fall. He decided that if necessary, he would eliminate this threat himself, even if that threat was Ye. He clenched his fist, hardening his resolve. His face grew stern as he took a deep breath, his hand gripping the side of the tunnel wall. The three of them had now reached the bottom of the stairs and turned into the passage. Luca let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, we can finally relax." Lian, catching her breath, added, "Like I said, only direct family members know about this tunnel, and with its maze-like structure, no one is going to find it easily." Lian thought of her father, who had been granted permission to research the ruins. He never reported his findings, his ambition growing when he figured out how to operate the fortress. But it was all under the Emperor's control. Hearing this, Luca cut in impatiently. "More importantly, how much longer until we get there?" Lian pointed ahead. "We just need to go a little further down this way. And thank you, Luca, for letting us go." Luca turned and walked forward. "I was just settling an old debt with Ye. Next time we meet, I'll take care of you and him." Ye looked at Luca with sad eyes and said, "Take care." Lian added, "If we escape successfully, I'm heading to Border City. If we get separated for any reason, let's meet up there." Lian asked if Luca wanted to leave the Empire, but he cut her off with a wave of his hand. He wasn't interested. Meanwhile, Ye quietly repeated the name of the city. Luca put a hand to his forehead, completely overwhelmed, and muttered, "I'm so tired." Helping Ye had been a mistake, a bad call made in a moment of weakness. This was no time to rest. He had to figure out how to report this when it was all over. Luckily, the guard captain thought highly of him, and he was the only one spying on Lian. Both Ye and Lian were just normal students and noble ladies, not high-value targets. "I won't get any more involved than this," he resolved. The three of them continued onward. As they neared a door, Luca glanced at Ye. "Ye, get ready. If there's no teleporter on the other side of this door, then this is where it all ends." Ye nodded seriously. Luca pressed the button to open the door, and a blue halo appeared, filling him with a deep sense of unease. He knew he had to figure out the source of this feeling. Fast. As the door slowly slid open, one thought consumed Luca's mind. The reason for his dread was right behind this door. His eyes shot wide open. It wasn't strange that the lights were on the whole system would activate when the fortress was running, but the light was blinding. He had to shut his eyes, thinking, block it all out. Focus on scent. The first thing he smelled was fresh, metallic blood. Then, the overwhelming odor of oil and metal. Luca bit his lip, his body tense. There was no distinct scent of any living creature here. He couldn't wait any longer. He forced his eyes open. There was no teleporter. Instead, 4 royal guards stood waiting for them. Luca's heart dropped. Crap. Facing one guard without armor was a death sentence. But there were 4 of them. He thought he could arrange their escape, give Ye the life he wanted. Was that just some sweet, stupid dream? He had to turn this around. Only one way out came to mind. He had to execute Lian. Right here. Right now. He'd be under suspicion, but he might be able to convince his superiors. But if Lian died, would Ye be able to keep his cool? If he lost control and charged the guards, It would be over for all of them. Just then, all 4 guards turned in unison to face them. No more time for hesitation. They'd been spotted. It was now or never. Any delay would only make him look more guilty. This was his last chance. He spun around to strike Lian, but someone else was faster. A bullet from behind hit her head. Lian collapsed, blood and tears mixing on her face, as Luca and the guards stared in absolute shock. The shot came from Ye. Her gun was still smoking. A guard asked, "Is that Lua and Ye? What was that gunshot?" Ye holstered her weapon, calmly stating, "I've executed a prisoner who was no longer of any value." A guard stepped closer, demanding, "Did you bring rebels here without knowing who they were?" "Ye, report the situation from the start. We'll decide what happens next." Ye simply replied, "Understood." As the guards moved on, Ye stared down at the body for a long moment before following them. Only Luca remained, frozen in front of Leon's lifeless form. The scene shifts to Himiliat's office, where he looks at Luca with praise. An outstanding performance. The 21st squad leader, Luca, stood before him, hands clasped behind his back. "Thank you, Captain." Himiliat glanced at a control panel and continued, "The higher-ups always sing your praises, especially your combat skills. You're the best squad leader and cadet he's ever seen. However," he added, "he believes your relationships with your subordinates could use a lot of improvement. If you need to learn how to manage your team, just go find and ask Kin An. The report says you didn't execute Lian Amon immediately, and even took her to the lowest level. Any special reason you chose her as your guide?" Hearing the question, Luca tensed up. He knew this was coming. He answered, "Sir, Ye and I plan to seize the teleporter to prevent the rebels from escaping." As he spoke, his thoughts drifted to Lian. "We believed capturing someone with weak combat skills like Lian Amon was the most logical choice to avoid casualties." Himiliat listened to his explanation, then said, "A reasonable judgment. But Luca, I have one more question." Luca quickly cut in, "You must be referring to my relationship with Lian." "Not just that," the captain replied. "Ye also communicated with Lian." Luca shot back, "Ye and I are not foolish soldiers who would compromise a mission for something like that. You, of all people, should know that best, Captain." An image of Lian flashed in his mind. Luca carefully explained himself, his hands trembling behind his back, but his face remained a mask of calm as he continued. "To be honest, a part of me wanted to give Lian some hope. If she completed her mission as a guide, maybe she could have lived. We saw it as the only humane thing we could do for her." Himiliat's sharp gaze seemed to bore right through him. Luca met his eyes, a silent confirmation. That was his story, and he was sticking to it. Suddenly, the captain burst out laughing and gestured for Luca to leave. "All right, you must be tired. We'll leave it at that." Luca turned to go. "Sir," but then the captain called his name again. "Luca." Lifting a glass to his lips, he gave Luca a cunning look. "It seems the Amon family is stronger than I thought. For Ye's team to be wiped out like that." Luca froze. The words hit him like a physical blow, but he struggled to keep his composure. He had to stay calm. It was all in the report. Ye's squad was ambushed by rebels after a reckless pursuit, leading to their complete annihilation. But why did it feel like the captain was testing him? One wrong move and he'd break into a cold sweat. Though his hands still trembled, Luca calmly turned back to face him and replied, "If it were my squad, that would not have happened. Looks like the top spot in this class is already mine." Himiliat just smiled. "I look forward to it." On the high-speed train, Luca leaned his head against his hand, eyes closed, thinking. He'd slept the whole way back to the capital. And why not? After days of non-stop tension, his mind was still replaying the horrible events that had just unfolded. Ye, Lian, Fortress Ain, the artifact, the teleporter. He remembered Lian, how death had stopped her from escaping the Empire. And that death came from the hands of the very person she saw as a knight, Ye. Darkness clouded Luca's thoughts. He couldn't even look Ye in the face. Her image appeared in his mind once again. He figured she must have killed Leon because he was there. If he hadn't been present, she would have surely faced the end with Lion. Then, he pictured himself. In any case, his own goal had been achieved. He had protected Ye's life. That's right, that was enough. A faint light began to pierce through his thoughts. Luca covered his eyes with his hand. Upon reaching the capital, Abazan, they rested and performed equipment maintenance. They received medals for their service in the battle. Luca opened his eyes, thinking of the 7th class cross-sword medal. Out of all the cadet guards, only he and Ye had received this honor. How ironic. Later, on a rooftop, Luca confronted Ye. "I can't believe you killed Leon." Ye leaned wearily against the wall. Luca continued, "I thought you would fight the guard unit, no matter the cost." Ye was quiet for a moment, then replied, "I would have if I were alone. But my family is close with the Gaiman family. They were thrilled I earned this merit. Then Ye's voice dropped. You should quit being a cadet. You're not fit to be a guard. Ye had killed a comrade for so-called love. But Luca fired back. You killed a teammate over personal feelings. Ye paused for a moment before admitting he wished he could quit. But it wasn't that simple. His family was forcing him into the guard by any means necessary. They might as well just kill me, he muttered. Hearing that, Luca snapped. Watch your mouth. Ye. But just then, Luca's eyes went wide. Something was terribly wrong with the look on Ye's face. A sharp, violent pain hit him. His organs felt damaged. He collapsed as his metal fell and broke in two. Luca scoffed. Stop acting. If it's broken, they'll just replace it with machine parts. But Ye was shaking, gripping the balcony in pure agony. Coming back here, he choked out, is the first time I've ever hated my past self for not training harder. Ye slumped against the wall, defeated. Crying your eyes out won't change a thing now. Luca stood there, thinking, what am I even doing? Seeing Ye's exhaustion, he knew all he could do was stay silent. Ye wasn't some cold-blooded murderer. He was clearly facing crushing guilt for killing his own teammate. Worse, he failed to save Lian despite all the chaos he caused. He was probably staring death right in the face, and just as Luca thought, Ye broke down, covering his face as bitter tears streamed down his cheeks. Luca knew that both mentally and physically, Ye needed to leave this empire. Ye then spoke up, Luca, I'm taking a leave of absence. I'm going home. With their 4th year approaching, a few months' leave was probably possible. Luca simply nodded, glancing at the sky before they both walked into the elevator. Just then, Luca asked, I need to ask you something. Why did Lian smile when she saw my family get killed? Ye answered quietly. Lian was in an arranged engagement. The man was 30 years older than her. And when Lian was born, he demanded her parents raise her to be a perfect copy of his late wife. Luca was stunned. What did he demand of them? He provided photos, videos, and countless documents to force her to become an exact replica, her face, her hobbies, her gestures, and even her name. Luca grimaced. She had no personal will. The pain must have been unbearable. Ye figured that must be why she knew so much about Bao Lao. He gave a bitter laugh. This is the kind of twisted desire that comes with power. She was abused from the moment she was born. Luca pressed on. So, when Lao Day introduced me to Lian, before he could finish, Ye cut him off. That was my plan with Lian. I told Lao Di you were the illegitimate son of the guard captain, and he believed it instantly. Luca cursed silently. That bastard. He then added, wait a minute. Lao Day believed you because everyone saw the special treatment I got from the captain. Ye explained with a smirk. It's not that strange for an orphan from the camps to become a guard trainee. Not when the guard captain himself is from the ancient tree clan. I thought if Lian got married and had a child, she would finally be free. Luca sighed internally. Why does everyone think that's the answer? Honestly, why did one person after another come to the same conclusion? He still considered Ye a friend, but he also knew the truth. He closed his eyes, speechless. Ye was his friend, but he was not a good person. Leaving Ye, Luca went to the surveillance room to visit Kinan. The old man looked up from his book and laughed. You looking for another beating? Luca didn't reply, thinking to himself that the last war hero had finally appeared. He often visited Kinan, who was under constant surveillance. He pulled a chair to the side and sat down, facing the old man directly. Kinan knew he was just following the guard captain's orders. When Luca stayed quiet, he asked, You received the cross-sword medal, didn't you? Luca replied, It's just a medal. It's nothing compared to your incredible achievements, sir. But inside, Luca found himself feeling surprisingly at ease around Kinan. He added, The guard captain told me that if I wanted to learn how to manage subordinates, I should seek you out. Instructor Kinan. Kinan laughed. Hemeliot said that? He overestimates me. He then added, But I've seen your combat file. I can give you some advice. Are your subordinates disobeying you? Luca replied, No, not at all. They're all outstanding soldiers of the Empire. They would charge into a sea of fire on my orders, even though I'm a stranger to them. Kinan analyzed. In that case, you must be too kind a commander. Instead of sacrificing your subordinates, you choose to bear the risks yourself. Luca looked surprised and shook his head. Not really. Isn't that just the best way to preserve our fighting strength? Kinan responded with a serious tone. When you personally charge to the front lines, the fatigue on your nervous system slowly accumulates inside you. Eventually, it will impact your ability to make critical decisions. You'll waste resources that should be used to protect your whole team. Luca shot up from his seat, shouting, Are you telling me I should sacrifice my subordinates? Kinan calmly pressed a button on the desk. A 3D model materialized in the air as he began his explanation. Kinan presses a button on the console, flashing images of everyone Luca has ever helped. Looking at Jay and Gaji's pictures, Kinan says, "Remember them from the lower district? You saved Jita and paid Gaji's medical bills." He tells Luca that those two would readily help him. Luca replies casually, "Of course they would. I helped them first." But Kinan's tone turns mysterious. That's not enough to make them sacrifice themselves. You need a deeper connection. However, he warns, you also need to keep your distance. Get too attached, and you'll hesitate to use them as pawns. Luca sounds unimpressed. That doesn't sound appealing at all. Kinan grins. See, this is why I like you, Luca. A true good guy. Kinan summarizes his lessons succinctly. Accept their love, but never, ever love them back. That, he says with a cryptic smile, is the secret to controlling any relationship. But Luca has a question. What if I can't handle sacrificing someone? You know, the guilt, the remorse that comes with it. Kinan's advice is chillingly simple. Experience it and get used to it. If he can't, he will never stand above others. After hearing that, Luca abruptly stands up and turns to leave, but not without one last parting shot. From now on, I will proactively use my subordinates. Hearing this, Kinan smirks. Perfect for a good guy. The next day, Hemelius informs Luca he's going to Katia Academy. Luca is stunned, asking, "What?" Hemelius laughs. "You look surprised. It's only for 2 months, and it'll be a great experience." Luca admits, "I never thought I'd be chosen." Hemelius explains that traditionally, only trainees with outstanding records ever get picked. "Oh, and Lei refused," he continues, "said he wanted to rest at home." Luca thinks to himself, so he still hasn't gotten over it. Hemelius keeps talking. "You've never experienced the world of the nobility, have you? And that's going to cause you some serious trouble if you really want to join the Kutoria family." Luca closes his eyes and says quietly, "If you insist, then I'll go." Hemelius nods. "All right, I'll arrange a guide for you. I think you'll be pleased." Standing under a brilliant sky, Luca smooths his hair back. They should be arriving any minute now. A flicker of anxiety crosses his face as a transport roars overhead. He clutches his luggage, watching the ramp lower. A voice calls out, "What are you spacing out for? Get inside already." Luca boards and finds Giselle waiting for him. He kneels slightly, hand to his chest. "I'm Luca, a guard trainee." Giselle cuts him off flatly. "I already know everything. No need to explain." Luca clenches his fists, thinking this girl's attitude is insufferable. He wants to crush that arrogance. He says aloud, "A true noble lady of the Kutoria family." Giselle is startled and turns away, asking, "How did you know that?" Luca replies coolly, "It's simple logic. Who else would dare defy an order from Guard Captain Hemelius Kutoria?" She retorts, obviously annoyed. "Or maybe you just knew who I was from the start." Luca tells her, "If you're that curious, go ask your father." He watches her seethe, certain this is the captain's daughter. He realizes that if the captain sent his own beloved daughter, he fully intends to keep his promise of adopting him, Luca Kutoria. He rests his chin on his hand, mulling over the name. A small smile touches his lips. Doesn't sound too bad. Giselle's voice cuts through his thoughts. "You're right. The guard captain is my father." She looks him dead in the eye. "I am Giselle Kutoria, but don't you ever dare act like you're giving me orders. I find it incredibly unpleasant." He thinks Lian Gammon was easier to deal with, but says aloud, "If I offended you, then I apologize." But then, a flash of his past in the slums hits him. Wait, why am I apologizing to her? After everything he's endured, he refuses to suffer just to please some aristocrat. He despises that kind of life. This is exactly why he agreed to the academy mission in the first place. Surely the captain would understand. Luca ruffles his hair and lets out a laugh. He looks straight at Giselle. "Forget it. I'd rather bite my tongue off and die than flatter someone I hate. Just do the job you were given. You lead the way, and I'll follow. Is that clear?" Giselle grits her teeth, her hands digging into the armrests in pure rage. But with nothing she can do, she whips her head away. Luca ignores her completely, thinking this journey isn't going to be easy. Just then, the transport finally lands. Following behind Giselle, Luca climbs a grand staircase. "Follow me," she says. "I'll take you to the dorms." He just gawks at the strange new surroundings. A massive, imposing statue, the symbol of the academy, looms before them. An inscription is carved into the base. The Empire honors the founder and protector of humanity. Praise be to Jin Katia. The statue's face is stern and powerful. Luca's eyes are glued to the monument. The entire campus is a vision of modern, advanced architecture. Is this really Katia Academy? A place I've only ever seen in pictures? The majestic, futuristic landscape unfolds before his eyes. The second Luca's foot touched the ground, every curious gaze in the area locked onto him. Giselle spoke as they walked. Purple is for trainees, a lower saturation. The crowd parted, making way for the two of them. Suddenly, a young man was shoved hard from behind, sending him sprawling onto the ground right in front of Luca. He looked at the guy, helpless. For people with such privileged backgrounds, their behavior was absolutely disgraceful. He then heard Giselle's sharp voice. "What are you doing?" She held up her sleeve. "Doesn't yours have a color change function?" Luca replied. "Why would a trainee need that?" She shot back loudly. "If you're not prepared, how will you manage if something happens?" He smirked. She sounded just like his father, always nagging him, always giving him pointers. It was just the color of his clothes, so why was she making such a big deal? This was a far cry from his first impression of her. Luca said, "All right, I'm sorry, Giselle." Meanwhile, Philip, walking by with a friend, glanced over at the commotion. "Huh?" Hearing his name called, Luca looked over and saw Philip grinning, raising a hand in greeting. "Philip!" He walked right over and clapped Luca's shoulder. "Welcome. I was starting to think you weren't going to make it." "No way," Luca replied. Philip then asked Giselle, "Hey, have we met somewhere before?" "Giselle Koya. I'm Philip Ennen, a satellite trainee in Luca's class. Mind if I borrow him for a sec?" She was flustered. "Of course. Let me know when you're done." Luca was secretly thrilled. Thanks to Philip, he could finally breathe a little easier. With an arm around his shoulder, Philip whispered, "Lady Koya herself is with you." "The rumors about the guard captain's favor must be true, huh?" Luca said. "I was pretty surprised to find out she's the captain's daughter. She completely ignored me at first. If he'd met her anywhere else, her nose definitely wouldn't still be in one piece." From a distance, Giselle watched them whispering. Philip went on. "It's about time you got used to the nobility. Does the guard captain have any big plans for your future? Can you guess?" Philip prodded. "Who knows, maybe you'll even become his son-in-law, right?" Luca shot back. "Stop with the wild theories." But Philip seemed dead serious. "No, I'm telling you the truth. You're going to be dealing with the nobility a lot more. A son-in-law? What a fantasy," Luca thought. An image of Giselle's arrogant face on the jet flashed in his mind. "I'm well aware my personality isn't the best. If his wife had a personality as bad as his own, any chance at a relationship would be history." Luca thought of Kinan and the deal with the captain. He would be allowed to supervise Kinan. In return, he'd be adopted into the Koya family. A secret arrangement. Not a son-in-law, but an adopted son. Now that was a beautiful dream. Giselle was still trying to wait patiently for their chat to end. Philip then asked, "Luca, did you fix that thing yet?" He answered, "Not yet." "Why?" Philip handed Luca a 3-pack of condoms. "Then keep this safe." Luca stared at the small box, his face turning bright red. And with that, Philip put an arm around his friend and gave Luca a very suggestive wave. "Girls tend to admire dispatched trainees like you." Luca quickly shoved the small box into his pocket. Philip had certainly given him the essential information for surviving this academy. He wondered if after this whole event, he and Philip would actually become closer friends. He recalled the symbol of Anne drawn on the building. Philip had also mentioned the dorms. Basically, this was the situation. This place belonged to people from humble beginnings, like him. Whether they were prodigies or from fallen noble families, they all ended up here. It was because lower-class people like them simply couldn't afford to find a place of their own to live. Luca's face was set with determination. So there was a class system here too. That figured. If it was easy to soar, it wouldn't be any fun. Luca followed behind Giselle, lost in his thoughts. "Let's look around for a bit." He went with her inside the dormitory. Everything inside completely surprised him. A robot grabbed his luggage and led him to his room. "This is the room for Sir Luca. Just send a message if you require anything." He thought this place was better than a palace. It probably wasn't missing a single thing. Luca touched the furniture in the room. "This is where fallen nobles and the lower class live?" The standards were on another level. Maybe this was a place that gathered people with outstanding talent, even if they weren't exactly suited to become soldiers. Luca sat in a chair and looked up at the ceiling, closing his eyes to think. Appearances were so different. He remembered Giselle bringing him here. "This is your place." She turned on her communication device. "Right after class ends, the head of the dorm will come and guide you. This is my contact ID number. Remember to call me if you need anything." Luca asked her, "You don't hate me?" Giselle replied, "I have absolutely no intention of neglecting the mission my father assigned to me." He accepted her contact info, thinking that this meant she was responsible about her duties, not just some spoiled princess. Luca watched Giselle leave. "If something important comes up, I'll call you." She repeated his words. "Make sure it's an important matter. And one more piece of advice, she had warned. Don't get too close to the dorm manager. The memory jolted Luca, his eyes snapping open. He'd asked her why. Giselle's answer was simple. She wasn't what she seemed. She was the craziest person in all of Katia Academy. He remembered a girl with curly hair, skipping along without a care in the world. With her back to him, Giselle had said, "Seriously, stay away from the dorm manager." Surprised, Luca could only ask, "But why?" Just as he was lost in Giselle's warning, the doorbell rang. Luca pushed himself up to answer it. The person outside went to ring it again, just as the door swung open. A girl with curly brown hair froze, completely flustered to see him. The moment he saw her, Giselle's warning echoed in his mind. She's the craziest person in Katia Academy. A moment later, the girl composed herself. "Oh, hi. I'm Babara, the dorm manager." Babara trailed off, becoming a flustered, stammering mess again. The awkward energy was starting to affect Luca. He scratched his head, introducing himself. I'm Luca, a guard trainee who was just assigned here." His eyes sized her up. "Nice to meet you, Luca," she stammered. "I ran right over after class." "Have you been waiting long?" Luca made a silent assessment. Worn sleeves, frayed collar, no family name. She was definitely from the lower district, but this timid girl was nothing like he'd imagined. The craziest person here? It just didn't add up at all. He wondered if Giselle simply hated people from the lower districts, waving a dismissive hand at Babara. "Not at all. I just got here myself," Babara whispered shyly. "What should I call you?" Luca tried to cut through the awkward tension. "Hey, just call me whatever. I'm from the lower district too." At this, Babara's expression immediately brightened. "Okay, Luca, you're incredible, just like the rumors said. To come from the lower district and become a guard trainee." Luca automatically returned the compliment. "You're the same, Babara. You came from that district too. Besides, becoming dorm manager is a huge accomplishment." At that, Babara beamed, her eyes crinkling into a joyful smile. Seeing her so happy, Luca found himself cracking a small smile. She must have worked incredibly hard to get here, just like him. She turned cheerfully. "Follow me, Luca. I'll show you around the dormitory. And no refusing. It's the dorm manager's official responsibility, after all." But as she turned, Luca noticed something strange, droplets of water flying into the air. Did she shower right after class? She must have been in a hurry. He watched her walk away, trying to convince himself. But then again, if she's the hard-working type, it would make sense. Before he knew it, assembly day had arrived at the academy's main building. The place was packed with new recruits, and among them was Giselle. Luca immediately made his way over to her. Giselle spotted him instantly. "You wore what I told you to. Good. Let's go. My father ordered me to be in your class for a week." Luca screamed internally. An entire week with her? He was going to lose his mind. But just then, a voice called out from behind them. The second Luca heard that voice, he knew. It was Babara, and sure enough, there she was right behind them. The girl bowed her head slightly. "Long time no see, Giselle." The moment Giselle heard her, her entire demeanor changed. Her eyes shot daggers at Babara as she snapped, "Get out of my sight, now!" Babara flinched, raising her hands to her face as her body trembled. I just wanted to say hello." But Giselle wasn't finished. She stalked closer, her gaze freezing cold. "Hello, Babara, now, get lost." Babara's face fell as she cowered in fear. Giselle's voice dropped to a low growl. "Understand? Now beat it. I have nothing to say to you." With that, she spun around and walked away. "Follow me, Luca, unless you want to be late on your first day." Watching this go down gave Luca a completely new perspective on the small girl. Seeing her cower in fear, she was no different from the pathetic losers he saw back in the lower district. How did someone like that become dorm manager? He turned away in disgust, cursing under his breath. What an eyesore. After they'd walked a bit, Luca asked, "You seem to know Babara well." Giselle didn't even look back. "I just know her face," she replied calmly. "We started at the same time." Seeing an opening, he pressed further, this time making it a statement. "You hate her, don't you?" At that, Giselle went completely silent. Luca felt a flash of annoyance. Was she ignoring him? He recalled her warning that Babara was the craziest person here. The fact that Babara still tried to talk to her was interesting, though. But ultimately, it wasn't his problem. All that mattered was surviving these next 2 months. If he managed that, he would finally become a noble. He had no time to waste on petty gossip. Or at least, that's what he told himself while casually flipping a knife. But after a full week of mind-numbing lectures, suddenly digging into the drama between Giselle and Babara seemed much more entertaining. In an academy full of pampered nobles, nothing could break his absolute boredom. Luca kept throwing his knives, his expression completely blank. The one interesting guy, Felix, was too proud to even fight him. At this rate, his combat instincts would rust over. Inside, he was losing his mind. He just needed a fight. It was probably because of his training days, when he was pumped full of combat drugs and reconditioned. Now his mind was just a helpless loop, a fighting machine stuck on repeat. He was itching for a brawl anyone would do, as long as they started something. And just like that, his wish was granted when a loudmouth started yelling, "Hey you, guard trainee!" The moment he heard it, he snatched a falling knife with 2 fingers. Luca shot a cold glare toward the voice. Seeing this, the guy just repeated himself. Yeah, that's right. You. He expected some tough guy, but it was just a flimsy, pretty boy. He pointed, yelling, "How dare you follow Gel around for a whole week? What's your relationship with Gele?" Luca just put on an innocent face. I don't have to answer that. What? You have a crush on Gele? The kid's face turned beet red, a total bullseye. He looked at the boy, then thought of Jaylee's ice-cold expression and was genuinely stunned. Seriously? This guy is into her? Luca smirked, deciding to provoke him. Her? What's so great about a girl that sharp? That did it. The kid swung a furious fist right at him. Take that back right now. Luca's eyes went cold. A punch like that? Completely harmless. He grabbed the kid's wrist, twisting it back. The kid screamed, bloody murder. Luca let out a helpless sigh, still holding on tight. Realizing he'd overdone it, Luca quickly let go. He couldn't believe he took his frustration out on such a weakling. Pathetic. Luca, the kid sniffled, wiping away his tears. You really have nothing to do with Gele, do you? Luca suppressed his irritation and saw an opportunity. Right, and now I have a question for you. But the kid actually had the nerve to bargain. Why should I answer you? Luca silently swallowed his rage. The audacity. Fine, whatever. Then an idea struck him. I'll put in a good word with Jele for you. Why is she so hostile to those old hags? Hearing that, the kid obediently answered. It wasn't always like this. She was cursed by that witch. Luca was a little stunned. A curse? Who's the witch? The kid replied. It's the 3 matrons. Anyone who gets close to her gets caught up in incidents with rampaging androids. Androids almost never go rogue. See? That's why we call it the matron's curse. Luca's anger faded, replaced by an intense curiosity. The probability of that is insanely low. Sure, but it's not the matron's fault. The kid immediately shot back. That's what's so scary about her. She knows anyone close to her gets hurt, but she still tries to make friends. Is that normal? Hearing this, it started to click for Luca. That's why everyone avoids her and dumps the useless dorm manager job on her shoulders. So she wasn't made dorm manager for her skills. Just then, the kid pointed nearby. Look, it's happening right now. A cup of water was dumped right on Jele. She was soaked, but she couldn't even fight back. 3 girls were laughing, clearly enjoying bullying her. The one with twin buns sneered. Oops. My bad. I'll wash it for you. So just take it off. Drenched, Jele looked up at them. Here? It's fine, I can just go change. The bully burst out laughing. Huh? Girls, did I hear that correctly? Someone like Jael dares to refuse my kindness? Her face turned serious. Take it off and give it to me. I'll wash it good as new. Jaylee's hands trembled, clenched into fists. But she was powerless to resist. Jele slowly reached for her shirt, her fingers starting to unbutton it. Seeing this, Luca frowned, remembering something. So that's what it was. The same thing must have happened the day he arrived, explaining why she rushed off to shower. You're lucky, you 3 hags. With that thought, he spun a small knife in his hand and threw it forward. He just couldn't stand watching this garbage anymore. The knife pinned the cup, and the girl shrieked in terror. Luca stood up, his voice ice cold. Cut the crap and get lost. Now, the girl snapped back. Do you have any idea what you just did? But Luca's reply made her face drain of color. I have no problem hitting a girl, and I'll aim for the face. The 3 of them swallowed their anger and quickly left. As Luca watched them go, he heard a quiet voice. Luca. He turned to see her miserable state. Jele, completely soaked, still spoke softly. Thank you. And really, this was his true objective all along. Luca flashed a wicked grin. At this rate, he was probably close enough to get attacked by an Anroy himself, right? The guy suddenly stopped, gasping for air. Panicked, he asked, What? Kale Sakano? You've messed with a seriously troublesome girl. Just moments ago, this was the same guy who frantically grabbed Luca's hand and dragged him away for what he thought was an emergency. Turns out, it was just this. It seemed trouble was drawn to him, whether he liked it or not. Luca replied coldly, I know who she is. But a weak little family like hers isn't anything to worry about. The guy seemed haunted by her, explaining fearfully, "That's just what it looks like on the surface. In reality, her family runs a crime syndicate in the slums, making money off all sorts of illegal activities. They're probably digging into your background right now." Luca just waved his hand. "Let them." I was getting bored anyway. Hearing that, the guy was even more shocked. "Just be careful. Sesa is known for getting payback whenever she feels insulted. That's exactly why she was tormenting Bara. Apparently, it all started when her boyfriend was hit with Bara's curse." "Ah, so that's how it was." As they were talking, Jell approached from a distance, looking annoyed. Luca couldn't resist teasing the guy, who immediately turned beet red. "What's wrong? Why don't you go say hi to Jell? You like her, don't you?" But he was just a pampered young master, waving his hands frantically to push Luca away. "I'm fine just watching from a distance. Instead, you have to put in a good word for me with Jell. Got it?" And with that, he turned and bolted. She greeted Luca with a flat tone. "Looks like you've made a new friend." Luca turned to Jell and answered honestly. "Yeah, his name's Enko. He's a pretty kind and friendly guy." Her face twisted in disgust. "Is that so? To be honest, I find him pretty annoying. He's always lurking around me." Luca was surprised by that, thinking to himself that it looked like Enko's chances were slim to none. Luca walked down the hall, approaching a specific room. A voice called out from inside. "Hey Luca, I heard you threw a knife at a student." It was the voice of Professor Sam from the Get MV Guard team. He held the small knife in his hand. "This isn't a huge deal, but it'll be a problem if it gets reported to the teachers. I know you feel caged in here, but try to control your temper." The professor stared at him. "You're like a wolf thrown into a flock of docile sheep. The kids here aren't taught how to fight." But Luca couldn't let go of his frustration. "And yet they act as if my fangs can't touch them." Sando just laughed. "Haha, now I see why Hamelius values you so much." He scratched his head. "But this place is filled with nothing but diligent students. Even so, they're the ones who will eventually become high-ranking officials and give us our orders one day. You might see them as harmless sheep, but you need to be careful. There are monsters hiding among them, too." After saying his piece, the professor handed the small knife back to him. He added a careful warning. "These monsters are educated, terrifying beasts that even a wolf like Luca would struggle to handle." He continued his lecture, warning Luca not to pick fights, no matter how angry or frustrated he got, to avoid waking those monsters. Luca bowed his head in acceptance. "I understand." Leaving the room, Luca felt a pang of frustration. The monsters he was truly hunting weren't here, it was the witch's curse. Just thinking about it made the corner of his mouth curl up. Luca walked alone to the path behind the gym, long after the dormitory curfew had passed. News that he'd saved Bara had already spread everywhere. If the rumors were true, shouldn't the out-of-control Anroy have attacked him by now? Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Before he could even turn his head, the person spoke. "You're Luca, the exchange student, right?" He stared coldly into the man's eyes. "You got business with me?" Two more figures appeared, surrounding him. The first man spoke again. "Kale sent me to say hello. An eye for an eye is the Kano family's motto." A flash of anger hit Luca. What a complete drag, he thought. Did this guy seriously think he could even land a single hit on him? The man sneered with an offer. "I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and apologize to Kale." But Luca couldn't care less, which only enraged the man who lunged forward to attack. Huff. "So how about this?" Luca observed his body with a weary sigh. "Look at this mess, a mechanical frame that completely overloaded his body's limits." Suddenly, something shot past them. An Anroy instantly appeared right in front of the group, its red light scanning the area. It zeroed in on one of the thugs. The thug forced a smile, stammering, "I checked thoroughly. They're not supposed to be active in this area." The leader pointed at the machine, screaming in a rage. "Then what the hell is that?" Even so, they had no choice but to turn around and leave. "Are you crazy? You want to fight an android? Let's go." The second guy cursed in anger. "Perfect timing, you piece of junk." The android held its defensive stance, asking Luca, "Assistance required?" But suddenly, the android started acting strange, its words coming out in a stutter. "That is impossible. I can't." The thugs watched in confusion as the robot began shaking its head uncontrollably. The thug closest to it was hit with a vicious uppercut that sent his head flying clean off his shoulders. Everything happened so fast that even Luca was stunned. The big guy who'd acted so tough was now hiding behind Luca, speechless. The android quickly leaped up to attack its next target, but was immediately slammed back down to the ground. Luca just smiled with interest. A witch's curse. So they're actually real? A student from the prestigious Kazasia Academy, actually believing in nonsense like curses? The android stood back up. Luca observed it, thinking it had a frame that could briefly exceed its own power limits. He saw the small light on its head. This wasn't a malfunction. He realized someone was controlling it. At this thought, a twisted smile spread across his face. The android, back on its feet, charged straight for Luca. Thanks to his AI eyes, Luca easily read its moves, effortlessly dodging the android's slash. Luca smiled excitedly. Even though it was out of control, none of its attacks were wasted movements. It seemed to have a near-perfect combat program. He then glanced at its hands, shocked to see long, sharp claws attached. With razor-sharp claws like that, this robot's combat potential was on another level. But even though it was fast and strong, this level of smart and aggressive fighting still wasn't enough for him. Luca continued to flawlessly dodge every single one of its attacks. For him, this robot was just average. He needed something more intense, something to really awaken his thirst for battle. With that, Luca swung his leg, kicking the robot straight in the head and sending it flying. He needed something different from your average android. But the robot just kept charging, showing no signs of stopping. Luca raised a hand as a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. If you were programmed to fight, then show me what makes you special. From behind, a knife suddenly spun toward the robot. The android glanced back for a second, but then immediately refocused its attention forward. Luca swiftly jumped onto its back, grabbing both its arms and pulling them apart. If this is all you've got, it's not nearly enough. The man who took orders from Kalesa was now completely terrified, his earlier bravado completely gone. Luca used the android to break his fall, then decisively ripped off both its mechanical arms. With no creativity, you're no different from all the other robots I've already destroyed. The android lay defeated at his feet, its voice box still sputtering. Help. Need. Help. Luca's right eye glowed in the dark. Right now, he looked exactly like a villain from a comic book. He glared at the other man with a cold challenge. Do you still want to fight me? If so, get up. A fight this easy could never satisfy his overwhelming desire for a real challenge. Hearing this, the man scrambled to his feet and ran for his life. Luca's expression returned to normal as he shook his head. Pathetic. Suddenly, a light shone down on him from above. A surveillance drone had found him. Looked like the fun was over for today. Luca sat down in his usual spot outside the school, deep in thought. After the robot incident, he'd received a request from school security to help with their investigation. The security team's investigator, Jalima Sell, had called him in personally. The one controlling the robot had to be someone from the academy. The security team was now scrambling to find any and all possible suspects. The nobles didn't want their kids investigated, but since a student had been killed, the matter couldn't be ignored. Luca listened, then offered a suggestion. You speak as if the culprit must be a noble. What if they're from a lower class? Jito just shook his head, completely denying the possibility. Logically speaking, it was impossible. A regular student simply wouldn't have the skills to breach the academy's security and hack into the system. Luca asked doubtfully. But you want me to investigate this? I'm just a normal student. How could I possibly do that? Jito, of course, was very familiar with Luca's face. He explained. Not just anyone can use Akivitema. It requires a sharp intuition. Since you have that intuition, you're perfectly qualified to be an investigator. Luca stared back, a little stunned. Was that really what he thought it was? Seeing his silence, Jito added, If you don't know, I can tell you something interesting about it. Those who can use Aki Victima are usually so noteworthy they have a special list just to keep tabs on them. For a highly trained person like Luca, getting that kind of attention wasn't strange. But he had to ask why was that the case. Jito didn't answer directly, instead giving him a hint. For that, he'd need to ask the person who taught him Aki Victima. Luca thought of him, and a million questions flooded his mind. Kynan. Who was he, really? Just then, someone called his name from behind. Luca turned to see Giselle rushing over, yelling, Why did you let something like that happen? If something happened to you, what would I tell my father? He told me I had to look after you. I'm warning you, she said. Stay away from Bara. Luca stood up calmly. I saw a bunch of people bullying her. I just couldn't stand by and do nothing. Giselle got even more upset. What did you say? You'd risk getting into a dangerous fight over something like that? To Luca, it was the obvious choice. He replied, They started it with me. I couldn't just sit there. Giselle bit her nails, then lost her cool and screamed, Fine. Then I'll go to Kalesa and demand she make peace with you. If I'm the one to talk to her, she'll have to agree. Hearing this, Luca tilted his head, confused. Was that really necessary? Why would Giselle act as a go-between with Kalesa? At that moment, his right eye lit up. He thought it through. If she acted as the mediator, Kalesa would have to compromise. That meant Giselle must have some degree of control over Kalesa. Realizing this, Luca quickly spoke up. All right, thank you. Please go see Kalesa and arrange the truce. Giselle was a bit surprised to hear him agree so easily. With a bright smile, Luca looked at her. I don't want to cause trouble for the commander while I'm at this academy. But while he said that, he had another, more important plan. From this, he realized he needed to confirm a few things. When they arrived at Kalesa's room and asked for her side of the story, she instantly played the victim, crying, "It was all Bera's fault for seducing my boyfriend first." Luca remained completely calm, not falling for her act. He spoke slowly. I don't think it was that simple, was it? Weren't you the one who deliberately arranged for your boyfriend to approach Bara and cause a scene? The second she heard this, her entire expression changed. What? Luca tapped a white tile on the board, revealing her boyfriend's face. He continued, that way you'd have an excuse to start a fight with Bara, right? How could Bara possibly have avoided that? You tried a similar little script with me just the other day. The chessboard suddenly turned into a small screen, replaying his conversation with the man in the woods. Kalesa sends her regards. Messing with her means messing with the entire Kano family. Luca had the upper hand, and he pressed his accusation. With all that said, you just needed any reason to pick a fight with Bara, didn't you? Kalesa slammed the table in fury. You bastard. Stop spouting nonsense. I didn't do anything wrong. Giselle sighed. Just calm down. Bara! Seeing Giselle wasn't on her side, Kalesa felt betrayed. But Giselle immediately shot her a warning look. That's enough, Kalesa. Are you going to ignore what I'm saying? Seeing that expression, Kalesa didn't dare say another word, letting out only a small, angry huff. Giselle looked down at him. Luca, go back to your room. I need to talk to Kalesa. Having confirmed his suspicions, Luca had no reason to stay. He stepped into the hallway, lost in thought. Just as he'd predicted, Kalesa and Giselle had a very strange relationship, but one question remained. If Giselle knew Kalesa was harassing Bara, why didn't she tell her to stop? He'd only be at this academy for about 2 more months. Stopping the conflict between these people and finding the root cause wouldn't be simple. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Giselle sighed. I just warned you not to cause trouble at the academy. And here you are again. This is exhausting. Or do you just enjoy making things difficult for me? Luca stood his ground, explaining, I only did it to probe who was behind the robot incident. He wanted to see if it was the nobility, and also to find out why Kalesa hates Bara so much. Giselle gave him a helpless look. You think you're playing detective? If anything happens at this academy, the security team will investigate. Luca immediately shot back. You think they'd dare investigate the children of nobles here? Giselle's face grew serious as she stared at him. What are you trying to say? He calmly voiced his suspicion. I'm just stating a fact. Just like the fact that Kalesa would never dare to go against your will. Jaylee's brow furrowed, her composure finally starting to crack. In the world of nobles, there was a clear pecking order. Kalesa simply didn't have the status to stand against her, so she just had to take it. But Luca cut right through her excuse, asking, So you're the one who told Kalesa to go and bully Barbara? He hit a nerve. Jaylee's expression went blank for a second, her hands balling into tight fists. She snapped back. What are you trying to say? Luca just spread his hands, making it obvious. It's simple. Kalesa was nothing more than your pawn. As it happened, Kalesa already despised Barbara, so Jaylee just used that existing hatred to make things infinitely worse. In a flash, Jaylee lunged forward, grabbing his collar and screaming, Don't you dare say that! Her entire body trembled as she stared down at the ground. You've got so many artificial parts. Did your brain finally short-circuit or something? How dare you say that? Realizing she'd lost control, she quickly let go of him. Sorry, she muttered. I went too far. Then she turned to leave, tossing a final warning over her shoulder. In any case, you'd better not cause any more trouble at this academy. Little did she know, his eyes had seen through her entire act. It was pretty clear now that Jelle was the one behind everything. Still, he needed to dig a little deeper. Why did he see a flash of genuine fear in Jaylee's eyes? Luca watched her retreating back, silently cursing the very weapon that was integrated into his own body. Having the Akivitima system, with its enhanced judgment and senses, always seemed to drag him into more trouble than it was worth. He sighed, returning to his usual seat. Barbara was sitting there waiting. After a long moment of silence, she held out a box of sandwiches, whispering, Luca, please, take this. He stared at the box, completely taken aback by the sudden gesture. What is this for? Barbara kept her hands outstretched as she explained her reasoning. You saved me from all that trouble with Kalesa. Because of that, I just wanted to properly thank you. You've helped me so much recently. Without daring to meet his eyes, she pleaded, Can you please just accept this? It would make me happy. But Luca hesitated, murmuring, If I do this, people will get the wrong idea. With that, Barbara finally gave up on her gift. She sat there in silence, her head bowed low. The air went quiet for a moment. Then, Barbara suddenly spoke up. I don't mind that. Hearing this, Luca's mind started racing. Wait a second. Could she actually have feelings for him? He decided to push a little, trying to break the awkwardness. Barbara, getting close to me will only draw attention, and you'll get dragged into attacks from those out-of-control androids. So why do you keep trying to approach me? Do you want me to get attacked? Barbara flinched at his words, immediately shaking her head. No, that's not what I want, and you know it. I didn't know anything about those androids. Just then, his right eye began to glow. He could tell she wasn't being completely honest. He needed to apply more pressure. Thinking fast, he added, Kalesa was just following Jaylee's orders when she bullied you orders from the very person you're always following around. But to his shock, Barbara calmly replied, I already knew that. Luca's face instantly darkened. She knew the whole time? He questioned her, completely baffled. Then why don't you hate Jaylee? Barbara just clutched the sandwich box and gave him a strange, unreadable look. Luca, what reason would I have to discuss that with you? But Luca wasn't about to let her deflect so easily. Luca lowered his voice, pressing the point. Kalesa was constantly bullying you on direct orders from Jaylee, the person you seem to shadow everywhere. Do you even know the reason why Jel hates you so much? He guessed it was because Jaylee sensed something was off about Barbara. Professor Jid's words suddenly flashed in his mind about a monster wearing a sheep's skin. Looking at her bizarre expression, the conclusion hit him like a ton of bricks. The monster in sheep's clothing. It had to be Barbara. Later, Luca called Captain Jid. I met Kalesa's boyfriend. Jid leaned back, correcting him, ex-boyfriend, to be precise. And just as I suspected, it seems Kalesa intentionally had him approach Barbara in the first place. His background, personality, abilities, he wasn't the type who could ever stand up to Kalesa. Choosing you for this case was definitely the right call. Luca let that sink in. So Kalesa had simply used her own boyfriend as an excuse to go after Barbara. He made a bold suggestion. If I identify a suspect, can your investigators look into them? Jid shrugged. 1 or 2, maybe. But the risk is huge if you point us in the... Luca couldn't help but be impressed. You have a stronger sense of justice than I gave you credit for. The professor was quick to correct him. This isn't about that. Including your case, there have been 6 incidents, and this time, someone actually died. I just want to slap the cuffs on the person who did this, thinking they could get away with it scot-free. After processing the information, Luca asked, Do you have any more intel on Barbara? Jid sounded surprised. You still think she's a suspect? Like I've said, Barbara is from the lower sectors, and on top of that, she's just a student. Hacking the Academy's security system and controlling androids is completely unrealistic for her. Luca heard him out, but he had a counterpoint. But the noble's children are just students, too. Shouldn't that be impossible for them as well? JD patiently clarified the situation. That's a different story. They can interfere with the androids during the production and distribution process. There were always cases of people being bought off with power and money. Oh, and one more thing. Not sure if this helps, Bara is under the protection of the Kuthosia family. Luca was stunned for a few seconds before he replied, That could be useful, I'll think on it. Then the comlink on his desk cut out. Leaning back in his chair, Luca rubbed his tired forehead. Countless theories were swirling in his mind, the pieces of the puzzle just about to connect. But then again, no, if they could just torture Bara, this would be over quickly. Dragging it out like this was seriously starting to get on his last nerve. Then he suddenly sat bolt upright with a decisive look. Maybe he should just try talking to her. Without a moment's hesitation, Luca changed his clothes and rushed over to the android production area. At first, the scene before him was a bit staggering. The world of the nobility was brutal, wasn't it? Did they all have to prove their worth to their families? It was said that a useless noble was treated like scum, forced to live like they were already dead. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a single-figure Jizzle, in a full protective suit, struggling with an android's arm on the table. Seeing her, he couldn't help but think to himself, so she has a desperate side like this, huh? It was a huge change from the arrogant attitude she had when they first met. Giselle wiped sweat from her brow and saw the familiar figure standing there. They moved to a quiet corner to talk. Giselle twisted open a water bottle and cut to the chase. So, what are you doing here? Luca's reply was dead serious. I came to see you. Hearing this, Giselle did a classic spit take with her water. She laughed awkwardly, completely baffled. Huh, are you insane? Luca calmly replied with his eyes closed. Just like you said. My brain's probably fried by now. Giselle knew he was throwing her own words back at her. Quite the sarcastic streak, huh? Just get to the point. I'm busy. Luca carefully scanned the area, making sure no one was around before he finally spoke. From now on, I need you to stop lying and hiding the truth. Giselle just frowned. What? Seeing how serious he was, she blurted out. Are you really playing detective right now? Luca's expression didn't change. I've received an official request to investigate from security. The joking tone vanished from Giselle's voice. She frowned, lowering her tone. I'd rather not say this, but don't forget I'm the daughter of the guard's captain. Luca wasn't about to beat around the bush anymore. I investigated and found out the Kuthozia family is sponsoring Bara. Is that why you tried to get her kicked out of the academy? Even as he said it, he thought to himself, if pulling rank actually worked on the captain, he wouldn't have been assigned this case in the first place. Giselle knew he wouldn't let this go unless she gave him a straight answer. The fact that I'm the second victim of the curse is reason enough to hate her, right? Luca asked with a hint of suspicion. But you were friends before that. If you were real friends, you would have worked together to break Bara's curse. Giselle shot back. We weren't close enough to help each other out. Satisfied now? Seeing her expression falter, he pressed his advantage. The security team is now treating the android riot as a deliberate act of manipulation. Based on motive, Giselle Kuthozia, you're the number one. The accusation hit her like a ton of bricks, and her reaction was immediate. Me? I'm a victim of the curse. Her fists clenched in pure anger. But Luca didn't stop, continuing to lay out his reasoning. Criminals playing the victim is a classic move. Besides, you have all the tools to plan something like this. The family, the knowledge, and the ability. Giselle turned her head, avoiding his gaze. Luca, you're truly insane. You should back out of this right now. But he didn't hesitate to voice his true thoughts. Calm down, Giselle. I'm not saying this because I actually suspect you. So if you know anything, you have to tell me. My gut is telling me that maybe. But he couldn't finish his sentence. The sound of footsteps nearby made him freeze in shock. Giselle looked just as startled. Bara walked up to them and said, Luca, I found you. She was smiling brightly, holding a small box in her hands. You weren't in your usual spot, so I was worried. Luca's mind was reeling. He stared at the small girl before him as layer upon layer of suspicion piled up. How did she know his location? There were absolutely no signs he was being followed. What did he miss? Impossible. And besides, look at that expression. Who would believe she was ever a victim of bullying? Especially standing right in front of the main suspect, Giselle. Just 10 more minutes. All he needed was 10 more minutes and he could have gotten the entire truth. And now he had to just swallow it? He wanted to grab her and slam her against a wall. The pressure was building until he finally lost control and screamed, Stop smiling, Bara, damn it. At the sound of his voice, Bara's face flushed bright red and tears began to stream down. Luca, why would you say that? Her entire body trembled in fear as she choked back sobs. I like you, Luca. You even saved me from CA, so if there's some kind of misunderstanding, we should talk. Luca's hand gripped a nearby steel bar so hard it bent, before he threw a chair right at her, causing her to scream in absolute terror. Giselle couldn't even process what was happening. Luca, what was he doing? His eyes suddenly turned terrifyingly cold. He had always treated this whole situation like a game, a simple distraction from his boring life. But not anymore. Now he was serious. She had underestimated him. Baba Gia. The girl kept her face buried in her hands, sobbing. But a moment later, her voice twisted into something else. Baba Gia. And there it was again. That grotesque, bizarre expression he had seen before. Baba Gia. She didn't understand. Giselle hugged herself, staring in horror at the person who was definitely not the Baba Gia she knew. Baba Gia strolled right past her, casually placing a lunchbox on the table and chirping, I'll just leave this here. Enjoy your meal. Luca remained silent, his eyes tracking her figure as she walked away. Giselle shivered, then jumped as Baba Gia's hand landed on her shoulder. The girl leaned in, whispering right into her ear. And you too, Giselle. It's a pleasure to meet you. Fear coiled in her stomach, and Giselle squeezed her eyes shut. The moment Baba Gia let go, another tremor shook her body. The girl walked out the door, not forgetting a cheerful goodbye and a see you later. Now, only Giselle and Luca were left. She lost her balance and collapsed. Luca just stood there, a stiff, vacant smile on his face. Everything was crystal clear now. The real culprit in this case, and the connection between Giselle and Baba Gia. Remembering who was with him, he quickly called out her name. Giselle buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Don't ask anything. Just enjoy the time you have left and get out of this academy. A heavy silence fell between them. Luca didn't press her. Please, Giselle whispered, her voice completely drained. Luca tried calling Giselle Kutia from his contacts, but the call went unanswered. After that incident, Giselle avoided him completely. That same day, he filed a detailed report to the commander, knowing this was way above his pay grade. But the response he received was completely unexpected. The commander seemed to trust him entirely. He had said, "I'm leaving it in your hands. Continue to act based on your own judgment." This was clearly something the guard force could resolve in an instant. So why were they making him stand by and watch? Especially when the commander's own daughter was involved. He remembered the commander's words that a rookie's job is to carry out the will of those in power. Luca knew they were playing a much bigger game here, but it was incredibly frustrating to let things go on like this. The call failed to connect. Just as he'd expected, no one picked up. Baba Gia was obviously the culprit, but investigators said no one from the lower class could control an android, so how was she pulling it off? Was it truly impossible for a noble's child, even if they were still a student? He recalled his captain saying that noble students could interfere with android production and distribution. And then he remembered the chain of events connecting Giselle and Baba Gia. He replayed the moment he accused Giselle, only to realize Baba Gia was the true mastermind pulling all the strings. The more he thought about it, the more interesting this all became. If his hypothesis was right, this was going to be a massive headache. He needed to see Giselle to confirm everything. But how? Just then, a voice called out from behind him. "Luca!" He turned, and that spoiled brat Enko grabbed his shoulders, asking excitedly, "Did you tell Giselle about me?" Luca smiled at him. Of course. Hiding behind a door, he watched as Enko stammered to Giselle, "Since it's come to this, I have to be honest." Giselle's expression filled with pure disgust. "I don't like you. In fact, you seriously annoy me." Tears welled in Enko's eyes, but Giselle kept going. "Please, just stay away from me." With that, Enko turned and ran out of her sight. Watching from the shadows, Luca thought to himself, "Sorry, Enko. I'll make it up to you later." He then stepped forward. "Giselle Kutia." Giselle spun around, seething. "How could you? I'm not letting this go. I'm telling my father everything you've done wrong. That won't do you any good," Luca stated calmly. He watched panic spread across her face as he added, "I've already reported your involvement with Baba Gia." Giselle trembled. "You told my father? How much? How much did you tell him? There's no reason for me to share that with you." She grabbed at her hair, shaking with rage. "My reputation, my position in the family, everything I've worked so hard to protect. Everything." She spun on him, violently grabbing his collar and screaming, "You! This is all your fault. If you had never shown up, none of this would be happening." This time, Luca didn't push back. His voice softened. "It's not too late. Just tell me everything about this. It's the only way I can help you." Giselle let out a bitter, hopeless laugh. "Ha, don't be ridiculous. What can a mere rookie like you possibly do?" That's when Luca made a startling proposal. "So what if I became a member of the Kutia family?" Giselle could only stare, completely stunned. "What did you just say?" Luca explained. "Then a noble like you wouldn't find it so odd to follow my instructions. Now would you?" Finally, Giselle's hands dropped away from his collar. To calm her, Luca started talking. "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but I'm a prodigy, the kind that only appears every few years. I hold a medal in martial arts, and the commander he reasoned that if he joined Hosea, his position wouldn't be low. No matter her flaws, he would support her." Giselle, seeming a bit calmer, finally asked, "Are you serious?" Luca continued, explaining he needed to handle this well to be adopted by the leader. Once he gained enough favor and trust, he'd be accepted into her family. Giselle just forced a laugh. Her legs suddenly trembled. Seeing she was about to fall, Luca rushed forward to catch her. In his arms, her expression softened. She confessed in a small voice that she was the one who controlled Barbara's cursed android. She created it. They decided to find a place to talk, where Giselle began her story. Barbara was like her very first friend, not just an acquaintance, but someone she could truly open up to. 3 years ago, she was curious about the person her family was sponsoring. That's when she met Barbara, who seemed friendly and talented at first. Hearing her confession, Luca's heart stirred. He always thought she was cold. What could have possibly made her this way? Giselle continued her story. The incident began with a small bit of jealousy when a boy wanted to get close to Barbara. Barbara was incredibly popular, known for her bright personality and radiant smile. But Giselle didn't want to lose her only friend. She was too young. It started as a prank, a robot built out of pure jealousy. How did everything end up like this? Luca looked at her with pity. Giselle programmed the robot to tell the boy to stay away from Barbara. Then she had it chase him late one night. However, that little prank led to a result far beyond what Giselle could handle. The boy tripped and hit his head hard on the ground. After the incident, he dropped out of school. Terrified by what she'd done, Giselle threw the robot away. But since it was an accident, she couldn't escape the investigation. Giselle explained that when the inquiry began, Barbara was the first to realize what she'd done. Since Giselle often built robots in front of her, Barbara saw her fear and said she had an idea. If Giselle also became a victim, no one would ever suspect her. Hearing this, Luca started to understand, so she volunteered to be the curse's second victim. She nodded, confirming it. She was fixing an android at school. That's when she installed the chip Barbara had given her, with no idea how it even worked. But then Miss Lanoy found her and completely freaked out. And that's how she became victim number 2. Everything started clicking for Luca, so that's when Barbara's curse really began. At this point, Giselle's expression changed. Barbara started acting strangely after that. She bit her lip and said it firmly. Barbara started making bizarre requests of her, calling it the perfect crime. She needed to be isolated at school for some reason, and she constantly needed new victims to make the curse seem real. Luca looked at this seemingly cold girl, now an unwilling victim. Giselle had been trapped. Barbara manipulated her, escalating the accidents to become potentially lethal. To ensure Giselle could never escape her grasp, Barbara's control triggered a strange reaction in her. Images of Barbara flashed through her mind, repeating the same words over and over. Our secret. You told someone else, didn't you? You traitor, Giselle. My only friend, my lovely Giselle. She clutched the side of her head, her face twisting in pain. Luca immediately saw the problem but couldn't explain it. How could Barbara hack into Giselle's device? The security on it was supposed to be top tier. His instincts were screaming at him. They had to get out of there. That noise wasn't coming from any normal device. That distinct activation sound, it was a gun. Realizing they were targets, Giselle froze, but Luca was a step ahead, leaping to take the bullet for her. He quickly pulled her behind a large pillar. Luca gasped for breath, fighting through the intense pain. He gritted his teeth, trying not to make a sound. With Giselle passed out, he tore off his shirt and tied it tightly around his stomach. As he tightened the makeshift bandage, a pained cry escaped his lips. That should be enough to stop the bleeding for now. The attacker had to be a drone. He could take one down easily, but moving would make his wound even worse. All he had on him was a single knife. If he used it, he might be able to act without drawing more attention. This whole situation was a mess. Giselle started to wake up. Luca's expression hardened, his anger boiling over as he vowed to shred Barbara's face. That wicked monster Barbara. Giselle stared at the ground, lost in thought. Luca glanced over as she asked with concern. You were shot. Doesn't it hurt? He snapped back. Of course it does. Suddenly, bullets rained down on their position. He peered toward the source of the gunfire, wishing he could just pinpoint that drone's location. Luca kept his eyes peeled. Across from him, Giselle was terrified, gritting her teeth to stay quiet. He suddenly called her name. Giselle's eyes flew open and she let out a small noise in response. Do you have a mirror? Luca asked. A moment later, Luca was using Giselle's mirror to observe what was behind them. He spotted the drone in the reflection, immediately drawing his knife. There it is, he thought, ready to attack. He launched the knife, scoring a direct hit. The drone burst into flames, but its guns kept firing wildly. Luca was already hiding behind a wall. He stood up, a smug look spreading across his face. Suddenly, the device on his eye sparked with electricity, causing Luca to worry. Why was the communication gear malfunctioning now? He called out to Giselle. Are the communications working? She screamed back at him in a total panic. It's no use. All communication functions are down. But then, a voice suddenly echoed from Giselle's comm device. Giselle, I only wanted to protect you. Why would you betray me like this? The voice left her completely stunned. Luca quickly moved to take the earpiece from her as the voice continued. And you, Luca, I went easy on you, because I like you. He put the device in his own ear, then grabbed Giselle's wrist tightly. The voice went on, I didn't realize you hated me so much. Just then, Luca pressed a device on her wrist, almost crushing it, making Giselle cry out in pain. Luca spoke up. There's no need to listen to a psycho like that. He looked like he was about to say more, but held back to avoid provoking her. Giselle collapsed against him, crying out, It hurts so much. Supporting Giselle, Luca scanned their surroundings and made a decision. First, they needed to get somewhere safe. He helped Giselle move out of the mission zone. Up ahead, Luca spotted a man on his phone. All right, yeah, that's right. I've just arrived on scene. When the man turned around, Luca recognized him instantly. It was Felix. Felix turned to them. Has he arrived yet? Luca looked back, confused. Did orders come from the top? Felix replied. Looks like you're getting the special treatment again. I didn't get a single piece of intel about this mission. Neither did I, Luca responded. Standing beside them, Giselle looked completely shocked by their conversation. Wait, Was this all my father's plan? Felix confirmed it. That's right. A direct order from the captain of the guard. Giselle covered her ears, trembling and whispering to herself, refusing to believe what she was hearing. No way. Does my father just see me as a pawn? Luca watched her, concerned. She clearly couldn't handle this reality. He thought to himself, she might be the captain's daughter, but she's still just a regular person, being used as a sacrificial pawn by her own father. It was no wonder her emotions were a complete and utter wreck. Seeing Giselle slumped on the ground, he felt a pang of pity. Even for a noble, she was in a pretty pathetic state. Suddenly, Felix's eyes locked onto the wound on Giselle's body. If her condition didn't improve, she'd be a corpse by morning. Giselle's voice trembled as she asked, "Is it really that serious?" Felix just waved a hand and smiled. "For now, we're all safe." Felix tossed a handgun over to Luca. "Here, take this. Looks like you can't exactly move at top speed right now, can you?" Luca replied confidently. "Yeah, it's a pain." Felix tapped his comms to report. "This is Felix. I'm with Luca and Giselle." The words barely left his mouth before his hand was shot clean off. Felix's eyes darted around the area, and Luca immediately went on high alert. He watched, stunned, as Felix's smoking hand fell to the ground. Snapping out of it, he grabbed his gun and dove behind a wall, his mind racing. He heard the shot, but there was no way to tell where it came from. He scanned the area carefully. Even with his combat experience, he hadn't seen a thing. "There's no way Babagia has more experience than me," he thought. Suddenly, a new voice called out, "Hey, it only knew." Instantly, this wasn't Babagia. The voice was taunting. "If I had been aiming for you just now," it said with emphasis, "you'd already be dead." Luca subtly gave Felix a signal. Felix quietly slipped off his shoes while Luca stalled for time by engaging the enemy. "Do you even know who you're talking to?" The voice shot back. "Of course. You're guard cadets. Now, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over Giselle, and the two of you can walk away from this alive." Hearing this, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Luca tried to calm Giselle while fishing for more information. "Are you trying to ransom her?" The voice calmly explained. "Our princess requires her. I don't particularly want to do this, you know, but our princess. She can be a handful. I'm sure you understand." The second he finished speaking, Luca raised his gun, gritting his teeth. This is getting way too complicated, he thought. Felix watched him, but then an invisible hand suddenly grabbed his throat, lifting him into the air. Luca stared in shock as a figure slowly materialized. He could see a glowing chip embedded in the mysterious figure's body. An analysis overlay appeared in Luca's vision. He sighed. A full-body adaptive combat suit. So that's why we couldn't detect them. Things were getting more difficult by the second. Giselle, overcome with worry, suddenly grabbed a tight hold of his wrist. He glanced down at her hand, gently removed it, and said, "Giselle, I'm going to buy us some time. When I say run, you run as fast as you can." She hesitated, looking unsure, but Luca cut her off with a sharp command. "No time to argue, just do what I say." He counted. 1, 2. And just like that, Giselle turned to run. Luca screamed at the top of his lungs, "Run!" Without another word, Giselle sprinted forward with everything she had. As Giselle created some distance, he raised his gun defensively. Luca squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley of bright flashes straight at their enemy. He kept his eyes locked on the target, unloading clip after clip. What kind of insane reflexes were these? The bullets passed right through him, doing absolutely no damage to the mysterious figure. Instead, he spoke in a sinister tone, "I'd rather not skewer two of my juniors, you know." Hearing that, Luca froze, his mind racing. Juniors? How? Did this guy ambush them from behind somehow? Hard to believe I'm your senior, huh? The enemy launched a nearly fatal kick. Snap out of it, or you're about to die. Luca was sent flying backward, but he kept on firing relentlessly. This guy was no ordinary foe. Could he have been a former royal guard? Luca carefully sized up the mysterious man. The situation demanded his complete focus on the fight, yet he was stuck dealing with these pointless, infuriating taunts. He realized the man wasn't aiming for him. His eyes were tracking Giselle, locking onto her as the true target. A blue light began to radiate from the man, but he shifted back to a defensive stance facing Luca. Luca knew his plan. Take him out first, and there would still be plenty of time to catch Giselle. The man stomped down, launched himself into the air, and lunged straight for Luca. Panic set in. A direct clash meant certain defeat. Luca raised his gun, taking aim. Gotta think fast. His pupils widened. Focus, Luca. Focus. Instantly, his brain reconstructed the battle inside a digital space to analyze every angle. Suddenly, Luca spotted a fallen teammate behind him, and right beside him, a sword. His eyes locked onto that blade. Fix. he whispered to his fallen friend. Let me borrow your sword for a moment. Luca leaped backward, tossing his gun aside. As the weapon clattered to the ground, he desperately dove for the sword, grabbing it in a single motion. With the new weapon in hand, Luca immediately lunged forward, aiming a sharp thrust directly at the enemy's head. The attack actually managed to scratch part of his armor. The mysterious man sounded impressed. Oh? You aimed for the sword without even looking? Can you actually use the Aki technique? Hearing this, Luca was completely stunned. Face beaded with sweat, he turned to stare at him. He fell back, using the sword to defend against the counterattack. But the enemy's kick was immensely powerful, sending Luca flying once again. The two finally regained their footing, settling into a tense standoff. The mysterious man asked him again. So, you can use the Aki technique? The man suddenly hesitated. If that's true, it would be a real waste to kill you. Luca panted heavily, thinking he was just trying to buy time, but now it had turned into this. Blood dripped to the floor, but he paid it no mind. He was still trying to process everything. The man's attitude completely shifted. What in the world was this Aki technique that made him hesitate? Did he even have a chance to win? Then, a horrifying question flashed through his mind, making his blood run cold. Did Giselle get away safely? Damn it. He couldn't focus while he was this worried about her. Suddenly, the man spoke up, getting this worked up over a single low-level terrorist? Listen, just back down. Luca's breathing grew heavier, sweat pouring down his face. Don't let a moment of impulse get you killed. The man's calm voice rang out. Luca's body went rigid, but his breathing steadied. So that's it, he thought. This guy thinks I'm just some kind of joke. But that arrogant attitude was the opening he needed to clear his head. His wounds, the man's identity, even that mysterious Aki technique. He stomped his foot down hard on the ground. Right now, none of that mattered. Luca launched himself high into the air, reminding himself of one thing. The only thing that matters now is swinging this sword. With fierce, burning eyes, he landed and swung with all his might. The blade stopped just inches from the mysterious man's face. As Luca charged forward, sword raised high, the man thought to himself, I don't like this kid. So young, yet already trained to this level. The man looked Luca dead in the eyes. And you're willing to die for the Empire? He caught the blade. You think I can't kill you? They were both thrown back by the sheer impact, but it was clear Luca couldn't take much more. He trembled, leaning on his sword as the man just laughed. Ha ha ha, the mysterious man mocked him. With that rebellious streak. You don't really seem like one of the Empire's dogs, do you? We'll probably meet again, so let's get introductions out of the way. I'm Kaiser, from the Republic. Luca could only manage a stunned, Huh? A terrorist? Kaiser replied. I'd prefer you call me Resistance. Luca scoffed, big words. Kaiser just looked amused. Oh, but I do more than just talk. And with that, he lifted effortlessly into the air, departing and leaving a completely bewildered Luca behind. He just hovered in the air, a faint pressure still weighing down on the entire area. In a flash, the mysterious figure became a blur of light and vanished, reappearing right in front of Luca to shatter his mechanical arm into scrap. Metal components rained down, clattering across the floor around the silent attacker. He raised his weapon, ready to strike again, and in an instant, Luca's mechanical legs were gone too, before a hand closed around his throat. The attacker's grip tightened, lifting Luca clean off the ground. He dangled helplessly as the man hissed, "This is your last chance. Beg for your life." But contrary to his attacker's expectations, Luca just smirked, his eyes full of defiance. An intense silence settled between them. Even in defeat, Luca wasn't finished, spitting right in the mysterious man's face. The attacker's gaze turned razor-sharp as the saliva hit his mask. All right then. If you survive, give my regards to Himilius. Tell him I'm doing just fine." With that, the figure turned and walked away. In a daze, Luca's consciousness faded, the last sound he registered being the sickening crack of his own neck, breaking a truly unique experience. The scene shifts to the Empire's Central Military Hospital. Felix trembled, his eyes wide with lingering shock. "Ugh, Luca. It hurts," he groaned. In the bed next to him, Luca let out a soft sigh. "You idiot. Of course it's going to hurt if you try to move your neck." Felix just whimpered, his face a mask of pure frustration. Felix's brain was severely damaged, left too long after his neck had been snapped. In truth, Luca knew he himself was incredibly lucky. Luca tried to recall the moment, remembering others rushing to help right after the attacker had taken him down. He'd been told that 4 guards had appeared with JLA. Without their quick first aid, he knew he never would have survived. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the hospital room. It was Himilius, coming for a visit. He waved a hand. "No need to get up. Just stay comfortable. He then slowly took a seat in the chair beside Luca's bed. Abruptly, Himilius's gaze sharpened. Luca spoke first. Felix completed his mission, right to the very end. Himilius sighed in response. Yes, Himilius said, glancing at Felix's still form. Then give me your report. Luca paused for a moment before recounting everything that happened. Himilius then explained that Kaiser's real name was Jivan. The man Luca had faced was a Tier 1 wanted criminal of the Empire. This is the first I've ever heard that name, Luca admitted. Himilius just smiled. Not all wanted criminals are made public, especially not the ones tied to the Empire's dirty little secrets. Hearing that, Luca froze in complete shock. The perfect, flawless Empire had dirty secrets? This meant it wasn't just the act of some lone terrorist. Seeing the look on his face, Himilius continued. Perhaps it's time I explained the entire situation to you. He revealed that Operation Juliet had been planned 5 years ago, with the goal of getting close to the leaders of the anti-Empire group, Nemesis. Not to eliminate them, but to get close to them? Luca asked, clearly confused. Himilius explained that Nemesis operates on a decentralized cell model, making it impossible to destroy with conventional methods. No matter how many branches you cut off, another will just grow back. If you can't get to the head, everything is pointless. Luca was curious. If we failed to capture Rith alive, does that mean the operation failed? Himilius smiled. No. The plan was a success. Luca, we have successfully planted an agent deep inside Nemesis. At this, Luca immediately demanded, What are you talking about? And then Himilius dropped the bomb. Barbara is our agent. Nemesis recruited her as their hacker. The news left Luca absolutely stunned. We spent years setting the stage for Nemesis to take an interest in Barbara, Himilius added. And now, the plan has finally paid off. Though I'll admit, I never expected her to be quite that insane. Hearing this, Luca's hands clenched the bedsheets in disbelief. That psycho is on our side? Luca's mind flashed to his crippled comrades as he asked in anguish. Then what about the people sacrificed in this mission? Felix is brain damaged. Jillian wasted all his time chasing a phantom. Jella, the guard captain's own daughter, was brutally tortured by Barbara. Were they all just disposable pawns? He demanded. Does Jelly even know about any of this? Himilius's smile never faltered. She knows nothing, and it's better she never does. He then leaned in. Do you know why I'm telling you this? A cold thought shot through Luca's mind. Was he being disposed of? Was this how his story ended? To accomplish nothing, only to be silenced in such a pathetic way? He was snapped from his thoughts as a data slate appeared before him. Read it, then sign, Himilius instructed. Hearing those words, the tension in Luca's jaw finally started to ease. Himilius watched him with a look of satisfaction. Welcome to the Kozia family, Luca. In the quiet hospital room, the wounded continued to recover. Bloody shards of sharp metal were carefully removed and set aside as robots worked to detach the last of Luca's damaged cybernetics. He suddenly remembered what Kin-An had told him. Processing that file will take a while. Got some tough old-timers in the family, do you? As the final piece of metal was extracted from his body, a final quiet order was given. It might feel a bit strange and painful at first. With the surgery done, Luca grabs his jacket and heads for the room's exit. Just then, Felix calls out to him. Luca, you're leaving? He scratches his head slightly. Yeah, time to go. Felix watches him go from the hospital bed. Godspeed, and good luck. He steps forward through the doorway, and the door immediately slides shut behind him. The scene shifts to the Accorton Empire's guard training center, with Luca walking down a long corridor. Around him, people are buzzing about a girl appearing on the announcement screen that Bera. Luca suddenly remembers her face, a haunting image that throws his mind into total chaos. A spy embedded inside the Nemesis terrorist group. The image of Bara toying with her prey is crystal clear in his mind. But her bizarre actions didn't seem like an act. Her personality was either completely warped, or she was literally designed that way just to complete her mission as a spy. The line of thought stops Luca dead in his tracks. He just stands there, stunned. Could all of this be a coincidence? Fragments of memory rush back into his mind, of him climbing his way up from the orphanage, meeting Kin-An, learning the Aki fighting style, and everything he learned at the academy. He always thought those were his own choices. But if that's not true, does that mean his own effort had nothing to do with overcoming his harsh genetic destiny? The deeper he falls into this rabbit hole of thought, the harder Luca clenches his jaw. He forces himself to start walking again. He can't let his will be shaken. This is all just baseless speculation. Luca considers it carefully. The guard captain revealing all that information could easily be a test of his loyalty. He clenches his fist with determination. He absolutely cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Standing before the door, Luca is now sure this is his one chance to change his entire life. Inside the room, Kin-an is preparing tea. The man speaks first. Ah, Luca, I trust you've been enjoying your youth at the academy. In response to Kin-an's warmth, he just says, so much fun, I almost didn't want to come back here. Hearing this, the man smiles faintly while pouring tea. I heard about Felix. A real pity. Kin-an hands him a teacup, offering his condolences. He was an excellent student, truly. Luca stares into the tea, wondering, does he really feel sorry? He raises the cup and takes a hot sip. Luca changes the subject, saying, Rich told me to come here and check on you. He said you were fine. Kin-an sips his tea. Oh, Rich, was it? Good to hear he's all right. I never imagined he'd become a terrorist. Hearing this, Luca immediately asks, you sound quite familiar with him. The man simply smiles. We were comrades in the guard, after all. He has extraordinarily fast reflexes. The fact you met him and are still alive means you're pretty lucky. He asks, so you're not in contact with him anymore? Facing Luca's intense, accusatory glare, Kin-an quickly explains, now don't misunderstand. I'm retired and living on an Empire pension. I have no reason to contact a terrorist group. I assume you haven't told the guard captain yet, have you? You might want to rethink that. Discussing matters like this is reckless. You could be court-martialed for it, you know? I needed to confirm with you before reporting it. Kin-an seems calm. Don't worry. If I were going to be dealt with, it would have happened long ago. Suddenly, his expression becomes completely unreadable, his eyes scheming. What was it that made you so concerned for me, I wonder? Hearing the question, Luca freezes, his hand tightening on the teacup. He finally asks, what exactly is the Aki combat technique? Kin-an's eyes narrow suspiciously. And why are you so curious about it? Beads of sweat appear on his face as he answers. The Empire keeps a special list to monitor its users. That's the reason Rich doesn't trust me. The teacup in Luca's hand is shaking slightly, a clear sign of his tension. In complete contrast, Kin-an calmly takes another sip of tea. A sinister smile spreads across Kin-an's face as he offers a compliment. You're actually quite perceptive. Luca, he says, looking him dead in the eye. You know far too much for someone in the lower ranks. Do you understand what that means? Luca replies tensely, I understand perfectly. Kin-an's expression turns sincere as he begins to tell a story. In the year 3518, about 200 years ago, the first rebellion in history occurred. He speaks of a tall man, the leader, Noel, an advisor to the Empire. He was the one who laid the foundation for countless combat doctrines, including firing control and armored combat mechs. An image of the Akhortan Empire appears on screen as Kin-an continues his tale. Noel recognized that a direct confrontation with the Imperial Army was impossible, so he chose the path of guerrilla warfare. His mind had a breakthrough, and from it, the Aki Victima combat technique was born, now simply called the Aki technique. The Noel from the story is depicted as an incredibly powerful man, standing for a moment before the Grand Hall. As he hears this, Luca's eyes widen in sheer horror, all the color draining from his face. So that was it. His entire fighting style originated from the rebels. It was how they fought back against the Empire. A brutal battle flashed vividly through Luca's mind, allowing him to connect all the dots. They recruited those compatible with the Aki system, training them to be leaders. With guerrilla tactics, they inflicted serious damage on the Imperial Army. Luca's tension spiked as he analyzed the situation even deeper. He realized using guerrilla tactics really did cover his weaknesses. He spoke his mind freely after all. Death could come at any second. This fighting style didn't need a brain protection function. Besides, they weren't a regular army. This meant they fought without rigid rules, forcing them to be flexible and adapt to any battlefield situation. Kin-an nodded. That's right. Luca's mind dug deeper. Despite massive Imperial purges, Noel and his core followers had always managed to survive. He used the terrain to deduce even more. They scattered across the Empire, recruiting more soldiers and attacking key facilities. Saying it aloud, Luca could picture the old battlefields perfectly. Even if spotted, they just had to lose their pursuers. He closed his eyes, imagining their numbers, their strength. He could see it all. The rebels must have blended in with the civilians. Their mechs weren't specialized combat models, so very few people would ever suspect them of being rebels. Luca kept picturing that battlefield. The Aki users were so skilled, they could fight effectively, even without high-performance battle armor. Even during a random inspection, they could slip away easily. His mind flashed back to his confrontation with Zik Kaiser. It all made sense. This was why Zik let him live. And now he understood why the Empire managed a list of all Aki users. Snapping out of his thoughts, Luca asked, so how did the Empire finally root out the rebellion? Kin-an replied, they massacred anyone they suspected. Luca froze, completely stunned by the answer. Kinan elaborated. They had no time to tell who was a rebel and who was a civilian. Entire regions, people included, were simply wiped off the map. The tragic image of the battlefield became terrifyingly clear. He explained that these brutal measures wiped out many Aki users. And just like that, the rebellion was finally crushed. After hearing this, Luca said, "This dark part of history must have been covered up by the Empire." Kinan replied, "If they don't teach it, it's forgotten. If you didn't actively seek it out, you'd never know." An image of Noel appeared in his mind. He thought of Noel's betrayal, a man who was once a hero of the Empire. Luca then thought of all those sacrificed in the Great Massacre. At that moment, Kinan's eyes widened in surprise. This man was a guards instructor, and an expert in the rebels' fighting style. Luca asked hesitantly, "Is this the real reason my guard captain sent me here to see you?" He continued, "He suspects you, Instructor Kinan, of having ties to the terrorist army." The old man simply clapped in applause. "That's right." Kinan gave an unfriendly smile. "If you find evidence connecting me to the rebels, you'll get a quick promotion in the Royal Army." Kinan's laugh was laced with menace. Luca was still reeling. "I never thought you were connected to terrorists." He wondered what was up with this guy's attitude. Seeing Luca's reaction, he said, "You may think that, but your guard captain certainly doesn't. While you're at it, I suggest you investigate my past tracks in the lower district." Kinan's eyes glinted with cunning. "It'll be good for your career." Luca still couldn't get it. How could this man be so calm while admitting he was a terrorist suspect? Luca started putting the pieces together. But what about the guard captain? How much did he already know? Don't tell him the captain knew this much and still sent him to Kinan on purpose. He stood up. "I'll report today's events to the captain." As Luca reached the door, the instructor said, "See you again soon." The door closed, but Kinan's eyes followed Luca's retreating form. The scene changes. Luca stops, then suddenly bolts into a courtyard. Here, in the Acre Empire. He finally stopped, pressing himself into a shadowed corner, out of sight. His heavy breaths filled the air. He couldn't calm his racing heart. This was all way too complicated. He thought of his superiors. It was true, everyone looked down on him. In the end, he was just a pawn, used by both the captain and Kinan from the very start. How long would he have to keep walking this dangerous path? Luca thought about Kinan, weighing his options carefully. Kinan. That man was getting more and more unpredictable. Luca's display brought up a name, Noel Mew, but the lack of info only deepened his confusion. Just who in the world was this person? He knew he wouldn't find anything through official channels, but he couldn't let them lead him by the nose like this forever. His fingers dug into the wall, a mix of frustration and resolve. To learn about Kinan, it looked like he'd have to visit the lower district slums. Luca's eyes sharpened with resolve as he moved forward. This was the only way he'd ever understand the man. The air grew thick with tension, fueled by his fiery determination. Luca's mind raced, suspecting Kinan was colluding with the terrorists. The guard force commander had personally sent him to investigate the instructor. Kinan, an enigmatic figure, remained perfectly calm under all the suspicion. Luca remembered the look on his face as he spoke. Kinan had offered a faint smile. "I'll let you in on a little secret. Check my records from the lower district. It might help your career." Luca felt like a pawn being played, wondering what Kinan's real game was. What did he really mean by that? Was he being lured into the lower district to be eliminated by the rebel group known as Nemesis? In this grand scheme, Luca felt like nothing more than a disposable piece on Kinan's chessboard. He even considered that the words themselves might be part of a test, orchestrated by Kinan and the higher-ups to gauge him. Back in the present, standing in the city's heart, Luca steeled himself. No. He'd made his decision, and he wouldn't be shaken again. It was too late to back out. He had to finish his preparations to track Kinan. His hand scraped the wall, a physical sign of his resolve. He refused to be eliminated so easily. He had to be ready for anything. Luca laid out his plan. First step. Report his conversation with Kinan. The scene shifts to him inside Captain Hemilius's office. Luca gave his report with stern formality. Instructor Kinan is clearly provoking us. Hearing this, Hemilius's expression grew serious. Javane was on an unofficial mission at the same time as Kinan. There has to be a connection. "Aren't you curious?" he asked. "If Kinan is this suspicious, why have we left him alone for so long?" Luca replied immediately, "If there's a reason I shouldn't know, I'll cover my ears." Hearing that, the captain looked up. A genuine smile crossed Hemilius's face. "I'm telling you because I trust you." In a secluded part of the city, Kinan sat with his back turned to a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Back in the meeting, Hemilius continued, "This investigation is an order from High Command. They believe we can get to the core of the Nemesis rebellion through Kin An. They must believe he's potentially collaborating with Z. Luca's face tensed at the news. And you gave such a suspicious person the important position of an instructor? Hemilius explained that Kin An had threatened to leave if he wasn't made an instructor, plus, he had the skills for the job. He looked Luca dead in the eye. Satisfied your curiosity? Luca bowed his head, sharing his own assessment. I've been near Kin An for some time now, and honestly, I haven't seen him make a single mistake. He's meticulous and never reveals his true thoughts. Hemilius encouraged him. Stop complaining and do your best. You're the only one for this. For the past 10 years, we've assigned countless cadets to get close to Kin An, but not a single one has gotten as close as you. He stated it plainly. Kin An likes you. At those words, Luca's hand trembled behind his back. He finally managed to regain his composure, lifting his head with pride. Sweat beaded on Luca's face as he spoke with grim determination. Then I'll need authority beyond that of a cadet. Outside, an airship streaked across the sky. Silence filled the room before Hemilius finally broke it with a smile, asking, Nervous? Luca answered honestly, It would be a lie to say no. I am a little shaken. His eyes darted around the room, taking in every detail of his surroundings. He surveyed the items laid out for him, the card, the advanced combat gear, the data chip. He told the commander what authority he needed. A pass for the upper and lower districts, authorization for personal weapons, an investigation fund, even access to top-level databases. He clearly couldn't ask for more. Even so, the thought that he could be killed at any moment made Luca's blood run cold. But it still wasn't enough. He was in a position to be used up and thrown away at a moment's notice. He had to do everything possible. His eyes were filled with anxiety as he said, I know a soldier shouldn't be saying this, but I don't want to die on a shady mission, especially if it's just because I know too much. Sensing Luca's fear, Hemilius spoke with unnerving honesty. If High Command gave the order, I would have to erase this entire mission. That means erasing any loose ends, including you. But his voice was trustworthy. I promise you this, however. I will do everything in my power to stop that from happening. Hemilius handed him a card from the Atan Empire. That's why I brought you into our family. As Luca took the card, it flashed, revealing the glowing sigil of the Argitan Empire. He tucked the card into his coat, thinking with grim disappointment that his life was now completely in the commander's hands. I don't like all these formalities and procedures either, Hemilius said, offering Luca a smile brimming with genuine trust. But now that they were family, introductions were in order. So Luca suggested that if Hemilius set rules on how to act, he would follow them. Hemilius just smirked, clearly intrigued by the offer. He told Luca to just act his usual self, saying it would be a new stimulus for his children. A question popped into Luca's head. A stimulus? Luca wasn't sure what the old man was thinking, but he figured he'd have to endure it for now in exchange for protection. But suddenly, Hemilius's voice shattered his train of thought. He announced they were almost there. As the ship descended toward the buildings, Hemilius remarked that it still didn't feel like a rooftop. The ship accelerated, heading for a massive military complex. A place, Hemilius added, where he had spent his entire childhood. The ship touched down in a wide-open area, its landing gear slowly extending down. The view revealed a massive, magnificent chamber. Inside, Luca watched everything unfold from the safety of a window. He remembered what Hemilius had told him earlier. Luca, go to the villa and get some rest first. Your room should be ready. I'll handle the introductions later. His eyes then settled on the spot where Hemilius was meeting with the others. Luca stared at him, thinking that the mere thought of being down there was already exhausting him. His gaze remained fixed on Hemilius, and a bitter thought crossed his mind. He was no different from some slum dweller bowing to power. Was this really the life he had so desperately wanted? Just then, a sharp knock at the door broke him from his thoughts. Someone entered the room, saying, So you've truly become a member of the Toya family. The woman wore a ponytail. Luca recognized her instantly. It was Giselle. She stepped inside, placing a hand over her heart apologetically. About before I apologize for my rude behavior. I was too emotional. No, even that is just an excuse. My actions were unworthy of a member of the Toya family. Luca calmly replied, It's fine. In that situation, anyone would have panicked. Giselle then timidly brought up Felix, who was recovering in the hospital. I went to see Felix, but he didn't even recognize me. Hearing this, Luca told her, You can be grateful, but you don't need to feel guilty. Felix was just doing his duty as a guard. She stepped closer, asking, Are you trying to comfort me? I'm just stating the facts, he explained. I'm not that sentimental. A small smile appeared on Giselle's face. Ha, a man like a blue flame. She repeated it once more. A man like a blue flame. Giselle thought to herself that he seemed much softer now, as if he'd lost his sharp edge. Then she asked, Luca, do you remember what you said back then? His eyes widened. Giselle's expression turned serious as she reminded him of his promise that he would support her if he joined the Toya household. Luca smiled back. Yeah, that wasn't a lie. Now it feels like we can at least discuss business properly. He was secretly pleased. Good. This is how a noble lady of the Empire should act. She knows how to look out for her own interests. Giselle turned away, adding, I'll share some information with you as thanks for before. She tapped her finger, summoning a magic circle. I'm sure Father didn't tell you much, did he? He's not exactly the type to cover every little detail. Instantly, portraits of two men, Nicolab and Juf, appeared. Giselle warned him that the people he needed to watch out for most were her eldest and second eldest brothers. She explained his arrival had likely sent them into a major crisis. A crisis? Luca questioned. But I'm just an adopted son. No, Giselle corrected. No matter what anyone says, the Toya family is a military clan. Images of her brothers flashed through his mind. Giselle explained that both of them had serious flaws as candidates to lead the family. Among all of Father's children, you are the only one suited to be an elite soldier. Even without sharing their blood, you're now in a position that needs to be watched very carefully. Luca mused. If there's any chance at all, they're bound to be worried. I get why they're on guard. She paused. That's right. Both of my brothers. But before Giselle could finish, he cut in. And what about you? The question made her eyes widen in shock. Luca pressed on. Do you really have no intention of becoming the family head? She replied. I don't think I need to tell you that. Giselle clenched her fist. I have no intention of taking over. But if anyone tries to push me around, I won't just sit back and take it. Seeing her defiance, Luca gave her some advice. If the opportunity arises, you should take the position as head of the Toya family. He offered a genuine smile. That's a bit of advice from your new older brother. At that, her eyes went wide, her jaw practically on the floor, but then she covered her mouth as her expression shifted entirely. A moment later, loud laughter filled the room. Ah ha ha, she laughed until tears streamed down her face. If that time really comes, will you help me? Luca's voice was firm and reliable. I already made a promise, as long as you don't become my enemy. And with that, the two shook hands, sealing their new alliance. Giselle declared, Then I'll consider you an ally. I'm counting on you, brother Luca. Her eyes sparkled with sincerity as she spoke. This is the first and last time I'll call you that. Luca met her gaze honestly and replied, Good. I'm not a fan of all that sentimental stuff anyway. The chime of a clock echoed through the room. It was a moment that sealed the trust and promise between Luca and Giselle. They shook hands, their eyes locked in a look of genuine understanding. The scene changes to a grand, luxurious dining hall at the Koya estate, where servants pull open the doors for Luca and Giselle to enter. His eyes were fixed forward, filled with determination. Inside the room sat the members of the Koya clan. First was the brown-haired, rugged-looking man, the family's second son, Due. The man with the shining golden hair and piercingly cold eyes was the eldest son of the Koya family, Nicholas. And finally, the woman with purple hair, the matriarch of the Koya family, Eva. She looked at him with curiosity and asked, So you're Luca? I've heard a lot about you. Luca's eyes remained cold. He thought to himself, It's no surprise she doesn't like me. Eva then motioned for Luca to join them. Come, have a seat. Before the head of the house arrives. Giselle answered, Yes, mother. She trembled slightly, whispering in his ear, Be careful not to give anyone an excuse. My father is not the type of person to go out of his way to protect someone. Suddenly, the large door behind them began to creak open. Everyone's attention immediately snapped towards the figure in the doorway. It was Himilius. He spoke coldly. Let the meal begin, and that's where we'll have to stop for this video. That was a summary of this part of the story. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them down in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell for more amazing content. For now, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.